He was just a weak vampire, couldn't even grow hair, yet he was challenging the Lord of the Swamp, the crocodile boss. If he could just drink its blood, a vampire's absorption ability would multiply his power. But his all-out attack? It didn't even leave a mark. Not a single scratch. Instead, he got smacked by its tail and sent flying. It was all over. His entire body was caught in those massive jaws. This had to be the end. With his last ounce of strength, he bit back at the monster. He couldn't end here. He had to win. He absolutely had to win. Fueled by his sheer will, the power of his vampire bloodline finally exploded. With super-fast regeneration, he tore his way deeper inside the beast and seized its red core. With a final, earth-shattering boom, the boss was finished. His body had completely transformed, radiating pure power as he made a cold declaration. From now on, I will claim both blood and victory. The reason he risked it all for power goes back to his previous life. He was a vegetarian vampire who lost control for just one moment. Because of that single slip-up, holy knights hunted him for 12 long years. In the end, they killed him for fame and fortune. But when he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find his body completely intact. He was back in his old, torn-up tent. Seeing the marks on the wall, he realized this was 6 months in the past. He had regressed. Could this be his reward for all that late-night grinding? Thinking back, he had hidden and scraped by, only to die anyway. He made a silent vow. He would become powerful before those holy knights caught his scent. Back in the present, he stood in the swamp. Silence. He looked down at the monster's corpse at his feet. He'd only wanted its blood, but his body absorbed the magic stone, too. The mana inside that boss's core was far stronger than he ever imagined. Its size and color were beyond anything he'd ever seen before. Immediately, a new power began to spread through him. It covered his arm in a layer of tough, black scales. With this, Egan realized he could resist sunlight and move freely during the day. A memory resurfaced. He recalled the first time he learned of this creature, back when he was captured by mercenaries. The swamp was small then, so no one knew about it. But after a huge flood, the territory expanded, and the monster appeared, attacking the soldiers. In the chaos, Egan managed to drink a mouthful of blood from its wound. That's what gave him the strength to take down a few of them and escape a last-minute game-winning comeback. Knowing how potent that blood was, he was determined to claim it again. Although his power had grown, it still wasn't nearly enough to face the knight, Jung Dorit. He knew he had to avoid any fights he couldn't win. Not until he was absolutely sure. That knight possessed a special ability to detect monsters and spirits, which meant Egan would be found no matter where he hid. So instead of running, he chose to build his strength, preparing for a fight to the death. Dawn was breaking. He couldn't test his new powers just yet. He had to get back before sunrise. Suddenly, a growling sound tore through the quiet air. Amidst eerie blue lights, a spirit emerged from the water and spoke. The false master is dead. He was the one who seized my domain. He turned this beautiful lake into a rotten swamp. You gave him a gruesome end, and for that I thank you. But then, her tone turned to steel. But you dared to trespass on this land and stain it with blood. That crime is unforgivable. This was Mirian, the guardian of the lake. She angrily declared, the ancient forest and the land will rage, cursing Egan to be torn to shreds. Mirian thought to herself, the old vampire probably couldn't hear her anyway, since only special beings could perceive spirits. But Egan just stared coldly at her and asked, what are you? Mirian was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes, telling herself he probably couldn't see her. Then Egan repeated his question, his voice a low growl. I asked what you are. The spirit froze, realizing Egan could actually hear her. She stammered, huh? You can see me? You're from the blood tribe, aren't you? His only response was a single, cold yeah. Seeing this, she worriedly asked if he'd heard her insults from before. Egan casually repeated them back. The part about the old, bald, vampire? His answer left the spirit speechless with embarrassment. She quickly introduced herself as Mirian, a water spirit, explaining she was once the master of this lake. But 15 years ago, that crocodile stole her domain and enslaved her. She tried to save face, calling it a strategic alliance, since the beast needed her to control the lakeside to lure prey. Mirian feigned gratitude. Anyway, thanks to you, that miserable crocodile is dead. This place will be purified, and it's all because of you. She sounded like someone who just escaped corporate slavery. Mirian excitedly recounted seeing a bald old man get swallowed, only for a handsome man to appear after the explosion. She praised his brilliant disguise to fool the monster. Meanwhile, Egan was shocked to see the tattoos on his own arm were slowly disappearing, and he had no idea why. Seeing his expression, Miriam immediately switched to a more respectful tone. She gushed over the tattoos, curious about them. Were they warrior symbols, or marks of those he'd defeated? Egan mused that they meant nothing. He just knew they'd been there for a very long time. He couldn't even remember when he'd become a vampire. It was as if he were born a creature of the night, even in his most distant memories. These 10 tattoos had always been etched onto his body. Unable to recall his past, Egan had chosen a life of seclusion, hiding from everything. A life with his past completely erased. He'd never dared to truly look at himself. Now, watching the marks fade, he wondered if they were a kind of curse, and if today, one of them had finally been broken. An offer like that smelled like a trap. Nothing good in life is free. Not wanting to get involved, he coldly turned to leave. "I'm leaving. Guard this forest well." Miriam panicked, grabbing at him, desperate not to lose someone she could finally talk to. She whined that those who could see spirits were becoming rarer, leaving her incredibly bored. She tried to convince Egan to stay and help restore the swamp back into a lake, but seeing he was unmoved, she switched tactics. "I'd rather invite a handsome, pale-faced man like yourself for a drink of clean water." Miriam boasted that she was a water fairy, so she could create the most delicious water imaginable. She buzzed in Egan's ear, insisting that one sip of her pure water would make his face even more handsome. The spirit's constant nagging finally broke Egan's patience. He growled, "Get lost." But Miriam was persistent, chasing after him and shouting for him to wait up. The spirit desperately pitched its water-purifying ability, promising Egan he could drink from any source. But Egan was firm he didn't need it. The spirit refused to give up. It screamed at his back, "Sir, oh great pureblood sir, you'll be better off if you accept." Days later, in the village of Broadway, under the silence of a full moon, a figure burst into the village chief's room, panting and shouting, "Chief! Chief! Come quickly! The red-eyed monster is here." The old village chief jolted awake, exclaiming, "What?" In an instant, a crowd of villagers had gathered outside, staring at a massive pile of loot. The village chief was stunned. Before him lay a massive pile of beast carcasses. A child cried out in joy, "Mom, look, it's a wild boar." The other villagers couldn't hide their excitement. "We'll have pork to eat, so much of it." A young man approached the village chief, urging him to take a look. "There's more than usual today. Can we take it all?" They'd hit the jackpot finally. Something free from the heavens had fallen. Besides bird droppings, while everyone celebrated, one young man worriedly asked the chief, "What is the red-eyed monster thinking?" The old man pondered. Normally, he only left prey on a full moon. It wasn't his time to appear yet. But then, there was that strange man living at the foot of the mountain. The villagers called him the red-eyed monster. He'd lived near them for over 15 years but had never harmed anyone. In fact, he brought them meat every full moon. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Was he some kind of legendary CEO in hiding? No one could figure out his intentions as they stood there confused. A cloaked figure hiding in the trees suddenly spoke up. "May I enter the village for a moment?" The unexpected question left all the villagers frozen and speechless. Flashing back more than 15 years ago, his first appearance with those glowing red eyes and mysterious mask had terrified everyone. But since he regularly brought meat like it was a tax, the people lost their fear. This strange relationship had lasted for over 15 long years. The village chief cautiously stepped forward to greet him. "Oh, it's been a long time. Is there something you wanted to talk about?" In front of all the curious eyes, Egan calmly explained, "I lived far from the village because I was sick, but after a long period of seclusion, I'm now cured, so I came to share the good news." He reached up to gently remove his face covering, adding, "I've received a lot of help from this village. Now that I'm better, I want to repay you if any trouble comes." The villagers were still shocked, looking at each other in confusion. Who is this?" The moment Egan was fully revealed, a handsome face with a gentle smile appeared. He declared confidently, "Just call for me any time." The entire village exploded in stunned shouts. The red-eyed monster. My God, they couldn't believe their eyes. Was this freak from the forest a half-demon or some kind of nobleman? Their fear flipped to curiosity in a heartbeat. Turns out, looks really are everything. Egan quietly turned and walked away, leaving behind a crowd of villagers staring in absolute awe and admiration at his true face. Miriam couldn't help but think to herself that despite the mask, he was actually incredibly handsome. A bit strange, sure, but his visuals were top tier. The water fairy chased after him, asking questions. "Egan, did you give them all the meat you hunted? What are you thinking?" Vampires were supposed to be about blood, slaughter, and death. Egan simply walked on and explained. In human society, building relationships is very important. That's why I offer these favors. But Miriam still couldn't understand it, and she yelled, "You're trying to blend in without eating them? You said you're leaving in a few days, so why bother?" Egan was lost in his own thoughts. He originally thought this had nothing to do with him, but he was wrong. He couldn't just stand by and watch the coming tragedy as he put his familiar mask back on. Egan then delivered the cold, hard facts. When the mercenaries arrive, every single villager will be slaughtered. Miriam was floored. What? Egan continued to lay out the dark plot. They're coming to Broadway to kidnap a boy for the Lord's castle. Then they'll silence all the witnesses. They're going to massacre the entire village. If we don't stop this, it's going to bring the Holy Crusaders down on this place. Miriam grew suspicious, wondering how Egan could know all of this. Still, she trembled as she asked, "Is it true? The whole village will be killed?" Despite being with him for days, Miriam felt she couldn't grasp what was going on in his mind. Egan cut through her thoughts. "We'll see soon enough. But first, we have to gain some trust from the villagers, show them we're harmless." Miriam was still lost. She didn't get what building trust had to do with mercenaries. Suddenly, Egan stopped so abruptly that Miriam slammed right into his back. "Hey, that hurt. Why'd you stop all of a sudden?" Ahead of them, a squad of heavily armed soldiers materialized in the dark forest. The mercenaries immediately spotted Egan's presence. "What's that? That guy looks weird. Looks like he just came from the village." Seeing Egan standing alone and seemingly weak, they hatched a plan to eliminate him. A man looking that delicate, with no weapons, and all by himself? He'd be a problem if he screamed. Don't give him a chance to call for help. The masked soldier with the battle axe charged forward aggressively. Miriam screamed in panic, "Egan! Egan!" The axe sliced through the air, but in that exact moment, Egan's eyes flashed a brilliant crimson. In a blink, the soldier was sent straight to the afterlife for messing with the main character. Amid the carnage, Egan calmly spoke to Miriam. "Miriam, think carefully. Why did I need to build trust with the humans in the village? It's so they won't suspect a thing." Miriam floated in the air, staring in horror at the bodies scattered at Egan's feet. Egan confirmed his ultimate goal. "Because I'm going to kill every last one of these mercenaries." His sudden and brutal appearance sent the soldiers into chaos. They screamed in terror, "Arg, that guy's a vampire, he's not human." For some of them, however, greed quickly overshadowed their fear. Among them, a soldier with a sword charged forward, roaring, "A vampire? Who cares? This is even better. If we capture him alive for the church, we'll get a massive reward." A bounty that huge? It was a risk worth taking. The others, spurred on by greed, joined the frenzied attack. "This bastard's no pushover, but even if we only bring back his corpse, we've got to get it." One bloodthirsty soldier swung his sword for Egan's life. "That vampire's head is mine." Facing the relentless assault, Egan calmly dodged and countered with lightning speed, leaving the soldiers to just scream, "You demon!" And just then, a large, bald soldier wielding a giant spiked mace stepped forward, scolding his comrades. "You idiots, stop charging in blindly. I'll crush him myself." The soldier swung his heavy weapon with all his might, but Egan casually caught the crushing blow with a single hand. The power gap was so vast, he didn't even need to be serious. Stunned, sweat poured down the bald soldier's face as he stammered, You blocked it?" Egan simply stared back at him with a lifeless gaze and spoke, "Night is falling, and the night belongs to me." He then unleashed a finishing blow, dropping the massive man right where he stood in the middle of the clearing. With no one left to fight back, Egan calmly thought to himself that this was the perfect time to hide the bloodstains. The few surviving soldiers could only tremble and back away. One of them screamed in desperation, "Stop charging in blindly! He's a monster! We have to attack all at once!" The squad gathered its remaining courage. With a final war cry, the rest of them charged into one last battle. The loud commotion soon attracted the attention of the villagers, and the chief led them with torches toward the sound. But all they found was a scene of complete and utter destruction. The old man was in shock, crying out, "Impossible! What on earth happened here?" His eyes filled with suspicion. The village chief stared Egan down, demanding, "Was this the work of that red-eyed monster?" "No. Was it you?" The chief's tone was heavy with suspicion, though he tried to remain civil. But even facing the interrogation, Egan remained perfectly calm. He slowly explained, "Of course not. I found them like this on my way back from a hunt. I was checking my traps when I saw they were already dead." He gestured toward the grim scene. He figured the group had been ambushed by wolves on their way to Broaden Village. And right after he finished speaking, a young man with a torch lit up a corpse on the ground and gasped, "Whoa, no way. Are those black wolves?" Before them lay the severed head of a ferocious black wolf, its sharp teeth bared. Egan chimed in to sell his story. There were a lot of them. I managed to take them by surprise while they were feeding on the bodies. As you can see, I killed a few, but there were originally more wolves than mercenaries. He didn't forget to add a warning that the wolves that escaped could still be stalking them in the dark. But even so, the chief still couldn't hide his doubts that Egan alone could handle the most vicious beasts in the region. He muttered, "Are we sure it wasn't that red-eyed monster? Who did this?" However, the young men checking the bodies all called out, confirming, "Chief, these corpses have clear wolf claw marks on them. Over here, too. They were all mauled by wolves." This concrete evidence forced the old man to reconsider, even if he still had questions. Why would black wolves, however fierce, recklessly attack such a large company of mercenaries? In the end, he bowed his head in apology. "Forgive me, my suspicion was baseless." Egan simply replied, "It's fine. Anyone could make the same mistake." When asked about the bodies, Egan feigned kindness, saying, "I couldn't just leave them here, which is why I reported it." The chief agreed they couldn't be left as food for wild animals and decided to give them a proper burial. Watching this whole charade unfold, the water spirit, Miriam could only sigh internally. "Egan, do you lie with every single breath?" The truth was, after he'd killed the mercenaries, wolves had been drawn by the scent of blood. Egan had dealt with them himself, then personally carved the bite marks onto the corpses, a perfect cover for his own actions. Miriam didn't understand why he cared so much about his image. She knew that if he had just left, he wouldn't be in this mess. But then again, he'd still be under suspicion. "He must be plotting something," Miriam observed silently. Egan suddenly pulled an item out and handed it to the chief. "Ah, and this. I found it when I checked their bags for identification. It seems to be a letter from the mercenaries. Would you like to read it?" Just happened to find it. It was a blood-stained letter with a bright red seal. The moment he saw it, the chief's face paled. "I must read this. That's the seal of Lord Tien. What is this?" The more he read, the wider the old man's eyes grew in horror. He trembled and cried out, "What? Can this possibly be true?" He immediately turned to the crowd and yelled, "Faley! Is Faley in the village?" The chief's sudden panic sent a wave of confusion through the crowd. They quickly replied that Faley was still in the village, all while asking, "What in the world was in that letter to make you so distraught?" Faley might be the illegitimate child of Lord Tien. These mercenaries were here to get him. The surrounding villagers were stunned. "What? That kid is a noble?" Just minutes earlier, at that same battlefield, the mercenary commander trembled as he surveyed the carnage, unable to believe his eyes. This was absolutely impossible. One man had single-handedly taken down their entire company. Egan moved like a ghost, sowing terror among the survivors. His men were in chaos, shouting just to keep their fear at bay. "At this rate, we'll all be corpses. Stop hesitating and fight back. Even if he's a monster, he's only got 2 arms and legs," another soldier yelled, trying to rally the formation. "Don't charge in blindly, surround him." But the commander had already realized the grim truth. He gritted his teeth in despair. "Damn it, there's no escape." Then, the man was there. Egan's eyes glowed with a deadly red light as he closed the distance in an instant so fast the commander's brain couldn't process it before he was sent flying. A devastating punch landed squarely on his face, slamming him hard into a tree trunk. His insides felt like they'd been shattered as he crumpled to the ground. With no fight left in them, staring at their fallen comrades scattered across the gloomy forest, the remaining soldiers could only whisper please. "Stop, please, just stop." Barely breathing, the commander looked up at the dark figure looming over him. He asked bitterly, "Were you waiting for us from the start? Why did you target us? We just had business in the village on the other side of the mountain." Egan stood over him like a god of death, replying coldly, "I was merely curious what business you had there. That village is mine." Hearing that, the commander was gripped by absolute terror. He stammered out an apology. "Forgive me. I didn't realize you were the Blood King who rules this village. But we weren't here to hunt vampires. I swear." The mercenary began to spill the entire truth. An illegitimate child of the Tien family was hiding there. He stammered that the child, long thought to be missing, was hiding in this village, and that their unit was dispatched only to find him. Egan just stared back with a cold, skeptical gaze. "You're a good liar. What's your real objective? Do you really need this many men for one kid? Or were you planning to wipe out the entire village?" Under the suffocating pressure, the soldier finally confessed that they weren't hired by the Tien family directly. Their clients were the 2 legitimate children, Camera Tien and Bo Theo Tien. He explained that due to political disputes, they had hired the mercenaries to capture the child. The large force was simply a precaution against any trouble. He dropped to his knees, trembling and begging for his life. But hearing the name Berthio awakens a cold, vengeful memory in Egan. That was the commander of the vampire hunters, the very man who had brutally tortured him in the past. Egan knew a high-ranking knight like Berthio wouldn't directly order the slaughter of villagers. This was purely the bloodthirsty ambition of these mercenaries, but it was their savagery that got him discovered by the holy knights in his past life, an act which led to his entire village being wiped from existence. The soldier kept begging, claiming they were just looking for a little profit. He swore that if they knew a Blood King was present, they never would have dared. They were just trying to farm some mobs, not fight a final boss. Egan coldly turns away, leaving him with one word. "All right. Watch out for wolves on your way back," he warns. The soldier is stunned, believing his life has been spared. He stammers out his thanks. "You're really letting me go?" "Thank you, sir." But in that exact moment, Egan finishes him with a single fatal blow. A shocked Mirian asks, "Why kill him after letting him go?" Egan answers calmly, "My identity as a vampire is out. I can't leave any witnesses alive." He glances into the shadows, where pairs of glowing yellow eyes are lurking. Besides, the wolves are already drooling at the smell of blood. Back in the village, chaos erupts as the chief delivers some shocking news. The men who were just killed were guards sent to escort a boy named Feely to the city. The villagers can't believe it. The poor orphan they'd known for years is actually a noble. The news is pure chaos. The chief is panicking, now that the escort party has been annihilated by beasts. The boy had to be taken to the Lord's city, and at that very moment, Egan appears with a proposition. He says that while mercenaries can't handle the beasts, he's lived in the forest long enough to guide the boy safely. Seeing the old man hesitate, Egan offers a confident smile. A knight cannot simply ignore this. Standing nearby, Mirian is left utterly speechless by his incredible nerve. What in the world is happening? He just smiles calmly and declares loudly to the entire village, as if his whole story isn't a complete fabrication. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ian Egan, of the Egan family." Mirian is screaming internally, thinking no one could fall for such a blatant lie, but the crowd's reaction is the complete opposite. They're whispering in shock. The red-eyed monster is a nobleman? One man even scolds another for being disrespectful, insisting that from now on, he must be called Sir Egan. Watching this, Mirian has a bitter realization. These simple people have never actually seen a noble in their lives. So no matter how outrageous Egan's lies get, they have no way of knowing the difference. The villagers now crowd around him, their eyes filled with awe. They start peppering him with questions. "Sir Egan, were you truly a knight? Why did you live in the forest for over 15 years? They even start making up their own theories. Plausible reasons, like he was healing from a training wound or undertaking some kind of harsh, knightly asceticism. Egan just plays along, replying in a deep voice. "For various reasons, I cut my ties with the world of men and came to live in this forest." That answer only makes the villagers believe him more. They nod, agreeing that they always felt a different aura from him, even when he first brought them food. Only the masterful swordsmanship of a knight could allow a man to survive alone in the deep woods for so long. The village chief looks at Egan, his voice trembling. "But our village is poor. We have nothing to offer as a reward." Egan gently reassures him. "That's fine. I only wish to rest. May I stay in the village for the night?" The old man is overjoyed and immediately invites Egan into his own small home. Later that night, in the quiet wooden room, Egan stands by the window looking out into the forest. He raises a hand, watching a strange black substance slowly envelop his skin, like a new cosmetic unlocked after a boss battle. This is his new skin enhancement ability. He absorbed it from the master of the forest after their recent fight. Egan's red eyes gleam with calculation. This resin will act as a protective layer. It will help him resist sunlight and make the coming journey much less difficult. Witnessing this, Mirian can't help but sneer. "Oh, you foolish vampire. What were you thinking, telling such an outrageous lie? You call yourself a knight, but you can't even read. A long resume, but zero literacy skills." Egan sits down calmly, replying with a cold indifference. "Yes, I might be exposed. But I'll be leaving soon, so it hardly matters." Mirian refuses to drop it. She hovers around him, demanding, "So tell me, what is your true purpose here? After living quietly in the forest for so long, why suddenly get friendly with the villagers and take on a quest?" Just then, a voice calls out, "Sir Egan, we have finished preparations. You may depart whenever you are ready," a villager announces with deep respect. Seeing their reaction, Egan calmly turns to Mirian. "See? It's been only one night, and I already have status." He walks off, having learned a simple truth. Humans trust authority more than elaborate words. You can tell 100 lies, but having status can reduce that to just 10. He touches the decaying wood, his sharp eyes glinting. And so, from this day forward, I will make that lie a reality. His previous good deeds built a solid foundation of trust with the villagers, an incredibly wise investment. The village chief beams as he hands Egan a letter. I was afraid you might be misunderstood, Sir Egan, so I wrote this letter of explanation. Ah, and about young Feely. Please take good care of him. Just then, a boy with messy brown hair and a huge backpack approaches. My name is Feely. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Egan. He coldly replies. You're Feely? I am Ian Egan. A pleasure. Internally, however, he's already resolved to use this boy to become a true noble. The group leaves the village, their long shadows stretching out on the path leading to the mountains. Their journey takes them through lush green valleys and across desolate, lonely trails. Looking down from a ridge at a small village far below, Egan asks, Is that Brema? Feely walks to an old wooden sign, studies it for a moment, and then confirms. According to the sign, it is. Egan looks slightly surprised and turns to the boy. You can read? Feely explains with a gentle smile. Yes, my mother taught me before she passed. She was also of low birth and never had a formal education. The boy stares intently at the crude letters carved into the old wood. She reminisced, saying those were words her lover had taught her. The story made Egan pause, a thought crossing his mind. I never expected that person to be him. Witnessing this, the hovering Miriam whispered an idea. This is perfect. Just have him teach you how to read. And so, Egan made a direct request to Feely. Can you teach me how to read? The sudden question left the boy completely stunned, stammering in disbelief. Huh? Me? But you're a knight. Shouldn't you know how? Egan's expression remained calm as he slowly explained away the boy's suspicion. Knight is just a title now. My family has fallen. There's nothing left to be proud of. What's kept me alive until now wasn't books, but the edge of my sword. As he finished, a system prompt added 100 tragedy points. Hearing that bitter confession, Feely looked at him with an expression full of sympathy and concern. Could it be that Sir Egan's family has? The two of them continued their walk down the sunlit road in silence. Their steady footsteps echoed in the quiet air. Doubt me, then trust me, Egan schemed. Once I have that trust, it will be thick enough to hide any lie. While Egan was lost in thought, Miriam floated beside him, mocking his performance. Wow, what top-tier acting. It's good, I guess, but lying so much is bound to raise suspicion. But looking at Feely's teary eyes, the spirit realized in shock that the boy had completely fallen for it. That look. I think he completely believes you now. The boy bowed his head, ashamed. I'm sorry, Sir Egan. To be honest, I doubted you. One moment I heard you were a monster, the next, a noble. The villagers call you a monster, so I was a little biased, Feely admitted sincerely. I'll see for myself instead of listening to rumors. It made sense that someone from a warrior family wouldn't learn to read. His brain was already patching the story, protecting the honor of this fake noble. The boy eagerly offered, To save you from any embarrassment, I'll teach you whenever I have time. Please, tell me more about yourself. Suddenly, Egan's eyes flashed a dangerous red. An arrow sliced through the air, heading straight for Feely. But in a flash, Egan's hand shot out, stopping the danger right in front of the boy's face. Ha-ha! From the shadows, strange figures slowly emerged. They were two bandits, arguing with each other. The one with the bow snapped, You have to pull it back properly. Like I taught you. The other fumbled, I did exactly what you said. Feely began to tremble as he realized the situation. What is this, robbers? The leader stepped forward with a smug grin. Never seen robbers before? The looks on your faces are priceless. All right, let's make this quick. Drop everything you have, and empty out that bag, too. Just as they were gloating, a suffocating pressure radiated from Egan. He growled a low threat. If you don't get a move on, you're all dead. Got it? A single, blazing red sword strike swung out, cutting down any hope of survival for the man in front of him. The scene turned into a massacre. The robbers were cut down in an instant, leaving Feely frozen to the spot, his mind still trying to process what happened. The last bandit could only scream in despair. Boss! Seeing his comrades were no longer able to fight, standing amidst the fallen, Egan coldly sheathed his sword. He glanced at the corpse at his feet and declared calmly, I did what you wanted. Very quick and clean. You bastard. The last robber screamed, charging Egan with a pickaxe. It was a hopeless, desperate attack against a seasoned vampire. That desperate charge was nothing short of suicide. Blazing red sword slashes tore through the air, giving the enemy no time to react. Egan's strikes were decisive. Each precise slash disabled another bandit until they could no longer fight back. One of them scrambled backwards, stammering and begging, "Help! Help me!" But all he got in return was Egan's soulless, red-eyed stare. Looking at the bodies scattered around, Egan seemed lost in thought. "I really don't get it. Why do humans feel the need to kill and rob those weaker than them?" He grabbed a dying bandit by the throat, hissing a question. "Just because they're weak, you have the right to bully them?" After clearing the threat, Egan turned to Feely, who was still paralyzed with fear. He asked the boy coldly, "Feely, if you know how to read, could you understand something like this?" Seeing Feely still reeling from the gruesome scene, Egan stepped closer to reassure him. The boy simply trembled, repeating Egan's earlier words. "You said you would see for yourself." Egan looked deep into the boy's eyes and made a firm promise. "Believe it or not, I won't let a single drop of their blood touch you." The bustling city came into view, filled with the loud calls of merchants at their stalls. One vendor shouted to the crowd, "Come on, come on. Rare herbs, just brought in from the northern hunt. Only 20 coins a bundle." Someone in the crowd immediately questioned the price. "The shop down the street sells them for half that." But the merchant just waved him off. "Don't be ridiculous. My goods are much higher quality." Spoken with a confidence that outweighed the actual quality. Miriam flew excitedly through the crowd, exclaiming with delight, "Ha ha ha, this is so exciting. So many strange things." Walking through the throng of people, Feely spoke up worriedly, "Sir Egan, if you're going to shop here, you should be careful." The boy continued his warning. "I've come here a few times with my master, but the merchants here are terrible scammers. If you're not careful, they'll rip you off. My master gets cheated every single time he comes here." All around them, arguments over inflated prices continued to break out. The daily drama of the market. "It's only half that price down there. Give me my money back." Egan silently observed it all, thinking to himself, "I need to get some money before I can worry about being careful." He stopped at a shop and told Feely to wait. Stepping up to the owner, Egan made his offer. "Shopkeeper, I want to sell some beast hides. Can you give me a price?" The old man picked up a pelt to examine it, then asked in surprise, "Oh, is this a black wolf pelt? It's rare to see so many around here. How did you get them?" He squinted, taking in Egan's tattered clothes as a wicked idea began to form. "Look at those rags. He can't be a merchant, probably just some wanderer. Perfect, I can clean him out." The shopkeeper put on a sly grin and sighed dramatically. He began to criticize the goods. "Oh dear, the hides are this damaged? What good are they? The most I can give you is 18 silver coins." Unexpectedly, Egan glared at the old man. His red pupils glowed from beneath his hood, unleashing a chilling, murderous aura. The shopkeeper began to tremble, cold sweat pouring down his face in terror. "Huh? What is this guy? Why were his eyes so bloodshot?" Sensing danger, the old man's tone instantly shifted. "Well, black wolf pelts are rare and valuable, so I suppose I can offer you a bit more." Under the suffocating pressure of Egan's gaze, the merchant panicked. "If you're upset, just say so." He forced a pained smile and hurriedly raised the price again. "Heh, you must be new here. Quite the jokester." "I'll make it 23, the merchant said. Egan just gave a slight scoff in response, but that tiny sound was enough to make the shop owner break out in a cold sweat. He stared into Egan's eyes and stammered, "Still not good enough? Fine. 25. No, wait, 27. The vampire's chilling silence was making the man frantic. He finally yelled out, 28 coins. Egan just narrowed his eyes, but inside the merchant was screaming, "This monster is going to bleed me dry." Utterly exhausted, he finally caved with a price of 30 silver coins. "I can't go any higher than that." Only then did Egan give a cold nod. "Deal." Later that night, Egan sat by the flickering campfire, staring at a page of squiggly writing. He grumbled to himself, "What is this? A page of worms." He'd learned the basics from Feely, but becoming truly literate was a whole other story. He realized it was going to be a long journey. Miriam appeared beside him, checking out his new clothes. "Hey, that's all right." By all right, she meant it wasn't total garbage. Egan stroked the new fabric, thinking that while a vampire should be wearing silk, this was pretty good for the price. He felt genuinely satisfied. The shopping trip had gone smoother than he'd ever imagined. He even got a new customer discount. Miriam, however, wouldn't stop teasing him. "You are such an easy mark." She was laughing because Egan had just stood there silently, and his intimidating aura alone made the price jump from 18 all the way to 30. "Seriously," Miriam exclaimed. "You should have haggled harder and bought that expensive silk outfit." Egan calmly replied, "I just needed something to keep the sun off me." But the spirit just would not give up. She launched into a lecture about the high life a vampire should be living. You have to enjoy yourself, you know. Have you been hiding in a cave all this time? A vampire is the ultimate aristocrat, living in a majestic castle, draped in the finest silks. You should be commanding servants and sipping fresh blood like fine wine. You need ambition to get ahead. Egan had to wonder how a swamp spirit knew so much about high society. Miriam explained that she just picked it all up from the elder spirits who would return from the human world with all the best gossip. Hear it enough times and you become an expert. She then advised him to study ancient languages, since a vampire's life can span hundreds of years. But when Egan asked if she could actually read it, she proudly replied, "Nope." Egan sighed. "Besides making water, what exactly do you do?" As they were talking, Feely stepped out from the shadows, looking completely exhausted. "Sir Egan," he began, "forgive me, but who were you speaking with?" To avoid suspicion, Egan quickly replied, "Just talking to myself. Are you okay?" Feely staggered closer, his voice trembling. "I apologize for my weakness. Preparing the rabbit. It just reminded me of what happened this morning." Miriam glanced at Feely's condition and remarked, "Looks like this is a bit much for him." Her tone was casual, like she was reviewing a bad cafe. Egan simply replied that it's normal for humans. He explained it was understandable for someone not to be used to dealing with a corpse. He assured Feely that he was fine, and that the night was still young. By the flickering campfire, Egan studied diligently with Feely as his teacher. The boy was excited to help, saying, "We have plenty of paper. I'll teach you as much as you want." Seeing Egan's incredible speed, Feely was amazed. "Is learning to write supposed to be this easy?" Feely just praised him in awe. "No, it's because you're a genius, Sir Egan. It took me months to learn this. Most normal people take a whole year." Egan just humbly dismissed the compliment. He then reminded Feely that just reading and writing wouldn't be enough for what was coming. After all, the boy was about to become a nobleman basically overnight. Hearing this, Feely's face fell. He admitted his mother never explained the details. He'd never really thought about it. "It still doesn't feel real," Feely confessed nervously. "I didn't think Lord Tien would even welcome me." But suddenly, Egan tensed up, sensing something was wrong. From the darkness, a group of fully armed men on horseback were slowly approaching their campfire. A bearded man stepped forward. He approached with a wide smile, claiming they were just looking for a place to camp. Egan's eyes scanned their gear. Full armor, real weapons, and even a carriage. These weren't your average mercenaries. No, these were professionals. When the man asked for their destination, Egan knew what was happening. He realized this was a professional probing question. A clumsy lie would just make them more suspicious, so he went with the truth. "We're heading to Lord Tien's castle." Hearing this, the commander acted surprised and offered to travel together, since they were heading the same way. He even offered them wine and lamb to sweeten the deal. A cocky young soldier named Laban cut in, rudely demanding they share the campsite. Their leader, Parotek, quickly laughed it off, saying Laban was just a rookie with no manners. He introduced himself as Parotek and asked for Egan's name. "Knight Egan," came the cold reply. The title immediately left the young soldier, Laban, completely stunned silent. Getting shut down so quickly clearly bruised his ego. Laban suddenly burst out laughing mockingly. He turned to Captain Paratek, asking if he could believe a guy who looked like this could possibly be a knight. He sneered, pointing out Egan's lack of a horse or any decent armor. Laban then stepped closer, growling, "Hey, tell the truth. You're not really a knight, are you? Egan from what noble house? I've never heard that name." His eyes flashed with danger as he basically accused Egan of being an imposter. Underneath his mask, Egan's eyes glowed a deadly red. He'd already told Feely he was a knight, so he was stuck with the story now. Looking at the mercenaries now surrounding them, Egan knew this wasn't just a chance meeting. He coldly realized that whether he was a knight or not didn't really matter. If they kept pushing this, things were going to get ugly. Egan quickly sized up their numbers and made a final, grim decision in his mind. There weren't many of them. He could kill them all. His hand slowly began to move towards the hilt of his sword, ready for a massacre. Just as Laban was about to make his move, Captain Paratek grabbed him. A single, lightning-fast strike sent the rookie flying straight into a tree. He collapsed in a heap, out cold before he knew what hit him. Paratek immediately bowed his head. "My apologies, Sir Egan. Please forgive the disrespect of our new recruit." Egan turned his back coldly, leaving them with one sentence. "No need to apologize, just set up your camp." Egan thought to himself that this was only the beginning. To avoid all this useless suspicion in the future, he had to become a real knight, and fast. Laban lay sprawled on the ground like a rag doll, his face still a mask of pure shock from the blow. As he slowly regained consciousness, he had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Paratek stormed over, scolding his subordinate. Tsk, you idiot Laban. Don't you have any sense of fear, charging at a knight like that? You want to die? Laban shot back, unconvinced. To him, the guy was just a nobody with a worn-out short sword. Paratek grabbed the rookie by the head. I just saved your life. You nearly got us all killed. You judged him by his gear? You're completely blind. Next time, don't believe your eyes until you've seen the world. Paratek started pointing out all the details Laban missed. How much do you think that knight's cloak is worth? It's high-grade Alicanto leather. The lining alone is pure silk. At its cheapest, that's over 10 silver coins, at least 3 months of your salary. He also pointed out Egan wasn't some commoner because he could read. Paratek shuddered, remembering that killing intent. He was about to draw his sword for real. We were all dead. Best case scenario? Me and one other guy might have survived. When Laban asked how he knew, Paratek replied coldly that while he was busy talking trash, Egan's hand was already on his hilt. The knight had his right hand inside his cloak, his left foot pulled back slightly. That's the stance of a master, someone who can perfectly shift their center of gravity for a strike, a high-level technique. That's the reality of the situation. Paratek growled at the trembling rookie. If I was a second slower, your head would be rolling on the ground. Laban stammered in fear. Well, you could have just blocked for me. Paratek's eyes turned dead serious. He shot back. Do you really have no idea how terrifying knights are? A knight? They are people born into ancient families, forced to hold a wooden sword from birth, dedicating their entire lives to perfecting the art of killing. Sounds grand, but in the end, they're just slaves to their own achievements. They charge into unexplored dungeons, defying death itself to slay monsters. They go to war, cutting down their own kind without a second thought, all for honor and glory. Only those with blood staining their hands get noticed by the nobility and are finally granted the title of knight. Paratek fell silent, lost in thought. Because impersonating a knight is a capital crime. One wrong word and you're done. So whether Egan was real or fake, he was big trouble. Anyone who dare to fake it is not to be trifled with. Unless someone is supremely confident in their sword skills, nobody would ever try it. How many men who hold a sword their whole life actually become knights? For a man who looks barely over 20 to declare himself a knight means his skill is already at a terrifying level. Feely quietly asked, is he stronger than the captain? Paratek just nodded. Probably. What's more, he's heading to Lord Tien's castle. I heard a new dungeon was discovered nearby. He's probably planning to join the raid. Far in the distance, Egan's crimson eyes narrowed. He thought to himself that with the same destination, they were bound to meet again. He had to stay sharp. The title of knight carried more weight than he expected. It would be good if this continued to work. But he knew he had to prepare. He had to play the part perfectly, or his cover would be blown instantly. His gaze swept over the resting soldiers, ignoring the one he'd knocked out. The rest of them were legitimate mercenaries. It made Egan wonder, why did the Tien family hire that group of scrubs before, instead of professionals like these? A seed of doubt was planted in his mind. It was strange they didn't dispatch their own house guards. Under the quiet night sky, Egan silently watched the soldiers' rout, asking himself, why this way? He decided to approach them directly. I hear you're also headed to Lord Tien's castle. Under the brilliant full moon, Egan revealed his handsome face and a mysterious smile. Since we share a destination, why don't we travel together? He held out his hand, a powerful, undeniable invitation. Egan's sudden appearance and overwhelming aura left Paratek and Laban stunned speechless, their faces flushing red. All they could manage was a choked, huh? Laban couldn't tear his eyes away, screaming internally. Yes, yes, damn, he's so handsome. They entered Metella, a village on a hill within the domain. Egan thought, good. The mercenaries believe I'm a knight. Traveling together would be the perfect way to gather information. It was a move that maintained his cover while letting him scout for intel. But the real question was, what would he have to face from now on? Just then, Miriam appeared, calling out softly, Lord Egan. She reported excitedly, just as you ordered. I eavesdropped on some of the mercenaries' chatter. Egan asked coldly. Anything worth noting? Miriam laid out what she'd gathered. Lord Tien's health is failing. It wouldn't be a surprise if he passed away at any moment. On top of that, a new dungeon was recently discovered right inside the territory. Clearing it would surely bring in a massive fortune. But the Tien family currently lacks both the money and the manpower to attempt it. Egan mused to himself. A new dungeon, huh? It smelled like money, but the whole situation felt risky. Miriam asked worriedly, if Lord Tien is dying, what's going to happen to that little boy? Will he become an orphan? Egan's reply was curt. That's not my problem. But Miriam couldn't shake her concern for the boy's fate. But what will happen? Will his own relatives kill him? Watching Feely's lonely figure walk ahead, Egan finally understood. Lord Tien had summoned Feely because he wanted to see his son one last time before he died. Egan looked at the boy, thinking, from this moment on, both our fates are about to change. Ahead of them stood Rose Castle, the imposing fortress of Lord Tien. With gates intricately carved with roses, Egan silently walked into the massive stronghold. Seeing it up close, Miriam gasped in excitement. It's bigger than I thought. Lord Egan, you have to climb the ranks and live in a castle like this. Egan replied with ice in his voice, shut your mouth and follow me. At the main gate, a group of mercenaries was handing over cargo to a young nobleman. Their commander bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lord. We are mercenaries from the Felon Merchant Guild. The arrogant noble looked him over. And who might you be? The man introduced himself proudly. I am the heir, Camera Tien, first son of the House of Tien. He glanced at the convoy and asked, is that pile of stuff in the back our shipment? His tone was dripping with condescension. The soldier confirmed it. Yes, my lord. As you can see, we've transported the goods here safely. Camera ordered coldly, good. Stop dawdling and start unloading. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Egan and Feely, standing quietly to the side. And who are they? Why aren't they moving? Egan stepped forward calmly. A pleasure to meet you. I am Knight Ian Egan. Camera repeated the word with suspicion. Knight? He then turned to Feely. And this child? Before he could finish, a powerful voice cut through from behind. Camerata. What do you think you're doing? Egan flinched, a chillingly familiar feeling washing over him. That voice was unmistakable. The young knight approached, gently scolding his brother. I've told you countless times, checking on outsiders is my responsibility. Egan stared at the rose emblem on the newcomer's chest, and a horrifying memory came rushing back. That voice. How could he possibly forget that voice? The image of the vampire hunter captain, the very man who first found his hideout, flashed vividly in his mind. This was the man who, along with Dear Hit, had tortured him in his past life, hunting him relentlessly across the lands. Standing before Egan was his sworn, mortal enemy, Knight Bothion. He stood there, imposing, with blonde hair and ice-cold eyes. Bothion, a direct knight and the second son of the family, appeared with a grim expression. Right away, Camera, the heir to the family, shot back with pure arrogance. Since when does he need to report his every move to you? Outsiders might even mistake you for the heir. Faced with his brother's pressure, Bothion could only bow his head. That wasn't my intention. A man of rules versus a man of power, clashing like titans. In the middle of their dispute, Egan suddenly cut in. Hey. He stepped forward with an envelope and announced, this is a letter from Chief Geb of Broadway. Hearing the name Broadway, Bothion couldn't hide his shock. Camera, standing nearby, was also curious, and the appearance of the boy Feely behind Egan only heightened the tension. Camera blurted out, oh, that Chief Geb? Reading the contents, Bothion was stunned. Impossible. The letter reported a catastrophe. The entire mercenary force had been attacked and killed by wolves. Camera turned to Feely with a scrutinizing stare. And this child you brought back is a bastard? Feely could only stand there, stunned and worried by the vicious words aimed at him. Trying to remain calm, Feely politely greeted them. Hello everyone, I'm Feely. Instead of being cold, Camera's attitude suddenly shifted. He smiled with a friendly air. Oh, so you're our new little brother, huh? You're actually pretty cute. But unlike his brother, Bothion's eyes remained full of suspicion and frost. Perfect timing, Camera continued. Father is eager to meet you. He immediately ordered the attendants. Someone take him, get him washed, and put him in some decent clothes. As ordered, the soldiers led Feely away, but just then, Egan stepped forward to stop them. Hold on. The determination burning in his eyes made Bothion flinch with caution. Egan coldly declared, I want to discuss my reward first. Let me see the Night Lord. This demand was immediately met with fierce resistance. Bothion instantly blocked the way, gritting his teeth as he growled in fury. Absolutely not. The atmosphere outside the castle became more suffocating than ever. Egan refused to give up, pressing again. Not even for a moment? With his back turned coldly, Bothion flatly refused, explaining his father's health was too poor for him to speak. He ended the conversation bluntly. Your fee will be paid in gold. Please leave now. Egan stood his ground, red eyes burning with impatience behind his mask as he coolly repeated his demand. I went through hell to bring your precious brother back. Don't make me say it again. Under the suffocating pressure, Bothion could only grit his teeth in tense silence. At that moment, Camera suddenly broke the heavy mood. What's the big deal? We have to introduce our new brother anyway. So what's the problem with a quick meeting? Bothion immediately turned to object. Brother, father is only lucid for an hour a day. We can't let some vagrant with an unknown background meet him. Camera squinted at his younger brother mockingly. Oh? Are you managing father's schedule now? Backed into a corner, Bothion snapped angrily. Brother, why do you always twist my words? Bothion's patience was clearly wearing thin. Ignoring his brother's frustration, Camera casually whistled and turned to Ijin with a fake smile. Oh, my apologies, Knight Ijin. It seems my little brother is playing the role of heir, which makes things a bit difficult. In that case, please have a safe journey home. Immediately after, Camera turned to Feely with an unusually warm attitude. Come now, new brother, let me be your guide. Let's tour the estate first, little one. Feely could only whisper his assent and quietly follow the family's eldest son. Ijin stood motionless watching them go, realizing his opponent's true intentions. So from the very beginning, he never had any intention of letting him get that meeting. Suddenly, heavy footsteps broke the silence. A hulking man with fiery red hair and a long scar on his face appeared. He carried an unconscious person on his shoulder, slammed him on the stone ground, and growled, There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Seeing the men lying and groaning on the ground, Bothion was utterly shocked. What? What is all this? The red-haired man casually explained that they were mercenaries who dared to rob villagers and laze around, so he brought them back for punishment. He reached out with a massive hand, about to grab one of their heads and make an example of them right there. Witnessing such savagery, Bothion broke into a sweat and quickly intervened. Even if they're just temporary hires for the dungeon, we can deal with this later. I'll discipline them. There are too many eyes out here. Let's talk inside. The red-haired man grunted before agreeing to go inside with Bothion, leaving Ijin to silently observe the entire event. Paytek watched the knight disappear and then spoke up. That was Knight Ganfordik, right? Seeing Ijin's curiosity, he explained that at the recent tournament held by the Evergrow family, he had won third place. He was an extremely promising knight. Ganfordik's strength was said to be monstrous, and his technique was simply outstanding. Rumor was, he wiped out over 1,000 opponents all by himself in that tournament. Paytek couldn't help but wonder, why would someone like that come to a border region like this? Maybe because the new dungeon just opened? Even on the frontier, the first knight to successfully clear a new dungeon gains immense fame. Because it's so dangerous, countless people have already lost their lives. Perhaps Ganfordik wanted to use this place as a stepping stone to be appointed by a more powerful family. Quietly repeating the word appointed, Ijin suddenly turned and asked, Hey Paytek, your contract with them ends today, doesn't it? Paytek hesitated before confirming, Yes, that's right, as Egan's eyes glowed a mysterious red. He then made his offer. In that case, how about signing a new contract? A great job, high pay, and of course high risk. That night, under a full moon hanging over the imposing castle, the perfect backdrop for a tycoon's dream, Camera stood by a window, hardening his resolve. I have to be the one to clear the dungeon this time. He bitterly realized that ever since his father's health declined, his younger brother had openly been aiming for the inheritance. Worse still, this time, Bothion had even managed to get Knight Ganfordik on his side. Camera knew exactly what his brother was planning, a solo dungeon, clear to snatch all the glory in one fell swoop. What was he supposed to do now? It was too late to hire random grunts. He was completely out of options. Just then, a knock at the door cut through his panic. His servant spoke. My lord, Knight Ijin wished to see him. Camera paused. Ijin? The knight who brought Feely back? He immediately gave the order to let him in. The door opened, and Ijin walked in, his presence filling the room. Camera quickly spoke up. Ah, welcome, Knight Ijin. He tried to sound calm, reassuring him. Don't you worry about Feely. I've personally ensured his safety. He warmly offered Ijin a seat, promising a handsome reward from the Lord once his father recovered. Camera couldn't hide his satisfaction, because Ijin had chosen his side over his younger brothers. You know, when you handed me that letter instead of him, I was truly grateful. It gave me some much-needed breathing room. Ijin simply replied, That's good to hear. His eyes glowed with a hidden meaning from under his mask. My business is with the lord of this land, but a third party has interfered, making things a bit confusing. Camera's eyes narrowed suspiciously. So what is it you want? To see my father to confirm your identity? Egan cut straight to the point. Partly. But I'm here to make you an offer. Camera, let me join the dungeon extermination team this time. Hearing such a bold request, Camera was stunned for a moment, before bursting into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha. You're far more interesting than I thought. He looked at Egan mockingly. Is that knight title something you gave yourself? I heard you killed 5 bandits. and now you want to join up for a promotion. Or are you just trying to farm fame? Huh? Camera's smile vanished as he asked coldly. Give me one good reason why I should agree to that proposal. Egan's lips curled into a mysterious smirk. For you, right now, this isn't a bad offer. Seeing Camera's confusion, he played his strategic card. By the way, if we succeed, I'll only take 100 silver and half the secondary items, minus the mana stones, for myself and my mercenaries. To refuse a deal this good would be pure self-sabotage. Are you joking? Camera's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with suspicion. An offer this sweet? It felt like a trap. You realize that rate is much lower than the market price, right? Facing his opponent's hesitation, Egan delivered a cold, decisive blow. So, is that acceptable? Or should we forget about it? The direct question forced Camera to weigh his options. He eyed the man's armor, thinking to himself that knights live and die for honor. Based on his attire, he looked like a wandering knight with no family backing him, and he wasn't greedy for money. It seemed this man put honor above all else. Camera recalled the intel he'd just gathered, as Egan applied one last bit of crushing psychological pressure. Oh, and by the way, you're the one in a hurry, not me. The words hit home, and Camera froze, his eyes wide with shock. He realized he was completely cornered. Already losing the power struggle against his brother, the author knew how to play his cards. Camera thought with a smug grin that Egan was a different breed, a far cry from the muscle-headed knights he usually dealt with. He stood up decisively and extended his hand. All right, I have no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. When the house gives you an opening, you'd be a fool not to bet. I'm counting on you, Knight Egan. And with that handshake, the deal was officially sealed. However, Egan's motives were far more practical than the simple honor Camera imagined. Mana stones were difficult and costly to refine, while secondary items could be sold immediately for their full value. He remembered Patek's advice from earlier, when the cunning mercenary gave him a critical tip. I'll introduce you to a reputable merchant guild. Just tell Knight Camera you'll only take secondary items, and he will absolutely agree. Everything was going exactly according to the script. Meanwhile, in another corner of the castle, Bertheo looked at the sword in his hand and laughed mockingly at the news of his brother's new ally. How amusing. He's adding more people to the monster subjugation team now? Bertheo declared with absolute disdain. It's too late to start struggling. The children of the desert have a saying. It takes skill to get out of a dungeon you've entered. Fall behind by one step, and you're left for dead. Bertheo coldly affirmed the harshness of the dungeon. It's a place where only the line between life and death exists. This game has no respawn button, lose, and you're leaving nothing but your shoes behind. He stated it bluntly. If some weakling gets in the way of our progress, I will definitely protest. Speaking of the knight his brother found, Bertheo's contempt was clear. I'm not expecting much anyway. My brother isn't close with the neighboring nobility. His connections are limited. He looked to his red-haired ally, Gan Frederick, suggesting, if you would, I'd like you to tell him that yourself. In response, the knight simply shot back. Why are you pushing this responsibility onto me? The meeting room door burst open, and Camera strode in smugly. Apologies for the wait. I was just speaking with my new knight. He stepped forward, proudly introducing the newest members of the team. Knight Ian Egan and his group of mercenaries. The moment he saw Egan, Bertheo was utterly stunned. He recognized him as the mysterious masked man from the gate. He was in disbelief. Seeing he had brought an entire group of mercenaries, Bertheo immediately objected. Brother, you've gone too far. We can't let someone whose background is unknown, and whose abilities are unproven, join us. This is a one-life game, not a random gotcha summon. Camera just smirked. His background? I can guarantee his skills. He revealed that he heard from Feely how Egan had single-handedly taken care of the bandits. The same bandits that had been a huge problem for their entire family. Camera continued his defense. I heard Knight Egan used a single short sword to wipe them out on his way here. With that kind of skill, I'd say his abilities are more than enough, wouldn't you? Without warning, the red-haired knight Gan Frederick drew his weapon, launching a powerful, testing attack. He aimed it straight at Egan. In a flash, Egan's sword met the blow, the powerful collision sending a shockwave that astonished everyone present. A loud crash echoed through the chamber as floorboards splintered from the incredible force. Emerging from the dust, Gan Frederick wore a sinister grin, his teeth sharp. Oh my, he said with cold sarcasm. My sincere apologies for being so rude in our first meeting. He stepped closer, his piercing eyes sizing Egan up from head to toe. He thought to himself, his skin isn't calloused, no signs of sun damage. He looks like he's been pampered since birth, doesn't he? With an excited look, the red-haired knight's voice was a low challenge. Hey, little friend, how about you show me what you've got? news of the sudden duel spread like wildfire. In the torchlit training grounds, a massive crowd of soldiers had gathered, their murmurs and whispers filling the night air. Is Knight Ganfridic really going to fight, right now? Everyone was eager to witness the strength of the tournament's former third-place champion, a man known for tearing monsters apart with his bare hands. One man gasped in awe. Good heavens, is he even human? Under the gaze of hundreds, Egan and Ganfridic faced off. The tension was suffocating. An onlooker thought to himself, I don't know who his opponent is, but I'm starting to feel sorry for him. He must have terrible luck to run into a boss this early. But while Ganfridic wore a cocky smirk, Egan remained chillingly calm behind his mask. Ganfridic slowly drew his sword from its sheath, giving his opponent a taunting look. Begin! The shout rang out as the bell signaled the start of the match. Instantly, the two figures blurred, clashing at unbelievable speeds. The sharp sound of steel on steel rang out again and again, sparks flying with every single blow. Both Egan and Ganfridic unleashed powerful sword strikes, creating a breathtaking duel that kept the audience glued to their every move. Ganfridic maintained his arrogant smirk, while Egan calmly observed him through his mask. The force of their repeated clashes made the very ground beneath them tremble. Watching the scene unfold, Camerata cheered with excitement from the sidelines. That's Knight Egan for you. He's completely overwhelming Knight Ganfridic. But the captain beside him corrected him in a low tone. No, not yet. He's just probing his opponent. Ganfridic is still holding back. The battle grew fiercer, with sword strikes that seemed to tear through space itself. In the middle of the fight, Ganfridic was sizing up his opponent. His sword skills were crude, with no clear pattern, making it impossible to tell what kind of weapon he was used to. This wasn't a technique from disciplined training, it was something wild, as if he'd been raised in the untamed wilderness. After a few more exchanges, Ganfridic's suspicions were confirmed. Hey friend, that knight title of yours is fake, isn't it? No wonder he had such a feral aura. Their blades clashed again, sending sparks across the arena. It was just as he thought. He coldly questioned his opponent. Hey, that knight title is just a fake name for you, isn't it? Seeing that his opponent's swordsmanship had no real foundation and his stance was loose, he judged him internally. You've never been properly trained. You're just relying on your physique. While sword skill isn't everything for a knight, a few blows were enough to see right through him. Hitting a nerve, Ganfridic taunted. You've got a sharp tongue. The duel continued, packed with breathless, close-range attacks. He flashed a challenging smile. If you can take me down, I'll keep my mouth shut about it. The two blades screamed against each other once more, sparks tearing through the darkness. Egan was being pushed back by the heavy blows, letting out a grunt as he tried to withstand the red-haired knight's incredible power. Ganfridic stomped his foot for leverage, swinging his sword in a powerful arc meant to cleave his opponent in two. A final blow. Egan's eyes widened in shock. A series of concussive impacts sent dust and stone flying everywhere. Witnessing the devastation, Camerata cried out, Is he knocked out? But a moment later, from within the cloud of dust, Egan's eyes began to glow a deadly crimson from behind his mask. Egan launched his counterattack with terrifying speed, moving like a phantom to close the distance. The sharp clang of steel rang out once more. Amid the exchange, Egan thought, his speed is worth studying. A powerful strike was unleashed, creating a brilliant pillar of energy that erupted in the center of the arena. What incredible special effects! The duel exploded into a high-speed blur, their feet gliding across the ground and leaving afterimages in their wake. Egan and Ganfridic clashed like two cyclones, facing off in a merciless struggle for dominance in the middle of the ring. Under the crushing pressure, Ganfridic just let out an excited laugh. Ha ha! He tensed his body, muscles bulging as he poured every ounce of strength into his arms to overwhelm his opponent. The red-haired knight gasped in shock. He's smaller than me, but his power is. Faced with such terrifying physical strength, Egan calmly acknowledged it. Okay, I admit it. Your physical power completely overwhelms mine, but now it was time to change the game. He quickly shifted his center of gravity, exploiting an opening in his opponent's attack to counter. Egan muttered, this posture, and then he twisted into a vicious arm-locking technique. Ganfridic staggered to his feet, trying to regain his balance after being thrown to the ground. Egan continued to move at that horrifying speed, closing in like a ghost, leaving his opponent utterly stunned. None of his movements were conventional. He realized the true danger wasn't in his opponent's technique, but in his raw talent. Either he was an incredibly fast learner, or he had razor-sharp survival instincts. Ganfridic ground his teeth in disbelief, asking himself, what kind of beast did this guy crawl out from? In that instant, a thunderous blow landed, sending the giant flying back nearly 10 meters. A sickening crash echoed as Ganfredic's body slammed hard into the castle wall, kicking up a cloud of debris and leaving him with no will to fight back. Lying in the rubble with a look of pure defeat, Ganfredic weakly managed to admit, "I lost." As silence fell over the arena, the referee declared loudly, "The winner is Knight Ian Egan." No need to check the replay on that one. The crowd stood frozen for a split second before erupting into a deafening cheer. Murmurs spread about the terrifying power of the unknown knight. What just happened? That knight is insanely strong. Ian Egan? Never heard the name. Seeing the absolute victory, the young soldier Laban yelled triumphantly, "Ha ha, see that, you guys? That's our knight." Standing next to him, Paratek could only think with a sigh. It's barely been a day and he's already calling him our knight? On the field, Ganfredic slowly opened his eyes, staring up in awe at the figure of Egan, who stood before him like an unshakable mountain. Suddenly, Ganfredic shot to his feet, his eyes burning with excitement. Egan grew wary for a moment, but then a voice called out, "Let's get a round of applause for tonight's winner." Model. To Egan's complete shock, Ganfredic suddenly grabbed his hand and raised it victoriously. The entire arena just exploded. Hundreds of people roared his name in unison, "Ian Egan! Ian Egan!" Egan could only stand there, stunned by the wild cheers and the man's brutal grip. After his stunning victory, Egan is suddenly given unprecedented treatment. An extravagant feast, filled with exotic and delicious dishes, is laid out right before him. On the Lord's command, the butler bows respectfully. "These are Lord Camera's orders. To open the dungeon, you must eat and rest well. I will personally oversee your meal." Egan stares at the mountain of food, sweating. The pressure of this over-the-top welcome makes his face turn pale. This is way too much. The butler keeps talking. "How is the light? I drew the curtains tight, knowing you're sensitive to it. If you have a preference for wine, I can recommend a few bottles." Egan can only suffer in silence, groaning internally that as a vampire, he doesn't need to eat. But he can't say that out loud. Miriam even flies around him, teasing, "Sir, won't your stomach ache after eating all this?" His patience runs out. Egan coldly waves his hand in refusal. "I appreciate the thought, but that's enough. From now on, I'll handle my own meals. Everyone, leave." As the servants stand there stunned, he growls an order. "And tell Lord Camera I prefer to be alone, you hear me?" He hates being thrust into the spotlight. After that night's duel, the way people look at Egan has done a complete 180. The next morning, Camera eagerly rushes over, clapping him on the shoulder. "Ah, if it isn't our talented knight, Ian Egan, did you sleep well last night?" Egan can only give a reluctant reply. It was adequate. But Camera is still curious. "But why refuse all the comforts I arranged? No one's ever turned me down like that." "Interesting. You've certainly captured my attention." Behind them, the maids whisper in admiration. "Such a handsome knight." Suddenly, Ganfredic rushes over, his yell echoing down the hall. "Sir Egan, did you just cough?" This excessive attention makes Egan think to himself, "This actually works in my favor." Ganfredic now sticks to him like glue, completely dropping his former caution. "Oh, if it isn't my brother-in-arms, Ian Egan." Egan shoves him away, annoyed. "Sir Ganfredic, don't stand so close. The redhead just keeps rambling about last night's fight. Did you sleep well?" "My face is still burning. I tossed and turned all night. See this pale look?" Egan coldly cuts him off. "Are you asking for another fight? Are you two masochists, addicted to being beaten?" Hearing this, Ganfredic gets even more excited. "Are you free today? Let's have a match." Even the maids are thrilled. "We'd be honored to watch you two knights duel." Egan realizes Ganfredic couldn't care less if he's a real knight, and his other doubters are changing their tune. He's achieved his goal of building a reputation, but the constant crowds still make him uneasy. As Ganfredic keeps pleading, he asks him straight up, "You want another beating?" The redhead just laughs. "Ha, you'll only know if we fight." Egan quietly turns and walks away, seeking some peace. Time to log out. He needs a break from this world to recover. But he suddenly freezes. A familiar figure stands in the distance, a man with a mysterious smile. The man approaches and greets him. "Sir Egan, have you been well?" Egan is stunned, staring at the person who just appeared in the brilliant sunset. In the dark halls of the castle, the brutal sound of a beating echoes, mixed with desperate pleas. "Please, spare my life." After a few more vicious blows, the victim screams in agony and collapses in a pool of blood. Bertheo sighs, bored. If you had just done your job properly, this never would have happened. He's furious that his subordinate's incompetence completely ruined his original plan. It gave that red-eyed knight a chance to show up at Rose Castle. Bertheo's blue eyes glint sharply as he realizes the truth. My entire plan has been completely ruined. The trembling subordinate tries to explain that the mercenaries were known for their thorough work, but Bertheo scoffs. Just a bunch of useless fools, eaten alive by the black wolves. They couldn't even handle a pack of wolves. Yet they dared to take my job? He violently grabs the man's face. He snarls, asking if the man's eyes were just for decoration. In a fit of rage, Bertheo makes a cold declaration. Then there's no need to keep them. I'll gouge them out right now. He aims for the terrified man's eyes, who can only stare back in absolute horror at his master's cruelty. The onlookers can only hold their breath in fear. Bertheo casually wipes the blood from his hands with a cloth, already running new calculations. What now? I can't just kill him now that he's inside the castle. He stands by the window, staring into the silent night, when a dark idea suddenly sparks. Ah, I've got it. That's right, this is the only way, and it'll make disposing of the body much easier. Back with Feely. After being beaten to a pulp and left barely breathing, Egan appears. I heard Lord Bertheo ordered you to lead an expedition into the dungeon? He casually makes the sarcastic comment, as if predicting the boy's fate. A bad feeling tells me you're probably going to die in that dungeon, right? Faced with this threat, Feely sits on a chair and replies with a defiant tone, I came here to die. He brings up the Black Wolf's ambush. He confirms it was a plot by one of his own brothers to get rid of him. He coldly reveals that the Tyone family never wanted him to reach the castle safely. With a sharp gaze, he makes a bitter offer. Feely Tyone, become my slave. He forces the boy to choose, because at 16, he has the right to decide his own path. The choice is simple. Keep running and get killed by someone else, or fight to his very last breath. The crucial moment has arrived. The day the dungeon opens has officially begun. As the massive stone gate slowly grinds open, Egan silently observes. He figures no one knows what kind of monsters are waiting inside. Early guesses suggest low-tier ones could be goblins or kobolds. Mid-tier could be trolls or giant spiders, but high-tier monsters are completely unpredictable. Ganfredik loudly gives the order to the troops. Clear a path to the mid-tier zone, but if a high-tier monster appears, retreat immediately. After the soldiers roar in determination, Ganfredik sends out the scouts. They begin exploring the dungeon's tunnels. Meanwhile, a few mercenaries start plotting to desert, believing no one will notice them in the rear. In all the chaos, he'd rather run than die like a dog for a few scraps of reward money. However, his plan is cut short by a heavy blow from behind. Bertheo appears with a murderous look on his face, asking coldly, Is Feely here? Their morale was already crumbling before the first blow was even struck. The blonde knight's patience snapped, and he called Feely a bastard, gloating that he personally arranged this position for the boy. Bertheo watched with narrowed eyes as Egan received rations from a mysterious masked man, along with a quiet wish for his safety. He glared at the group with utter contempt, silently cursing them as a clanless rabble of cowards who scurried away like rats. Bertheo violently kicked a soldier out of his way, roaring at Egan and Feely. What are you dawdling for? He then growled at Feely. Did you forget my orders? Seeing the boy just standing there frozen, he commanded coldly, Get your pack on and get back in position. Now, Feely was trembling, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His mind was screaming red alert, but his feet felt glued to the ground. Bertheo snapped, Is this kid deaf? Just as Bertheo was about to strike, Egan stepped in, stopping him cold with a single piercing glare. But Bertheo wasn't backing down. He screamed at Feely, I told you to get back in position. But Egan moved, grabbing Bertheo's arm tightly, causing the knight to cry out in shock. Before his opponent could react, Egan spoke. You plan on using a kid to spearhead a dungeon raid? Are you completely out of your mind? Seeing the masked knight's actions as a massive disrespect, Bertheo tried to shake him off, but Egan stood his ground, completely unmoved. I'm just trying to toughen up my little brother. Egan stared straight into Bertheo's eyes, his killing intent overwhelming. You don't have the right to touch him. Rage exploded from Bertheo. He gritted his teeth so hard it looked like his jaw might break, shouting, You're the one who doesn't know his place. Egan remained terrifyingly calm, declaring for all to hear, This boy became my slave yesterday. The sudden announcement left Feely wide-eyed with pure shock. Egan continued to assert his ownership as Gunfredik, and the soldiers watched on. Egan's warning was like steel. This is a blood bond. If you dare lay a single finger on him, you're declaring war on me. He stepped closer, issuing a challenge. So, want a little warm-up before we enter the dungeon? Feel like another beating? The threatening sound of a sword being drawn filled the air. Bertheo's face contorted with fury as he shrieked, How dare you act on your own like this? He cursed internally, believing Egan was deliberately blocking the bastard child's path to advancement. The soldiers began to murmur, "But don't worry this time. These aren't some half-baked knights from before. These are commanders with real skill." He brought up last week's legendary battle to boost their spirits. "You saw the fight between Sir Egan and Sir Gunfredek, right? It was insane." Just then, his older brother clapped him on the shoulder. "You better survive, kiddo." His smug smile said it all. Meanwhile, Egan watched silently with a sharp gaze, remembering Chimera's calculated offer. He'd wanted to entrust his younger brother Feely to him. Feely was the bait. Once the weak become a predator's target, they're automatically marked as a priority. Even if you hold your breath and hide, they will hunt you down and sink their teeth into your neck. If you can't get stronger, the only way for the weak is to find a pack for protection. His older brother then offered to take Feely with him to the library, instead of letting him be sacrificed in the dungeon. At that exact moment, a soldier rushed in with a report. "Report!" All eyes snapped to the man. He announced that there was no sign of Lomo. "It seems no monsters escaped from the cave. We can proceed with opening the dungeon gate." Gunfredek flashed an excited smile. Egan, however, was already locked in, his battle focus dialed up to the maximum. The two commanders decided in unison, "Good. Let's begin." The shout to open the dungeon gate echoed through the air. Fully armored soldiers began marching into the dusty, misty darkness of the cave. Gunfredek glanced back with an arrogant smirk. "Try to stay alive." The soldiers gripped their weapons, tense as they stepped into the monster's domain. A massive roar tore through the space. "Forward!" The entire army charged with a thunderous battle cry. Gunfredek and Egan plunged straight into the darkness, and so the slaughter began. "See you in 4 days?" Feely watched them go with worried eyes, shouting, "Sir Egan, please be careful." In the silence, a solemn prayer was heard. May the gods protect them. The heavy dungeon gate slammed shut behind them. The screams of monsters echoed throughout the dungeon, signaling the start of a bloody massacre amidst the chaos. Sharp blades flashed, tearing through the darkness. A soldier was swarmed by goblins and knocked down, screaming in absolute terror and despair. "Help! Somebody help me! Help me!" Just as the monster's claws were about to rip the victim apart, a streak of light from a blazing red sword shot forward. Like a savior had appeared, the soldier stared in shock, breathing hard in utter disbelief. "Huh? Am I alive?" But before he could process it, the powerful voice of the red-haired commander roared out, "You damn fool, hold the formation." Gunfredek cut down monsters while barking orders. "Back in position now. Central archers, guard the cave." Arrows hissed through the air, sinking into the heads of approaching beasts. The monsters just kept coming. In the middle of the breathless fight, the commander kept pushing his soldiers. "Do not let them break our lines." But one cowardly young man was still trembling behind some rocks, filled with regret. "I knew it. I knew it from the start." Volunteering for a dungeon raid was an insane idea. Drenched in sweat, he decided he had to desert. "I have to get out of here, back to the entrance." Using the chaos as cover, he snuck away, trying to backtrack. But the dungeon's darkness does not easily let go of cowards. Suddenly, glowing yellow eyes lunged out of the dark and pounced on him. "Idiot!" a voice yelled as the soldier was pinned to the ground. Gunfredek appeared just in time, grabbing him by the collar and growling, "You think you won't run into monsters on the way back? Wake up. Hiding here is the safest place to be." The commander shoved him back to reality, giving a firm, final order. "Draw your sword and hold your position." Before them, a literal ocean of monsters swarmed in, a relentless, unending tide. He watched his mercenaries struggling desperately to fight back. Gunfredek couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Were these hastily recruited mercs really this pathetic? Taking them into a dungeon was just suicide. The situation was spiraling out of control as the monsters kept coming. A terrified soldier screamed out, "Sir Gunfredek!" More of them are swarming in. Gunfredek realized with dawning horror that they were caught in a pincer attack. Sir Gunfredek!" They were surrounded from behind, too. The news hit him like a thunderclap, exhausted and now completely trapped. In this critical moment, he could only yell, "Damn it! Switch to a two-front formation, now!" Suddenly, from the shadows, Egan's cold voice cut through the chaos. "I'll handle the rear." He ignored Gunfredek's worried shout. "Wait, Sir Egan, it's too dangerous alone." But Egan was already gone, moving like a phantom. Brilliant arcs of his sword tore through the darkness, clearing every enemy in his path in an instant. Gunfredek was frozen, stunned by the masked knight's incredible speed. A strange black vortex appeared at Egan's feet before vanishing into thin air. Quickly activating a wide area buff to support him, Gunfredek ordered his subordinate, "Patrick, with me. We'll provide backup from behind." The two of them rushed into the deep cavern, torches in hand. But what they saw in the flickering light made their blood run cold. A gruesome path of monster corpses was laid out before them. Ganpredict was stunned, wondering, did he really get this far in just the blink of an eye? Reaching a crossroads further in, Ganpredict practically froze. Egan was standing there calmly amidst a mountain of monster bodies, as if he'd just been on a casual stroll. Egan held up a pale blue flower. "I've cleared out all the monsters at the crossroads. By the way, is this thing I found in the corner valuable?" Ganpredict could only force a stiff smile. He laughed nervously, thinking to himself in sheer disbelief. He can't even recognize a common glowherb. Looking at the carnage around them, he shivered at the power of the man before him. How could anyone possibly possess such terrifying skills? The aftermath of the battle left a desolate scene inside the dungeon. Groans of pain echoed through the cavern. "Oh God, I'm dying. Medic. Losing too much blood." Egan quietly walked past the lines of wounded mercenaries as one ran up to report. "Sir Egan, we've collected the remaining magic stones." Egan gave a cold command. "Bring them here." Looking at the small pile in his palm, he felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. All that exhausting work for what amounted to pocket change. Egan turned to the worn-out soldiers and said simply, "Get some rest." Holding one of the newly acquired magic stones, Egan noticed its blue glow was completely different from the red loam stones he knew. Mirian floated beside him. She seemed to scoff at its small size compared to a high-grade one. Egan concluded that the quality of a magic stone was directly tied to the monster's strength. He wondered if loam stones found in the wild were bigger. But a dungeon monster turning into a loam didn't mean its magic stone would automatically level up. Mirian reminded him of the giant crocodile Egan had absorbed, confirming that powerful, territory-dominating creatures like that were extremely rare. Egan realized that absorbing that precious red magic stone had been a complete stroke of luck. He told himself this trip into the dungeon to win favor with the nobles hadn't been a waste after all. While Mirian was still wondering if a high-level monster was lurking deeper inside, Egan suddenly felt an immense pressure approaching. Ganpredict cut the soldiers' short break to an end, ordering them to reform their ranks immediately. He berated the mercenaries for being weak and useless, then declared that he and Egan would take the vanguard. The rest were to follow, and anyone who dared to flee would pay dearly. Though he appeared calm, Egan couldn't help but question why he, a first-timer in the dungeon, was being pushed to the front lines. The pay was terrible, and the work was brutal, a classic case of corporate slavery. Ganpredict knew the mercs were useless and needed Egan to help him reorganize the battle formation. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became, signaling the approach of monsters on a whole different level. Ganpredict explained that the goblins from before were just sentries for the dungeon's true, long-reigning rulers. Now before them stood ferocious ogres, creatures that were mid-tier at a minimum with overwhelming strength. Ganpredict warned that after finishing this mob, a high-level monster was surely waiting in the dungeon's central area. Egan observed quietly, the memory of absorbing the red magic stone from the Swamp Lord Loam vivid in his mind. That source of energy had granted him an ability absolutely critical for his survival. Staring into the dungeon's darkness, Egan's eyes burned with a hungry, crimson glow. A chance to get rich was right here, and even a fool craves power. He wondered if absorbing another high-grade magic stone would grant him yet another special ability. Egan listened to the distant vibrations and noted quietly. Over 50 similar footsteps, about 100 meters out, and 3 much heavier targets behind them. A smirk touched his lips. "Well now," he said, turning to his companion. "Care to give it a try?" In the next instant, a blazing red sword arc tore through space, splitting an ogre clean in two before anyone could even react. The commander's roar echoed through the dungeon. "All troops, charge!" The soldiers rushed into the frantic battle, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Egan led the spearhead, moving like a ghost through the enemy encirclement. The ogres roared in despair as the army swept through them. They left a field of incapacitated enemies in their wake. Amidst the chaos of battle, one soldier yelled, "Stick close and protect Egan." Egan gave a sharp reply. "Yes." He swung his sword, creating lethal arcs that left his enemies gravely wounded in mere moments. A soldier moved to help. "Sir Egan, we'll back you up." But in a flash, Egan had already vanished. His movements were so inhumanly fast they looked like special effects. With red eyes burning with killing intent, Egan spun around and cut down another ferocious monster. He unleashed a relentless flurry of brutal sword strikes, staining the entire dark section of the dungeon red. Egan stood in the middle of the carnage, his face marked by the grim signs of battle, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He put all his strength into one final thrust, piercing the defenses of the enemy at his feet. The headlines might as well have read, "No mercy." For the soldiers who were there that day, the image was burned into their minds forever, the knight they once admired. But now, he was a blur of impossible speed amidst the monsters, leaving nothing but crimson streaks behind him. The surrounding soldiers could only stand there, completely stunned, watching as this overwhelming power erased every enemy in its path, turning the scene into a bloodbath. In their minds, a knight was supposed to have a noble swordsmanship, honorable, dignified, and with an unwavering spirit and calm demeanor. But what they were seeing with their own eyes was the exact opposite of that fantasy, a total betrayal of every ideal they held. Godfrederick and his men were frozen. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as they watched the brutal, merciless combat unfold right before them. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. He fought not like a protector, but like a blood-soaked beast. And just like that, it was over. The dungeon was a mess of monster corpses, flickering in the torchlight. Looking at his exhausted troops, Egan realized their strength was gone. He silently wondered how they could be this tired already. He figured it must have been the pure shock of the brutal scene they just witnessed. Had their fighting spirit been broken? Realizing the situation, he knew they had to stop. Just then, Godfrederick approached. "Sir Egan, we've met our quota. So, should we head back?" But Egan's reply was ice cold. "I'm still fine. Who knows when we'll get another chance like this? What a waste." He stated it flatly. "Anyone who wants to leave can go first." Godfrederick immediately shouted, "Then we'll follow you, sir. We're with you." But just as Godfrederick moved, Egan ordered him to lead the soldiers out first. He insisted that he alone was all that was needed for the path ahead, and the mercenaries would be enough to proceed. Hearing this, Paratek rushed forward with a torch. "Please, let me go with you, Sir Egan." While the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, Godfrederick just stood there, watching Egan's back. And in that moment, it hit him. This night, he had understood how tired his men were, and was quietly looking out for them in his own way. Behind that cold exterior was a warm heart. Watching Egan's figure disappear into the dungeon's darkness, Godfrederick thought to himself, "Ian Egan, that man makes me question what a true knight really is. Cold on the outside, a saint on the inside." Meanwhile, Laban trembled with a torch, leading the way into the dark cave and muttering, "Damn it. I'm about to piss my pants and he's still pushing us." But looking at Egan's back, he calmed himself. No, Sir Egan took down a monster all by himself. If it gets dangerous, he'll handle it. Suddenly, a loud crack from under Laban's foot. He looked down in horror at the crushed green spider. He stammered out, "Spider." Instantly, thousands of glowing red eyes appeared from the darkness as giant spiders began crawling down from the ceiling, surrounding them. Laban could only freeze in sheer terror. These were cave spiders, a species that hunts in swarms, using powerful acid to liquefy their prey. Paratek screamed in panic, "There are too many, we have to retreat." In response, Egan just gave a cold glance with his glowing red eyes. Retreat? To Egan, these spiders were nothing. He charged right into the swarm, his blade a blur of silver, tearing the monsters apart in an instant. Seeing Egan already in the fight, Paratek yelled, "Laban, support Sir Egan, he's engaged." Egan was moving like a phantom through the chaos. His sword flashed again and again, each strike a fatal blow. The spiders fell, spraying green fluid all over the cave. Egan's blade was a whirlwind, but the spiders just kept coming. Trapped in the swarm, Laban screamed in pure despair, "Help me." He was being swarmed by the slimy monsters, his face twisted in fear as their sharp legs got terrifyingly close, just inches away from him. Then a massive spider, with glowing red eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, appeared right in front of him. Laban froze, sweating in absolute terror. In that split second, Egan's blade flashed. A critical hit sent the monster flying back, badly wounded. Laban stared up at his savior, completely stunned. Egan's expression remained like ice as he continued to clean up the spiders at an insane speed. His sword tore through the air, sending showers of green monster fluid everywhere. Exhausted, Laban finally collapsed to the ground, just gasping for air. He watched the gruesome scene unfold. After the storm of blades, countless spider corpses now littered the dark cave floor. It was the kind of fight where, when you look around after, you're the only one left standing. Laban stared at Egan, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. His eyes were filled with a mix of worship and pure terror, and he thought to himself, "Sir Egan, are you even human?" He struggled to his feet, trying to calm down. "You're truly invincible. Sir Egan, you've killed enough now. Can we please go back?" Laban looked to his captain for backup. "Captain, you agree, right?" But the captain was silent, rooted to the spot, with a look of absolute horror. He trembled, whispering in despair. Something like this. Is in a place like this? Lomer-class monsters have ranks, but high-level encounters are incredibly rare. The exploration team never even considered this possibility. Before them was a creature of impossible size, the highest rank of cave spider, the Spider Lord. A giant monster with countless red eyes and gruesome fangs loomed just above them. The captain felt it, then the cold, certain presence of his own death. The giant spider let out a roar that tore through the dungeon, its presence absolutely crushing. Facing this high-level threat, the mercenaries completely panicked. They began to tremble and beg, "Please, let us retreat, Sir Egan. We can't do anything against a High Lord. At least wait for Sir Ganfrederick and his reinforcements." But facing their terror, Egan remained strangely calm. He softly called their names. Parutek. Laban. Egan's eyes suddenly flared with a deadly crimson light. And when he gets serious, someone's about to die. He commanded coldly, "You two, get back. This prey is mine." Not daring to refuse, the two men quickly agreed and immediately turned tail and ran. Deep down, Patrick was shaken by the crushing killing intent all around him. What was this? The sensation was like losing all control of his body. It was as if every nerve was screaming at him to flee right now. Witnessing this, the spirit Mirian appeared, full of scorn. "You kids. Your instincts have already surrendered to the power gap between you and my master, haven't they?" She wondered if this overlord could match the Swamp Master's strength, then came to a quick conclusion. No, he's probably even stronger than the Swamp Master. This was getting intense. Mirian eagerly awaited the coming spoils. Then the magic stone should be bigger too, right? The giant spider lunged from above to attack, but was instantly ripped in two by a single vertical slash. Egan stood there, holding a piece of the monster's corpse, his eyes cold and emotionless. He began to feel a change in his body. Black scales covered his arm as he absorbed the Overlord's magic stone. The second ability he gained from it was the power of camouflage. With his enhanced flesh, the first effect was to protect his body. Now, combined with his camouflage ability, he could regenerate human skin, finally allowing him to stand in the sunlight. This let him avoid the trouble of dodging the sun at an outdoor party. Egan's appearance without a mask left all the noble ladies completely stunned. "Sir Egan, you're not wearing your mask anymore?" They surrounded him, buzzing with admiration. "So you were wearing a mask to hide this handsome face all along? Hiding a face like this is just unfair." The excited crowd pressed the knight. "Tell us about the last dungeon raid." A fan chimed in. "I heard you took down that giant spider all by yourself?" Egan just sat silently amidst the circle of excited praise. Laban laughed heartily. "Haha, my boss is a real powerhouse." Meanwhile, the spirit Mirian buzzed in his ear. "Go on, knight, tell them about your glorious victory. Or are you going to stick with the cool, silent type?" His stunning appearance led the girls to start speculating. "Your looks are just too magnificent. Could it be you have elven blood in your veins?" This comment made Gunfrederick blurt out, "An elf?" Egan felt a surge of annoyance at all this unwanted attention. Contrary to his hopes, becoming a noble was turning out to be more of a hassle than anything else. Suddenly, Gunfrederick slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. He boldly declared, "Aha! Now it all makes sense." Gunfrederick started listing all the strange things he'd noticed. "From the moment you entered the dungeon, your eyes were bright as headlights, your hearing sharp as a wolf's, your movements are incredibly nimble, and your spear-throwing strength is insane. I knew you were no ordinary man, but elven blood? Never guessed that. Honestly, this is a pretty wild hand to be dealt." Gunfrederick laughed heartily. With looks like his, trying not to stand out would be pretty difficult. He rested his chin on his hand, wondering, how did you manage to hide for so long? Egan just stayed silent, annoyed by the red-haired knight's sharp perception. Egan lightly touched his chin, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Well, I never intentionally tried to hide in the first place." His casual remark left Gunn, Frederick, Felician, and the women around them completely speechless. Seeing that deadpan expression, Gunfrederick couldn't help but point and exclaim, "To lie with such a straight face like that." Meanwhile, the noble ladies next to Egan couldn't stop swooning over his beauty. Oh my goodness. Faced with all the teasing, Egan made a quick calculation in his head. Just tell them what they want to hear? From now on, if anyone gets suspicious, he could just blame it on having elven ancestors. But deep down, he recognized the terrifying change after the battle. It felt like after days of being weak, he finally got a power-up to climb out of society's gutter. Swallowing the magic stone didn't just grant him an ability. The tattoo vanished, and new memories flooded his mind. A brilliant red light flashed in his eyes as strange images rushed in. He saw himself lying in an unfamiliar place, with his current appearance, a soft hand holding his. In that strange space, bells chimed as Egan felt countless eyes fixated on him. He questioned himself in vain. Everyone is looking at me. I'm Egan, not someone named Jang Won-young. Who was that woman in my memories? No. First of all, are those even my memories? His past was a thick fog that he couldn't remember at all. Everything was hazy and distant. The only thing I've managed to hold on to. Egan was lost in thought when a desperate cry pulled him back to reality. Sir Egan! Sir Egan! Please save me! He snapped his head around to see Gun Frederick brutally grabbing Laban. The red-haired man sneered. You useless punk! I heard everything. You said that I'm just a burden to Sir Egan? Gun Frederick tightened his grip on the boy, grinning wickedly. That's because Sir Egan isn't human. A normal person would have run away a long time ago. He turned to the trembling boy. So are you saying Sir Egan is a monster? For now, I'll give you a little taste of hell. Amidst the lively party atmosphere, Egan remained perfectly still. His eyes were closed, deep in thought. The only thing I remember is the name Egan, but after this incident, I'm starting to get a feeling. Looking at the fading sigils, he thought, if I keep removing these tattoos one by one, maybe I'll uncover the truth. Egan realized he wasn't the fake titles people gave him, like knight or elf-blooded. He was his own true self. Time passed, and he went with Felician to the room where the Lord was recuperating. Seeing them, the Lord whispered weakly, I heard you succeeded in opening the dungeon this time. Crema bowed respectfully. Yes, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Xiaowen. I am Crema, the third son of my family. Egan also stepped forward, introducing himself with a fake identity. I am Ian, Egan's eldest son. The Lord nodded weakly. Yes, you must have gone through a lot. He ordered his attendant to bring a scroll for Egan. I heard Sir Egan needs proof of identity. I don't know if this will help, but it will serve as perfect proof of identity for Sir Ian of the Egan family. Egan took the scroll and replied softly. Thank you, my lord. Just then, a violent coughing fit racked the Lord's body, leaving him breathless as those around him cried out, Father! With his last ragged breaths, the old lord gripped his son's hand, leaving him with a warning. Camera, because of your brother's ambition, I cannot rest. A heartbroken Camera tried to soothe him. Please, don't worry, father. I will protect the lands you worked so hard to build. But the Lord only whispered his final words of wisdom. My dearest son, that land is nothing more than black dust. Remember this. A true lord must know how to lead people, not territory. Feely stood silently in the background, witnessing the heavy final moments of the Tioni family. He never knew what kind of lord Tioni had been, but his funeral was filled with a deep sorrow, attended by many who clearly mourned his passing. However, when it comes to death, not everyone feels the same. Berthio stood apart, his face a mask of contempt, his eyes burning with pure hatred. As the funeral ended, a knight apologized for having to leave. Egan calmly replied, It's fine, I understand you have your own schedule. Right after, Gun Frederick turned to him. Sir Egan, are you really planning to stay here? Egan casually confirmed it. I'm thinking of hitting the dungeon one more time. It's a waste to just leave it open. Might as well farm some more. Gun Frederick just let out a wistful laugh. What a shame. Count Evergrow would have valued a man like you. The red-haired knight then sincerely extended his hand. It was an honor to fight against a knight as powerful as you. I hope the next time we meet, we won't be enemies. Egan quietly accepted the respectful handshake before they parted ways. That handshake felt like a billion-dollar deal being signed between two corporate giants. As Gun Pradik rode off, Pytek yelled after him, Please take care, Sir Gun Pradik. Egan immediately turned and barked an order. Pytek, prepare to leave. This sudden command left, Feely baffled. Wait, didn't you just say you were staying? Pytek quickly explained that a knight needs a horse, so they were heading out to find one for Egan, and on the way, they'd stop by the Merchants Guild to sell their monster loot. Hearing this, Feely's eyes lit up with determination. I see, then I will also work hard to serve you. But Egan just shot him a cold, sharp look, cutting him down instantly. Serve me? There is nothing you need to serve me for in the near future. Feely froze, completely stunned, stammering as he tried to understand what his master meant. The scene now shifts to Marin, a bustling seaport in Keller, the kingdom's largest trade city. Here, the sharp shouts of foremen echo across the docks. Their orders cut through the noise of ships coming and going. And down on the docks of Marin, astonished whispers were starting to spread like wildfire. Right in front of a colossal pile of goods, the locals could only stare in disbelief. All of this loot was brought back from a monster den by a single knight. What? Standing proudly in the crowd, a man declared, That's right, every last bit of this is the spoils of Sir Ian Egan. That name immediately sent a shockwave through the entire port. Ian Egan? Isn't that the rising star knight who single-handedly wiped out the trolls in the TG World territory? The crowd buzzed with excitement as they realized just who they were looking at. The rookie who snapped a troll's neck with his bare hands. Unknown yesterday, a top trending topic today. But as the crowd chattered on, Egan had business to attend to. After getting the goods sorted, Egan stepped into the Merchants Guild office to negotiate. A man named Bielmo spoke respectfully. "Sir Egan, this might take a while, you see. Please don't worry, Sir Egan." He then introduced himself with a formal bow. "I am Bielmo, a representative of the Palin Merchant Guild, the top trading group in Marlin. I will personally take responsibility for processing all of these spoils of war." Egan quietly sized up the talkative Bielmo, realizing this guild was far bigger than he'd imagined. He had his doubts at first, even after hearing Pytek's recommendation about this place. But just as Bielmo was promising an exclusive contract, a loud bang echoed through the office. The door slammed open, and in walked a middle-aged man with a monocle. He strode in with an air of absolute authority and asked coldly, "Which one of you is Knight Egan?" Egan's companion leaned in, whispering nervously, "Sir Egan, this could get complicated. This man is the personal secretary to the vice chairman of the Palin Guild." Egan just frowned, demanding a simple explanation for this intrusion. His companion warned him that this newcomer held far more power than Bielmo, and he was likely here to snatch away all the loot for a dirt-cheap price. Bielmo tried to step in. "Hey, Mr. Gray, Sir Egan and I are in a private negotiation." But Gray immediately and brutally clamped a hand over his mouth. Gray's voice was ice-cold. "Bielmo, don't you dare compete with someone you can't possibly beat. Besides, I don't see any signed contract here yet. Trying to steal a deal before it's even signed. Even an animal has more class." He then turned to Egan with a smug, mocking sneer, convinced the rumors about the trolls were just a baseless publicity stunt. Gray scoffed in contempt. What an obvious trick from such a naive little boy. The arrogant man then stepped forward and made his declaration. "The vice chairman of Palin himself wishes to sign a special contract directly with you, Sir Egan, so please, leave this dump and come with me." He sneered, thinking Egan was just some rookie knight. He was about to expose this fraud for what he was. But then a suffocating pressure suddenly crushed the entire room, stunning Gray as cold sweat poured down his face in pure terror. Before Egan's blazing red eyes, the secretary's entire demeanor flipped. "Oh, how rude of me. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Gray, secretary to the vice chairman of Palin." He went from a condescending jerk to a bootlicker in less than a second. He tried to save face, insisting this was a fantastic opportunity for Egan, but our knight just cut him off. "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Gray began sweating bullets, stammering an explanation. "Of course, a better deal for your spoils." Egan's eyes narrowed as he interrupted. "Better?" The man clearly wasn't convinced. Gray hastily revealed that the vice chairman himself would negotiate, but Egan's quiet response made him tremble. "The vice chairman? Directly?" Feeling the killing intent thicken in the air, Gray panicked and bowed deeply. "If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. I meant absolutely no disrespect." To Egan's deadly quiet question, "Disrespect?" The secretary was so terrified he practically tripped over himself to escape. "My apologies, I will return later." And he bolted. Watching the whole thing unfold, Bielmo was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Sir Egan!" Bielmo was so moved, he was sobbing like the star of a tragic romance. He was convinced Egan had flatly rejected a massive deal with the vice chairman just to protect their agreement. "You were willing to refuse the contract with the vice chairman all for my sake?" Overcome with admiration, Bielmo dropped to his knees and swore an oath. "I, Bielmo, swear to support you with everything I have. Whatever you need, Sir Egan, I will do it." A mysterious smirk played on Egan's lips. "Is that so? I like that attitude." Bielmo was sure he had finally earned the knight's trust. Bill excitedly asked when he could start, but Egan shot him down with an ice-cold tone. "What do you mean, right now? Get out." Meanwhile, at the Merchants Guild, Ray was nervously reporting his failure, quietly asking, "Sir, was your offer rejected?" Ray bowed his head in shame, confirming that Egan was definitely not the pushover the rumors had claimed. Underestimating him was a big mistake. The vice president, however, wasn't angry at all, calmly telling him to raise his head. She figured knights always give merchants a hard time because of their ridiculous sense of honor. Then, with a sinister smile, she made a declaration. "Then we'll just have to use our own methods to give them a hard time back. For merchants like us, money and goods are our real power." Through the window, She watched Egan walk away and scoffed, especially when the opponent is just a dirt-poor knight who can't even afford a decent horse. Go and give Sir Egan a gift, one that no broke knight could ever refuse. Egan, meanwhile, gave a cold order. It left Feely stunned, unable to believe his ears. The boy asked again, crestfallen. You want me to stay here and sell all this loot? Egan confirmed it. Feely's job was to keep selling the monster materials Egan brought back. The boy demanded to know why he was always left behind, asking if he wasn't strong enough. In a moment of desperation, he vowed to start training with the sword immediately so he wouldn't be a burden. Egan turned, looked him dead in the eye, and asked a question. What is the duty of a slave? Caught off guard by the pop quiz, the boy trembled and answered, to support the knight they serve in combat and daily life. Egan nodded, affirming, You understand well. Your job is to support me as a slave. He explained that selling loot for money is the duty of a knight's slave. Egan firmly told Feely to discuss the details with Bumo, who would teach him the ropes of business. Watching Egan's back, Feely realized he'd be dead without him. He felt ashamed for complaining about something so small. Just then, Egan's promise echoed in his mind. When we have enough money, I'll consider teaching you swordsmanship. Sooner or later, you'll have to support me in battle as a slave. Feely's eyes lit up with hope as he placed a hand on his chest, swearing to obey Egan's every command. Under a brilliant sunset, Feely waved his master goodbye. Egan walked off with an empty leather pouch, sighing to himself, Does money always disappear this fast? Even with minimal spending, he was completely broke. Money comes in slow and leaves in a flash. The spirit Miriam flew beside him, crying over their empty wallet. She worriedly asked if they would make any money soon. Egan was silent, his eyes fixed on a powerful new set of armor displayed in a shop window. Egan couldn't help but admire it. Whoa, that's the red armor. Every knight's dream. Dream as in expensive? Egan stared intently at the suit. It's more than expensive. This is a treasure that even the wealthiest knights would pass down for generations, not something you just throw away. As they were talking, a soldier rushed over, shattering the calm. Sir Egan! The soldier, gasping for breath, delivered the bad news. The Loamers from the eastern forest are approaching the city. The Marin guilds are trying to hold them back. Hearing this, Egan's companion's eyes lit up. Sir Egan, maybe we should join the suppression this time. A true slave to money, his eyes practically glowed. Egan asked him why. The man began analyzing with a calculated look. Because unlike raiding a claimed den, there's no fee for killing Loamers. He then stressed the economic upside. This is Marin, a city overflowing with money. It's the best place to sell loot and spoils for a high price, with no transportation costs. His eyes gleamed with pure greed. In other words, this is our chance to make $1 million. Egan wasn't about to miss this either, ordering decisively, Let's go, there's no reason to hesitate. But just as they were about to leave, a voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. It was Gray, the vice president's secretary. He ran up, completely exhausted. Wait, please wait. He looked like he was about to collapse right there on the spot. He was leading a magnificent black horse, and he formally announced, The vice president sent me to present you with a warhorse, sir. He couldn't stop praising the animal. Its coat was like black velvet, its muscles rippling. This is a purebred steed with a verified lineage. Egan seemed slightly surprised, repeating, The vice president sent this? His sharp gaze accidentally terrified Gray, sending a chill down his spine. Oh God, that look again. No, it's not like we want anything from you, sir. This is just a small gesture of our sincerity. Seeing the secretary's panicked state, Egan said nothing more and, in a flash, vaulted onto the horse's back. His movements were fluid and decisive, landing perfectly on the warhorse. Egan spurred the horse forward, leaving only a short message behind. Send my thanks to her. He then took off, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Miriam floated beside him, cheering excitedly. Time to rake in the cash, master. The spirit was just as money-crazed as her owner. Watching the knight disappear into the distance, the soldiers frantically asked their captain, He's already gone ahead. What do we do, Captain? The captain, sweating bullets, watched helplessly. He's too fast. We'll never catch up. He then roared at his men. What are you doing? After him, you idiots. As the soldiers scrambled to follow, Ray just stood there, watching thoughtfully. Out in the eastern forest, the air was thick with the stench of death. Just as the monsters were tearing into their prey, the sound of thundering hooves shattered the silence of the woods. The sound alone was pure intimidation. The monsters looked up, confused, but before they could react, a black shadow shot past them like a bolt of lightning. Egan swung his sword faster than the eye could see. His enemy was neutralized in a single breath, completely defenseless. His cold eyes scanned the brutal scene without a hint of emotion. He spurred his horse deeper into the danger zone. Mirian watched from above and called out, "Master, with that many Lomers, this must be a large-scale invasion." The woman muttered nervously, wondering if the Marin guilds up ahead were already annihilated. But her companion felt the exact opposite. Egan's eyes, however, flared with an excited crimson. Perfect, he thought. For him, the absence of anyone else was nothing short of a gift. It was a welcome sign, because as Egan coldly declared, he never shared his spoils. He spurred his horse onward, a blur cutting through the dense forest leaves. The sound of thundering hooves tore through the undergrowth, kicking up a storm of dust in the slivers of sunlight ahead. A brutal battlefield unfolded before him, soldiers locked in a desperate fight for their lives against monstrous creatures. They were ferocious Oros, fighting under a blazing red flag. Trapped in the chaos, a blonde knight named Marika, clad in silver armor, screamed, "You won't kill me. You will not advance another step." But the monsters just roared and charged. Her terrified horse buckled, sending Marika crashing painfully to the unforgiving ground. Pinned down but unbroken, she tried to hold her ground. "I, Marika, a knight of justice, swear on the honor of Marin." But her oath was cut short. The shadow of an Oros loomed over her, its eyes burning like embers. Marika could only gasp, staring death right in the face. And in that instant, all her knightly pride shattered. She trembled, screaming in pure despair, "Please, spare me!" Right as the monster's weapon was about to fall, a flash of steel. Out of nowhere, a blade tore through the air, cutting the enemy down instantly. Marika could only stare, stunned, as Egan appeared like a phantom on his black horse. His crimson eyes radiated a bone-chilling killing intent. Egan didn't even pause, unleashing a storm of devastating slashes from his saddle. He cut down every Oros in his path in the blink of an eye. Each fatal strike landed with impossible speed and grace. Witnessing such overwhelming power, tears of gratitude welled in Marika's eyes. "Thank you," she stammered. "Who are you?" But Egan couldn't have cared less about her thanks. He instantly spun around, sensing another monster charging from behind. With a powerful swing, the beast lashed out with immense force. The blow sent Marika flying, her silver armor now splattered with blood. But in that split second, Egan was already moving, closing the distance instantly. His blade, already red, became a blur of brutal slashes to save her. Perfect timing. Almost like he knew exactly what would happen. "My name?" Egan shot her a cold glance, his voice flat. "Does it matter right now? If you die here, my name is useless to you." Faced with such cold logic, Marika actually laughed. "You've got a point there." More Oros monsters charged in, a frenzied wave of claws and teeth. But Egan's blade moved faster, blocking every single attack. Fighting alongside him, Marika declared, "If we survive this hell, I'm asking for your name again." Later, as their group approached the great merchant city of Marin, they were ambushed. Hundreds of goblins swarmed them like a plague of locusts. Surrounded, Egan and his allies fought heroically down to the wire. In the most critical moment, the knight coldly sliced through the remaining goblins. And Marika made sure everyone knew she pulled her weight in the fight, too. At last, the battle was over. Humanity had won. The city of Marin was safe. A good thing, too. Losing that fight would have tanked everyone's reputation for sure. Amidst a crowd of buzzing townspeople, Marika excitedly retold the tale, before catching herself. A curious local immediately jumped in. "So who was that knight?" The crowd was practically begging for the details, hanging on her every word. Marika gave a mysterious smirk. "Heh, you really want to know, don't you?" She looked them all in the eye. Then, she announced the savior's name for all to hear. "His name is Ian Egan." That name sent an immediate shockwave through the city. Whispers of his legendary deeds started to spread. "Isn't that the knight who single-handedly cleared the dungeon in the Absolute Star territory? I heard he once ripped the spine from a troll while it was still alive." The people's admiration exploded. They couldn't stop praising the legendary knight who had saved their city. Down at the docks, one man's voice rose above the rest in a cheer. "Sir Ian Egan is the hero of Marin." Soon, the chant Ian Egan, echoed through every street, reaching the ears of the city's most powerful figures. Standing by his window, watching the chaos below, was Louis Felon. As the mayor of Marin and former head of the Felon Merchant Guild, he was deep in thought. The more famous this man gets, he thought, the harder he'll be to control. He turned to his niece with a worried expression. "Is it really all right to let this continue, Frisella? My beautiful niece?" But despite his concern, Frisella just gave a confident smile, asserting, "Of course it is. Everything is well within my control." Frisella's smile was pure calculation. In fact, she wanted Egan to become even more famous. The bigger the hero, the bigger the opportunity, after all. Because the greater a knight's reputation, the greater his fear of losing it. She then shifted topics, asking about the young ward Egan travels with the one who sells them his spoils. Then, Frisella dropped a bombshell. That child, she revealed, is the secret, illegitimate heir of the former mayor's family. This news immediately caught Louis Felon's complete attention. Frisella continued her assessment. Egan is clearly raising all this money to support that secret heir. His motives were so obvious, she thought. He was like an open book. She believed that by carefully managing both of them, they could form an alliance with someone who might just become the future head of that very powerful family. Louis let out a smug laugh, impressed by his niece's sharp thinking, using the secret heir to get leverage on the knight. As the mayor of Marin, Louis knew what to do. He decided they must send a gift to properly thank the hero of their city. And he nominated Frisella herself to be the one to host him. He told her to make the most of this golden opportunity. Frisella accepted respectfully. Inside, she thought, a thirsty man will always seek out water. For a master merchant like herself, the only thing left to do was dig the well and wait. She was confident that as long as she showed no aggression, her prey would walk right to her, and he would drink every last drop of the water she offered. Just then, the door opened, and an imposing, dark-clad figure stepped inside. Frisella smiled brightly to welcome her guest. "Please, come in." The hero of Marin, Sir Ian Egan. He stood there in his imposing black and red armor, his voice calm. "I came to express my thanks. You are Frisella, correct? The vice-director of the Felon Merchant Guild?" Frisella gracefully invited him to take a seat, confirming that she was indeed the one he sought. As they sipped their tea, she silently observed the knight across from her. Frisella was honestly stunned that someone with Egan's ruggedly handsome looks could even exist. This was the same terrifying man who once snapped the heads off trolls. She knew instantly he was unlike any knight she had ever met before. Frisella smiled, smugly introducing his new gear. The armor from the mayor suited him perfectly, custom-made from Marino's finest forge. She went on to explain that this armor, it was crafted from special steel, LC iron, and ogre bone so tough not even a dragon's fang could pierce it. Admiring the priceless gift, Egan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This would definitely give him an edge in the next dungeon. He also thanked the guild for the fine food and lodging they'd prepared, noting how it had fired up his mercenaries' morale. He hoped for good results, but kept a measured tone. "I didn't expect these gifts, but I acknowledge your goodwill." Frisella let out a sly chuckle, the kind that means a big deal is on the table. Sensing the moment was right, she moved to the main topic. "Now, about my proposal." But Egan shot to his feet, cutting her off cold. "I'm busy. I have to go." The move left Frisella completely stunned, at a loss for words. Before she could finish, Egan was already walking away, leaving a vague promise behind. "I'll stop by when I'm done clearing the Tien family's dungeon." Frisella rushed to stop him, but he coldly drew a clear line between them. "No, that's not it. My contract is only about the loot from this raid." He made it clear this was likely their final goodbye. Next time, he would just collect 10 magic stones and offer a quick, "See ya." Frisella gritted her teeth in fury and shouted, "Wait!" Egan paused, glancing back with a completely blank expression. Frisella, regaining her composure, stepped forward with her men. "We still have much to discuss." To Egan's question, "What do you mean?" Frisella dropped all pretense of courtesy and addressed him directly, "Sir Egan, there's a limit to playing dumb, you know?" She then listed every luxury he'd received: Marin's best armor, a pedigreed horse, a high-class hotel, and lavish meals for his entire crew. Egan's soldiers, standing nearby, could only bow their heads in discomfort. Just then, an old man with a monocle chimed in. "The spoils you sold the guild don't even cover half of that amount." Frisella moved in close to Egan, her voice dripping with venom. "Don't tell me you don't know that everything in this world has a price? Or did you miss that lesson?" She got straight to the point, no more games. Smirking, she stared directly into the knight's eyes, her expression a pure challenge. "If that's not the case, then you're just a shameless knight with no honor." Frisella cornered him, threatening his hard-won reputation. "Do you want the people of Marin who praise you so much to learn this truth?" Egan remained silent, but his crimson eyes flashed with a sharp, dangerous light as he faced this calculating woman. Faced with her questions, Egan's lips curled into a mocking smirk. He spoke coldly. How amusing. He laid it all out. She tried to order him around, gave him unsolicited gifts, and was now demanding something in return. His eyes flared with a threatening red glow. His voice dropped, freezing the air around them. "A lowly merchant like you dares to threaten me? The tables had turned. The night's overwhelming aura left Frisella and her group frozen in terror. Egan calmly stated, "To be clear, you seem to be mistaken. So let me spell it out. I signed a contract with your Felian Guild through View Mall." He strode past Frisella, his heels clicking decisively on the floor. "As long as you buy my goods properly, I'll leave you be. As for what the people of Marin say about me, I couldn't care less." Egan paused, shooting the red-haired woman a sinister smile. "But as you said, everything has its price. Go ahead, run your mouth all over town. Then you'll learn what a real price is." Before leaving, he delivered a sharp warning aimed squarely at the guild's honor. "From my perspective, the Felian Guild is colluding with Marin to abuse the very knight who saved this city. Go on, keep living like that. Next time danger strikes, don't expect any knights to step up and protect Marin. My business here is done. I'm leaving." Frisella stood frozen, her face a mask of shock at his razor-sharp words. He had completely dismantled her argument before she could even counter. One of Egan's men stepped forward, bowed, and said apologetically, "Forgive our rudeness, Vice Chief. This is truly a shame." Watching him leave, Frisella gritted her teeth, thinking they could have been partners. But her veteran merchant's instinct refused to let this prize slip away. Frisella suddenly called out, "Sir Egan, please wait just a moment." To everyone's astonishment, the arrogant vice chief bowed deeply. "I was truly disrespectful. I, Frisella, of the Felian Guild's Marin branch, sincerely apologize to you, Sir Egan." She openly admitted her mistake, saying her greed had gotten the best of her and that she'd tried to dominate their relationship. To make up for it, she begged to start over. "We will maintain our current contract, and we will add a new clause. I guarantee you will not have to worry about a single thing anymore." Deep down, Frisella realized Egan was completely different from the greedy knights she was used to dealing with. Her eyes burned with determination as she stared at him, her intuition screaming not to lose someone so formidable. He finally declared, "Fine. I'll hear your offer," his own eyes blazing with defiance. "But it had better be an appealing one." Seeing his firm stance, Frisella quickly bowed again. "Thank you for your generosity." And so, a new journey began. Egan was now clad in majestic silver armor, riding a black steed at the head of his dazzling army. His face was so flawless you'd think he applied foundation before battle. The spirit Mirian flew around him, gushing, "Hey, this fancy gear isn't half bad. A knight really needs proper armor and a horse to look cool," she exclaimed, before marveling at the beauty of the land around them. Riding beside him, a mercenary marveled at the new deal. "This contract is solid, Sir Egan." Seeing Egan's curiosity, he explained just how massive the Felian Guild truly was. With hundreds of branches across the Roman Empire dealing with elite families like the Tians, he saw the proposal for unlimited linked dungeons as a massive breakthrough, even better than getting a noble title. This guy sounded like a startup founder who just secured major funding. Hearing the praise, Egan barely gave him a glance. He was just saying what was necessary. Seeing his subordinate get distracted, Egan gave a cold reminder. "You think some flashy armor makes you a real knight?" But he stopped short, feeling hostile eyes fixed on him from ahead. A massive, bald mercenary with a giant axe slung over his shoulder sneered at Egan. "Look at that baby face. Can he even hold a sword?" Mirian roared back in fury. "Hey, what did that rotten potato-faced loser just mumble?" But Egan ignored the taunts and walked toward the lord. The young noble offered a warm welcome. "Sir Egan, you're right on time." He then smugly insisted on being called Lord Tian now. Egan dismounted, noting the man's new attitude. "Let's keep it casual. You've changed a lot." They walked together, discussing the current situation. Lord Tian anxiously revealed his younger brother hadn't given up, and had even hired a new band of mercenaries. It sounded like a prime-time family drama. He felt something was deeply suspicious this time. Egan recalled the last group of shady mercenaries torn apart by wolves, confirming this new crew gave him the same bad feeling. With complete trust in his eyes, the new lord pleaded, "That's why I need your help to clear this dungeon." Egan took the job. Standing before the dark dungeon entrance, he called out, "Hey, Lord Tian." Immediately, the old, scarred mercenary leader stepped forward, making a spine-chilling offer. "If that kid dies in the dungeon, does that make me the captain?" The blunt question made the lord stammer in shock. He whirled around, his voice filled with fury. "What in the world are you talking about? Look, I just want to be clear up front. This is no picnic." He glanced at Egan, his voice a low growl reminding them of this place's brutality. "A dungeon is where lives are cheap as dirt. You have to be prepared for anything." He wasn't wrong, but you still wanted to punch him. The old man flashed a sinister grin at Egan, a clear challenge. "I hope you're fully prepared." The lord trembled and called out, "Captain, While Egan kept his terrifyingly cold expression, he suddenly smirked and shot back with biting sarcasm. Great idea. If I die, the bald one becomes captain. The mercenary was completely floored. Egan repeated dismissively, the bald one. Done wasting time, he turned and gave the order. We have a backup plan, so let's move out now. As the group started moving, the spirit Mirian floated beside Egan, anxiously pointing. Sir, that man. Egan simply replied, I know. He knew this had to be Bertel's scheme. He plans to use these mercenaries to eliminate me inside the dungeon. The group trudged deeper into the cave, the air thick with the stench of death, as Egan silently observed his companions. He thought to himself, but what if things don't go exactly as they planned? In the darkness, his eyes suddenly blazed with a deadly red light, a cruel smile forming on his face. This might actually be fun. Egan's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, preparing for the coming slaughter. The spirit Mirian could feel his excitement too. She flew around him, letting out an eerie laugh. Then, the sound of tearing air echoed as Egan's blade finally sang. He moved like a phantom, unleashing devastating slashes that tore through the bodies of charging monsters. But Egan didn't slow down, stepping over the piles of corpses and leaving a gruesome scene in his wake. In just a flash, Egan silently moved deeper into the dungeon's shadows, where the real threats were still lurking, waiting for him. Witnessing this overwhelming power, the commander Gefresh was secretly stunned. His reputation is no exaggeration, a one-man army on the front lines. He realized Egan's presence made the mercenaries almost useless, like he was a giant shield blocking every single threat for the entire team. It was like getting a free carry to a higher rank without lifting a finger. But behind that awe was a dark plot brewing. Gefresh ground his teeth, watching Egan. He was just waiting for the one perfect chance to slide his poisoned blade across that detestable face. Reaching the mid-level monster zone, Egan suddenly stopped and declared coldly, From here on out, I can't guarantee your lives. Anyone who wants to follow can come. He stressed again that only those truly confident in their skills were allowed to follow him. Gefresh's men immediately chimed in that they'd follow their captain anywhere, while the scheming old man cheered internally, knowing his opportunity to strike had come. As two young soldiers started forward, Gefresh suddenly ordered them to stop, saying the team would rest here because Egan seemed to have other plans. Egan quietly walked into the deep darkness alone, his mind drifting to the past. He recalled the last time he was here, he was with Gefresh, and felt how dull everything was without his old comrade around. Though they'd only observed each other for a short time, Egan rated Ganpredic as an exceptional commander, one who knew how to raise morale and always took the most dangerous position himself. Top-tier talent, no introduction needed. Even leading this pack of misfits, he could have easily cleared this dungeon. Egan narrowed his eyes in deep thought, wondering how Ganpredic would have handled a situation like this. Meanwhile, behind his back, Gefresh and his cronies had started drawing their weapons, their eyes glinting. So, are you finally dropping the clumsy act? The bald leader growled when he saw Egan's attitude suddenly shift. He simply replied with two cold words, Fine by me. Instantly, a brilliant blue vortex of magical power erupted around his body. Egan looked right at the mercenaries and declared with lethal intent, If you're that eager for death, I will grant your wish. The entire squad panicked at the sight, something they'd never seen before. They trembled and screamed, What the hell is that? Why is there fire? The blue flame raged violently, throwing the scene into absolute chaos as cries for help echoed everywhere. Run! Ah, it's magic. They thought they were setting a trap. Signs like the book. Now they knew who was in charge. The battle plunged into pitch-black darkness as the flames died out, leaving behind total confusion. Damn it, the guy can use magic too. A curse rang out in the suffocating blackness. The mercenaries were totally lost, screaming in desperation, I can't see anything. Damn it. I can't see a thing. The leader tried to regain control, roaring an order. Calm down and relight the torches. How could you be so careless? But in the darkness, a pair of glowing golden eyes appeared, coldly observing their prey. Light them up! The shout had barely faded when the sound of brutal slicing filled the air, followed by blood-curdling screams. This intense battle just turned into a straight-up horror movie. The soldiers descended into absolute panic. What was that? What was that noise? An attack! We're under attack! Their leader roared like a madman. Fight back! But all he heard in return were bodies hitting the floor, one after another. The chaos peaked as they started cutting each other down in the darkness. Wait, that's one of us. Streaks of crimson light danced like the Grim Reaper, leaving a horrific scene of desperate cries for help. Ah, my leg. Then, Egan appeared like a phantom. His glowing red eyes radiated a suffocating pressure. The bald leader trembled, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, I didn't see this coming. There's no light. This darkness just made it easier for the attacker to wreak havoc. The leader frantically tried to strike a spark, his voice cracking as he begged, "Help me." He went from a lion to a scared kitten in seconds. "Light, just light, damn it," he screamed in desperation as the tiny sparks refused to catch fire. Suddenly, he froze, his breath catching in the terrifying, dead silence. A lethal stillness surrounded him completely. Why can't I hear anything? The only sound was the steady, slow tread of Egan's footsteps approaching from behind. "Do you need a light?" The cold voice whispered right next to his ear, making the leader jump in pure terror. "Huh?" Egan casually reached out and struck a spark for him. The flame flared up, illuminating his demonic face. Egan smirked mockingly. "You seem to be having trouble. Let me help." Human eyes are so inconvenient, so weak in the dark. He leaned in close to the man, who was frozen solid with fear, and asked softly, "Well now, can you see more clearly?" The light revealed a horrifying truth. Egan was looking at him with the eyes of a true predator. "So who's the hunter, and who's the prey?" The leader trembled, his mouth stammering out nonsense. You monster!" Egan revealed a set of sharp teeth and a cruel smile in the flickering light. A single, decisive slash tore through the air, cutting through the dark and stormy night. Bolts of lightning ripped across the sky, wrapping around the ancient castle. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. Camera burst into the room, panting as he called out, "Sir Egan!" Egan stood silently by the window, his red eyes glancing at the intruder. Even just standing still, his powerful aura was off the charts. Camera asked with a trembling voice, "Sir Egan, is that report true?" Looking down at the wreckage and the broken man on the floor, he gasped in horror. "What is all this chaos?" Egan answered coldly, "Oh, that? You should ask the person involved directly." The one lying there, barely breathing, was Maverick. He clutched his wounded face, shakily confessing his crime. "It was me. I tried to kill him. I tried to kill Ian Egan." Maverick continued his earth-shattering confession, on the orders of Bertel. And boom, the plot twist no one saw coming. Camera was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed with pure sarcasm. This bastard was always misspeaking. Now he's really lost his mind. He turned and yelled, as if trying to cover up the truth. "Brother, do you really want to go this far? You're the one who needs to wake up. Are you really going to believe the ramblings of a madman?" Egan was completely unfazed. He walked closer to Maverick and pressed him. "What did you say, Maverick? Stop mumbling and speak clearly." Under the suffocating pressure from Egan's glowing red eyes, Maverick completely lost it. He stammered, "What was I trying to do? How could I dare to touch my master?" In a fit of absolute despair, Maverick screamed with regret. "A useless thing like me deserves to die." Camera yelled in alarm. "Wait, what?" But it was too late. Maverick charged straight for the window, shattering the glass and free-falling from the top of the tower. Camera stood frozen by the windowsill, staring in shock and calling his name. "Maverick!" Down in the castle courtyard, the scene was gruesome as Maverick landed with no way to resist. Camera could only stare down in complete, horrified silence. Bertel pointed victoriously at the scene, trying to convince his brother. "See, brother? He clearly went insane after watching people get torn apart by monsters like they were paper, and believing such nonsense would be just too strange, wouldn't it?" But Camera looked at his younger brother with eyes full of suspicion. "I see you seem happy that he died. That makes you even more suspicious." Bertel's casual jab hit a sore spot. Taken aback by the cold accusation, Bertel immediately turned and shouted at Egan. "You too, Ian Egan. Have you no pride left as a knight, daring to slander me with such vague, ridiculous words?" Egan's expression remained ice-cold. His red eyes saw straight into his opponent's soul. "Bertel, on your honor as a knight, tell me, are you truly innocent?" Faced with the direct question, Bertel broke into a cold sweat, stammering his affirmation. "Of course." Immediately, Egan clenched his red-gauntleted fist and declared loudly, "Then, Bertel, on my honor as a knight and in the name of truth, I challenge you to prove it in a duel." A one-on-one showdown was locked in. Egan's defiant challenge was clear. It made Bertel grind his teeth in anger, realizing he had fallen into a trap with no escape. News of the duel spread like wildfire through the castle, causing servants and villagers to whisper and gossip. "The second young master is holding a duel in the front courtyard? Oh my god, what kind of trouble is he causing this time?" Rumors of a dark conspiracy began to circulate. "I heard he hired an assassin." "Hired an assassin? He's always causing trouble, but this is too much." Who was he trying to kill? Another whispered. I heard he wanted to kill the knight that the Lord hired. Amidst the whispers, Egan walked silently in his imposing black armor, heading straight for the dueling ground. In the castle's front courtyard, under a blazing red sunset, both opponents were ready with weapons in hand. Bertel and Egan stood facing each other. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. With a fierce disagreement between them, they would use force to determine the truth. The truth would be delivered. By the true will of the gods, to the hand of the victor, Egan raised his sword to eye level, his cold gaze locked onto his opponent, preparing for the final showdown that would decide everything. Gotta strike a cool pose for the highlight reel first. Bertel roared, pouring all his strength into a series of frantic slashes. Hoping to finish his opponent quickly, Egan remained perfectly calm, his sword precisely blocking every single attack. The sharp clang of metal on metal echoed as sparks flew across the dueling ground. Even as Bertel increased the pressure with powerful swings, Egan stood as firm as a mountain. He neutralized each ferocious slash with effortless grace. After a few tense exchanges, Egan looked coldly at his opponent, remembering his past life as Peter's expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with horror, as if he had just realized something terrible. He screamed in panic. I've found the vampire. Report to Sir Ung direct immediately. Egan didn't flinch. He moved closer, his words dripping with sarcasm. To think I was hunted by someone like you for over 10 years. Children of the desert pass down a nursery rhyme. Old feuds forge a man, but new enemies teach him wisdom. The words stunned Bertel, and before he could even process them, Egan attacked with lightning speed. The relentless barrage of hits gave Bertel no chance to counter. He was sent flying, forced to grit his teeth and endure the blinding pain as his sword was knocked into the air. It spun once before clattering to the ground. He stood frozen in utter shock, the reality of his complete and total failure crashing down on him. Egan advanced coldly. A single, powerful strike brought Bertel to his knees, leaving him collapsed pathetically on the stone floor. He stood tall, looking down on the loser. Egan's eyes glowed with a deadly crimson hue as he declared, Now, it's time for you to pay. All Bertel could do was whimper in despair. He was completely defenseless now. The final, crushing impacts echoed through the thick silence, right as Kamara hurried forward. She intended to summon her magic to end the duel quickly. Egan silently noted that Bertel's swordsmanship was actually quite impressive, but the outcome of this fight was already crystal clear. Even the townspeople watching from the sidelines could see the massive gap in power between the two, as Kamara watched everything unfold. She was stunned, realizing Egan was immensely stronger than her brother. Egan's eyes flared with power as he poured everything into one final, decisive blow. The resulting impact was so immense it shook the very ground. Stop! Kamara's scream tore through the air just as Egan prepared to deliver the finishing strike. He glanced over, annoyed at the interruption. Stop? He questioned coldly, ordering, Get out of the way, this duel isn't over. But Kamara was panicked and out of breath. She rushed forward to shield her brother with her own body. I can't just stand by and watch you kill my brother, Sir Egan. That sibling bond, activating at the most critical moment, a classic shonen trope, he announced that Bertel was gravely injured and could no longer continue the fight. He officially confirmed the injuries, declaring Egan the winner. Bertel, still lying wounded on the ground, screamed like a madman. No, I can still fight. Let me kill that damn bastard myself, Kamara yelled, trying to contain his brother's rage. That's enough. The winner has been decided. He looked at Bertel with a stern gaze and commanded, Accept your punishment with dignity and repent in prison. But with his pride shattered, Bertel lost all control. He roared, Shut up! What crime did I even commit? He slammed his fist on the ground, screaming his enemy's name in pure hatred. Egan! Bertel's bloodshot eyes glared at Egan with absolute loathing. He was seething, completely driven mad by the humiliation. In his mind, all he could scream was, If it wasn't for you, you should have never existed in my life. Then I wouldn't have to suffer like this. But as Egan looked down, his eyes glowing a brilliant red, a sudden and crushing invisible pressure slammed down on Bertel. He gasped out in total shock. Huh? Bertel realized with horror that he was losing control of his own body. Why won't my body listen to me? Even the armor on his body felt off, throwing him into a complete panic. Wait, my armor? Egan simply looked down at the defeated man. With an emotionless gaze, he delivered a final warning. You should have taken the last chance your brother gave you. The entire scene fell into a terrifying silence. Only Egan's silhouette remained, standing tall beside Bertel's motionless body in a pool of blood. Egan spoke the loser's name one last time. It was like a final judgment for all the sins he had committed. In front of the stunned crowd, Egan quietly turned and walked away, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, making a ridiculously cool exit. From a distance, Kamara watched it all, his expression dark. He watched the knight's retreating figure and sighed to himself, "My foolish little brother." After the chaos at the castle, Egan returned to the bustling port city of Marin. As seagulls cried out under a clear blue sky, he walked calmly down a grand hallway with the spirit Miriam. The fairy floated beside him, asking curiously, "Do you have any regrets?" Egan casually tossed a question back. "Regret what?" Miriam pressed on about Maverick. "The first demon you created, was he just a pawn to be thrown away?" Egan smirked, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. "Nothing. He was too weak to even handle becoming one of my demons. Keeping him around would only have risked exposing my identity as a vampire." For Egan, the man had only ever been bait for this duel. His gaze turned to ice. "Did you really think I'd spare someone who dared to bare his fangs at me?" Witnessing that ruthlessness, Miriam could only think, what a cold, heartless vampire. The little fairy whined that vampires are supposed to have hordes of slaves to show off their power. But Egan just shut it down with one line. "Not necessary." You know nothing about the bloodkin," Miriam pouted. Egan thought to himself that creating demons from weaklings was just a waste of time. If I had to choose someone suitable, then. The door swung open, and Egan stepped into a room where a man cried out in alarm. "Huh? Sir Frederick?" Things just got a lot more complicated. The man frantically reported that the situation over there was in total chaos, wondering when he'd even arrived. Egan answered calmly, "It's been 2 weeks." His appearance shocked everyone present, including a red-haired girl and the old manager. "Ah, Sir Egan." The old man greeted him warmly. "Ah, Sir Egan, welcome. I heard you successfully cleared another dungeon." Egan nodded. "Yes, it's good to see you again." He immediately cut to the chase. "So, did something happen to Sir Frederick?" The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy at the mention of the missing knight. The mood completely soured. "Well, 2 weeks ago, Sir Frederick entered the maze in Count Evergrove's territory to clear it, but he vanished inside all by himself." Egan spurred his horse onward through the dense forest, his mind racing. The soldiers had already searched the mid-tier monster zone, but they still hadn't found a single trace of him. Egan's eyes flashed a determined red as he reached his final conclusion. He must be trapped in the high-tier monster zone. The thunder of hooves shattered the silence of the forest as Egan charged forward with everything he had. Javan Evergrove, the eldest son of the Evergrove family, stood on a lavish balcony and greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, Sir Ian Egan. Your reputation precedes you. You're much younger and more handsome than I imagined." Egan bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Javan." Javan motioned for him to come forward with a warm welcome. "Ah, yes. This requires a more detailed discussion. Please, come inside." Once they were in the quiet study, Javan got straight to the point. It seems Sir Frederick became too ambitious. If this dungeon subjugation had been a success, we were planning to promote him, but we never expected him to enter the upper floors on his own. Greed had pushed Frederick too far. Egan, stunned, asked what he meant by "on his own." Javan sighed, confirming it was a place the Evergrove family hadn't touched in 100 years. A place known as the Dungeon Lord's Domain. Egan repeated the ominous title. Just then, another knight declared this being didn't just live in the dungeon. It ruled the entire thing. The new knight appeared, smugly stating Sir Frederick's ambition was to blame, saying his recklessness had caused a huge mess for everyone. Javan quickly made the introduction. "Sir Egan, this is our territory's guardian knight, Sir Rugis." He explained that Rugis had co-commanded the dungeon extermination squad with Frederick. Smirking, Rugis sized Egan up. "A pleasure. I heard you defeated Frederick in a duel. You know," he continued, "we have something in common. I'm the Evergrove tournament champion." "Meaning I also beat Frederick." He stared Egan down, a clear challenge in his eyes. "So we both have that in common. Interesting, isn't it?" His casual words were dripping with provocation. Egan's reply was pure ice. "Does that even matter right now?" Sensing the tension, Rugis quickly softened his tone. "Ah, I just mean it's a shame to lose a talent like Frederick. On our behalf, I sincerely apologize for this situation, Sir Egan." Gavin then asked curiously, "I heard you and Frederick were incredibly close friends. Was that right?" Egan remembered Frederick's sly grin calling them soulmates. He could only give a lukewarm reply. "Ah, yeah, you could say that." Javan's tone turned deadly serious, warning him about the mission's danger. For the last 100 years, every team that tried to conquer the upper floors had vanished without a trace. Because of that, they had a rule. If you're not found within a month, the search is called off. You're declared dead. Gavin Evergrow stared at Egan, his voice grim. Do you understand, Sir Egan? Sir Frederick has been missing for 3 weeks. If we don't find him in the next week, all hope is lost. Hearing this deadline, Egan shot up from his chair, his voice firm. Then I'm leaving. Right now. Jevon immediately stopped him. Wait. I understand your urgency, but the dungeon isn't a place you can just rush into. He then gave him a 3-day timeline. In 3 days, Sir Rugis and I will prepare an elite squad for you. Until then, you need to rest. Egan stood silently, concealing his own plans behind his glowing red eyes. Thank you, Egan replied quietly. But Jevon wasn't finished. One more thing. We've hired a mage, and I'll be assigning them to assist you. Egan was slightly surprised. A mage, huh? Could be useful. Leaving the mansion, he walked out onto the bustling city streets. All the while, his spirit companion whined in his ear, mocking Rugis. Ugh, that spiky-haired knight is useless. He may look scrawny, but trust me, he's not weak. Do you even believe me? I swear I want to splash a bucket of water on his face. But Egan walked on, his mind already racing with questions. Questions about his friend's disappearance. Too many things didn't add up. He recalled Frederick's last words to him. The Count is going to grant me a title from Evergrow for this mission. Why don't you come with me and share in the rewards? Egan could still see the ambition burning on his old friend's face. He figured Frederick must have been promised that title, which explained why he rushed to clear the dungeon. But why the sudden change in plans? And what's more, from what he knew, Frederick wasn't the type to act recklessly for a simple thrill. No matter how rushed, he would have prepared. He would have assembled an elite army and advanced safely, right? Suddenly, a commotion from a nearby crowd shattered his thoughts. Hey, over there! In the middle of the square, a strange cult was holding some kind of bizarre ritual, drawing a massive crowd. The cult leader screamed from a platform, "The Messiah is coming. When the red shadow covers the moon, the goddess will descend in rage and destroy this world. The calamity has already begun." He used recent events to stoke fear earthquakes near the dungeon that caused mass animal deaths. And just recently, a talented knight went missing in that very dungeon. The little spirit gasped. Hey, isn't he talking about spiky hair? The leader continued his crazed sermon. Sprinkle the blood of a calf on your doors and offer the rest of its meat. Only then will the Messiah descend to save this blood-soaked land. The crowd murmured in fear, while the more skeptical onlookers exchanged glances. What the heck is this? Some kind of heretical cult? Egan frowned, looking at a strange leaflet in his hand, wondering what bizarre language it was written in. Mirian, floating beside him, also sensed it. The atmosphere in this town was anything but normal. In the distance, the cult leader kept shouting, "The gods are angry, so you must believe in me." Egan focused on the leaflet. Animals killed by earthquakes near the dungeon. He started connecting the dots. Had part of the dungeon collapsed, letting monsters escape to the surface? If so, he wondered, why did Frederick disappear so mysteriously? He immediately turned and gave Mirian an order. "We need to get to the dungeon. Now." Mirian looked completely lost. "Huh? Why, master?" Suddenly, a stranger with purple hair and a cryptic smile approached them. 3 days is too long, the stranger said. We should just go find him ourselves. Then, they added, well, I never expected to meet a vampire here. Egan froze, completely stunned. The stranger continued their taunts. I heard the vampires on this continent were nearly wiped out by the Holy Knights. Exterminated, weren't they? And yet here you are, walking around in broad daylight. That was the last straw. Egan's rage ignited. In a flash, Egan lunged, his red gauntleted hands snapping around the stranger's throat. His eyes burned with killing intent. Who are you? Tell me now. How did you know what I am? Talk fast or I'll snap your neck. The stranger struggled, choking out. Wait. Hold on. Let go and I'll talk. I'm a pure Grimya. Egan hesitated, his grip faltering. Mirian, floating nearby, muttered, Pure Grimya. That sounds familiar. Suddenly, Mirian shrieked, Ah, master, stop. If you kill her, you'll ruin everything. She's the mage. Egan was still reeling from the revelation. His brain couldn't keep up. Mirian quickly explained that the Pure Grimya were a clan of mages who have served vampires for generations. Egan repeated, stunned. Served? Served who? But before he could get an answer, the purple-haired mage collapsed, slumping unconscious against the wall. Mirian could only state the obvious. Ah, she's unconscious. But the moment Sereno Romari woke up, she screamed right into Egan's face. Why attack first and ask questions later? Who would answer after that? Egan, slightly flustered. let her go and mumbled an apology. He watched the feisty mage before him and had one simple thought. Yeah, this one's got a mouth on her. Cyranoa adjusted her clothes and began a grand introduction. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cyranoa Romari, a member of the Pilgrim sect, specializing in serving vampires. She explained her sect could instantly identify any member of the vampire race. It is an honor to meet one of the children of the night. After that whole resume-like introduction, she also revealed she was looking for Egan at the request of Lord Javin. Egan finally put it all together, so this was the mage Javin had mentioned. Cyranoa then asked, "You and Garfardick are very close friends, correct?" Egan fell silent, cursing his friend internally. That guy's big mouth. When I find him, I'm shutting it for good. Cyranoa then revealed she was part of the very squad that had been sent to clear the dungeon, the same one where Garfardick had vanished. Hearing this, Egan immediately pressed her. Can you tell me everything that happened? Every single detail. Cyranoa began to recall the events. She had joined Count Evergrow's campaign because she needed materials from the dungeon monsters. Evergrow was known to be treacherous, but after being explored for 100 years, every floor was fully mapped out except for the very top. With a nearly complete map, the army advanced with confidence. They suffered a few casualties, but as they pushed deeper inside, disaster struck without any warning. Terrified screams suddenly echoed, "Wait, stop! It's an earthquake!" A massive explosion rocked the entire dungeon, and the ground beneath Cyranoa's feet suddenly crumbled away. In that heart-stopping moment, just as she was about to fall into the abyss, Garfardick, who was guarding the rear, lunged forward to save her and took the fall himself, in her place. Thanks to his sacrifice, Cyranoa miraculously survived. However, instead of gratitude, the other survivors began screaming accusations. How dare he open such a dangerous door? Everyone blamed him, believing Garfardick himself had opened the top floor, triggering the earthquake, but she owed him her life. That's why Cyranoa decided she had to deliver this news to Egan. She looked at him and blurted out, "I just never expected you to be a vampire." Meanwhile, Egan was growing suspicious. Javin's story was far from the truth. Was Javin lying to him, or was someone feeding him false information? Cyranoa then revealed a critical detail, but at that moment, I saw something in the abyss where Sir Garfardick fell. There was a drawing of a giant eye. An eye? Egan repeated in shock. Cyranoa asked if he still had the leaflet from that heretic cult. Egan pulled out the flyer and froze. The symbol on it was an exact match for what Cyranoa had seen in the chasm. That eye was the symbol of the cult currently running rampant. A cult whose followers screamed fanatically, "Worship him! Worship the Messiah who is about to descend." They called for offerings of flesh, blood, and devotion to welcome their Savior. In the shadows of the cathedral, sinners believed their Messiah would guide them to salvation. The cult's leader just smiled, a wicked and knowing grin on his face. As he felt the dark power beginning to stir, he whispered, "He is about to awaken. The holy knights have all been assembled. We are ready to march immediately." Standing before a massive, chained stone gate, a soldier turned to Egan. "What do you think? Are you excited to finally face the dungeon?" Egan's only response was a cold thought in his mind. "I just hope I don't have to carry any bodies back." A nearby commander added, "Yeah, he's not the type to die easily." Hearing Garfardick's name, the soldiers around them laughed heartily. Sir Garfardick really is a trusted man. Egan smiled on the outside, but inside, his own plans were brewing. He may look like a good guy, but he's a snake, pure and simple. Egan knew that while he wanted to enter the labyrinth sooner, Garfardick's disappearance was no ordinary accident. He needed to watch this man's every move. Looking toward a strange, glowing mark, Egan said to himself, "You've waited 3 weeks for me. Surely you can wait another 3 days. Right, Garfardick?" Suddenly, a group of figures in hooded cloaks appeared, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Sir Egan." They introduced themselves as holy knights from the monastery under Evergrow, expressing their honor in accompanying a true knight of faith, one who would risk his life for others. Egan could only offer a forced reply. Well, I try." Meanwhile, his spirit companion snickered. "Heh, a vampire, a true man of faith. That's a good one." The commander looked genuinely surprised. It was incredibly rare for the holy knights to pay any attention to an ordinary knight. He joked, "Sir Egan, maybe you should switch careers and become a holy knight yourself." The thought of a vampire becoming a holy knight made Egan smirk with hidden meaning. The concept itself was a total contradiction. His eyes grew sharp. As he looked toward the wide-open dungeon gate, preparing for the treacherous journey ahead, Egan called his subordinate over. "Patek," a word. The two of them quietly broke away from the army to talk in private, right before they officially stepped into hostile territory. Once inside, the army paused to rest. The commander's voice echoed, "Everyone, take a break here, but stay sharp. Just get some water and return to your positions immediately." In front of them was a magical space with glowing water pillars set among ancient architecture. The spirit, Mirian, cheered with excitement. "Wow, Master, this place is amazing. The water energy here is so rich." Egan, however, just observed his surroundings in silence. He realized this place was completely different from the natural dungeons he had seen. Because it was artificial, it had the minimum conditions necessary to sustain life, and that meant the monster population was only moderate. He stood watching the soldiers gather water, preparing himself for the chaos to come. If the worst-case scenario happened, this labyrinth would also be an ideal shelter for survival. Ruji suddenly appeared with a knowing smirk. "This is the perfect place for evil to hide, don't you think so, Egan?" Egan just answered with a sharp, guarded glare. At this point, he was probably wondering if he needed to ask for the labyrinth's Wi-Fi password if he stayed too long. Ruji's continued his praise as the group moved forward. "Truly outstanding talent. We made it all the way here without a single casualty." Egan didn't seem to care at all. He demanded, "How much farther to the place where Sir Garfordic disappeared?" The guarding knight just smirked. "Don't be so hasty. Didn't you say you trusted Garfordic? But right now, the person you should trust is me. Haven't I already told you? We of Evergrow know every single trap in this labyrinth." Egan coldly questioned him. "Then how come people still die every time you come here?" Rugis let out a savage laugh. "That's a small price to pay. Just consider them sacrifices for a safe return." Entering the labyrinth, Egan's eyes blazed a murderous red at those venomous words. Suddenly, a violent tremor rocked the entire dungeon from its foundations. As dust and rock rained down, a panicked Lugas yelled orders to his soldiers. "Earthquake! Everyone, be on your guard!" The maze's structure was changing. Egan watched cautiously, his senses on high alert as the very walls began to shift and move around them. Lugas pointed forward. "This is it, Lord Egan. It's a shortcut to the upper floor where the walls constantly reform." Massive gears inside the rock began to grind. They crushed stone with a terrifying sound. A soldier screamed in panic. "Lord Egan, an earthquake!" Egan realized something was wrong when he saw it. Lugas was already standing in a safe spot. He demanded, "What do you mean, a shortcut? If there was a contest for suspicious shortcuts, this place would definitely take first prize." Lugas's true colors showed with a wicked smile. "It's right where you're standing, Lord Egan." Instantly, the ground beneath Egan collapsed with the crunch of giant gears. A massive explosion ripped through their formation in a flash, devastating the scene. Egan realized with bitterness this was no natural disaster. It was a deadly trap, set up from the very beginning. He questioned himself amid the chaos. This definitely isn't a natural quake. Ganfordic fell right into the trap this guy spotted. But what was his real goal? A soldier's desperate cry echoed from the distance. "Lord Egan! Over there!" A hard life lesson. This is the price for trusting someone too easily. Egan was horrified by the sight before him. Ganfordic was bound tightly to a stone altar, his body covered in severe wounds. He was completely unconscious. "Ganfordic!" Egan screamed, immediately rushing down to his friend to check on his condition. Touching Ganfordic, Egan let out a sigh of relief. He was still alive. He just needed immediate medical attention. Just then, Romari flew over in a panic, calling out, "Master! Master! Something is very strange here." The water fairy warned that she'd been sensing something incredibly unusual for a while now. It was hiding in the depths of the chasm. Suddenly, an immense pressure and a blazing red wind erupted violently from below. Egan was terrified, shouting, "Where is this wind coming from?" From within the fiery energy, a colossal entity with burning eyes began to appear. It was a monstrous creature with a horrifying form, its entire body shrouded in mystical purple flames. Romari shrieked in terror. "Is that a Minotaurus? What is it doing here?" Facing a high-level enemy, Egan immediately drew his sword, his eyes burning with resolve as he ordered, "Romari, protect Ganfordic." The Minotaurus roared, unleashing a ground-shattering attack. Like a flash of lightning, Egan leaped into the air to dodge and launched a decisive counterattack. He poured all his strength into his blade, creating a radiant slash that tore through space. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted as Egan faced the giant monster head-on, putting all his force into a fatal strike aimed directly at his foe. When you face a tough problem in life, sometimes you just have to charge straight at it. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure sent him flying. Egan was thrown back with a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, a magic circle flared to life like a demon's eye, creating a massive, earth-shaking explosion. It completely obscured the ferocious Minotaurus's vision, knocking it out of the fight. before it could even show off its skills in the chaos. Egan quickly closed the distance to rescue the motionless Ganfridic. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Romari could only stare wide-eyed, trembling in fear. Egan moved like a ghost through the clouds of dust, but the monster's giant hand was already looming right behind him. Romari screamed in pure despair, "Ganfridic!" She quickly deployed a magic circle under Egan's feet, forcefully teleporting him out of the danger zone. Egan was stunned the moment he landed safely. Egan's face twisted in rage, his eyes glowing red and his teeth sharp as he roared. "What in the world are you doing?" Romari explained, trembling and sobbing. "Lord Egan, that's a Minotaurus. It's one of the highest-level monsters." She stood in front of him, desperately warning him about the massive power gap. "Even a vampire would die," she insisted. Egan gritted his teeth, his voice cold and seething with killing intent. "You are insolent, Romari." Before Egan's terrifying presence, Romari bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry, Lord Egan." But she remained firm in her decision. "But I can't just stand by and watch a vampire rush to his death. Fighting a Minotaurus head-on like this, the chance of winning is just too low." She looked Egan straight in the eye, pleading with him. "If you truly want to save Lord Ganfridic, you need to be rational." Every word she spoke hit with the weight of a cannonball. Romari still couldn't get over the monster's appearance. She wondered, but why would a Minotaurus show up right at the start? Is this labyrinth really that big? I thought there would only be a Cyclops. Egan quietly observed their surroundings, letting out a sarcastic whisper. "Well, hello there." Romari realized something was off and gasped. "I can't believe that mage can use earth magic. Thanks to Ganfridic, you survived." Suddenly, a man in blue armor appeared with a sinister smile on his face, his words dripping with sarcasm. "I thought you were just some eccentric illusionist who could only create fakes. Who knew?" His face showed pure satisfaction as he looked at them, at Egan and Romari. They both exclaimed in absolute shock, "Lurges!" Romari was stunned to see Lurges using powerful earth magic so skillfully. Egan stared coldly at the traitor, exposing the truth. "You never actually intended to save Ganfridic, did you?" Lurges could only gasp in surprise. Before Egan continued his accusation, "It's because everything happened so fast back then. So it was you. You're the one who left Ganfridic in this miserable state." Lurges mocked him, saying he just saw how much Egan missed his friend and was helping them reunite. He even had the nerve to call Egan rude, unlike those other commoners. Romari cried out Egan's name in terror as she saw him being suppressed by the traitorous knight's power. Egan's eyes blazed a deadly red as he fought to break free from his enemy's hold. Lurges was shocked, realizing the power that just flared up wasn't Egan's. From a distance, Romari also sensed that something was very wrong. She immediately recognized the glowing pattern on Lurges's hand as a power transfer spell. She quickly explained to Egan that those patterns were originally used to transfer energy. Between humans, that is. But ever since it was exploited to transfer power from non-human creatures, its use has been completely forbidden across the entire continent. Using forbidden tech like he's about to conquer the world or something. Lurges let out an arrogant smirk, thinking the whole idea of forbidden magic was just a pathetic word game used by those who wanted to monopolize power. He smugly declared, "Still don't get why we're the chosen ones? When despair covers the world, we will survive by the will of the gods." Egan watched in silence, his cold gaze piercing right through his rival's entire scheme. "So that's it. You used someone else's power to beat Ganfridic, and now you're pretending it's your own? You thought you carried this whole fight, but you're only ranked 5th. A blazing red aura crackled like lightning around his body as he let out a menacing roar. "Good, let me teach you your place." Egan charged forward with terrifying speed, setting off an energy blast that shook the whole dungeon. Romari had to shield her face from the absolutely insane power. She couldn't believe it. How could a normal vampire unleash such overwhelming pressure? Egan shot back a cocky reply, still fighting Lurges head-on. "Yeah, I guess hiding my real strength isn't so bad after all." He unleashed a flurry of powerful blows that stunned Lurges, sending him flying backwards in an instant. However, the traitorous knight stubbornly refused to back down. He unleashed a massive blast of dark purple magic. The fight between Egan and Lurges raged on amidst the rubble. The arrogant villain declared, "I told you, I've already figured out every trap in this labyrinth." With glowing gold eyes and a sinister smile, he roared, "Now sink into darkness." Egan cried out as Romari, thinking fast, used teleportation magic to help him. In a flash, he appeared directly above his enemy to strike. He moved like a ghost, closing the distance instantly, giving the knight no time to react. Before he even knew what happened, he was on the receiving end of the attack. But Lurges just bared his teeth in a challenging grin. "Egan, I heard you were strong, but this is beyond anything I expected." He admitted that in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't be sure who would win. Using Ganfridic as bait without killing him was the absolute right call. With a face twisted by pure madness, he announced loud and clear, "At last, the final sacrifice is about to be offered." Instantly, glowing purple magic circles lit up the entire dungeon, filled with the sound of heart-wrenching screams. Romari cried out in despair, "I'm so sorry, Sir Egan." The magic circles couldn't be expanded any further. Egan quietly turned his back and walked away through the ruins. A panicked Romari tried to stop him. "Wait, Sir Egan, where are you going?" But then a bone-shattering pain hit her, causing her to collapse. She screamed in pure rage, "Arg, what is this damn trick? I should have just pretended I didn't know anything. Why did I have to get involved just for it to end like this?" Egan froze, his blazing red eyes turning toward the desperate girl. He was carrying the still unconscious Ganfridic in his arms and asked coldly, "Hey, can you save him?" Romari trembled, answering between ragged breaths, "Sir, healing magic isn't my specialty." Staring her down with piercing eyes, Egan growled, "That's not the answer I wanted to hear." Facing the suffocating pressure from her master, Romari bowed her head for a moment, then steeled her resolve. "I'll do my best." Egan moved forward, carrying the unconscious Ganfridic. Just then, the spirit Mirian flew over in a panic, calling out, "Master, Master, I've already checked, there is absolutely no way out." She anxiously reported that none of the walls in this place could be broken. In short, it was a one-way street. No exit. Egan calmly observed his surroundings. "Yeah, this place is like an isolated boss room at the very end of a labyrinth." Mirian suddenly zipped closer with an urgent look. "Master, there's something else I need to report." Mirian explained that even though the chamber was filled with water energy, as a water spirit herself, she couldn't control any of the liquid here. She pointed a trembling finger at the glowing red puddle at their feet and shakily said, "Especially that puddle over there." Egan scanned the bizarre room. With countless stone eyes embedded in the walls, he muttered in disgust, "Tch, could these be the same eyes Romari saw underground?" Egan turned to Mirian, asking why she couldn't control the liquid. Her answer was shocking. "In principle, I can only control the blood of the dead," which meant the owner of all this blood was still alive. Immediately, the pool at their feet began to boil, erupting with violent energy. From the crimson pool, a massive, grotesque arm emerged, radiating a killing intent that suffocated the entire room. Egan stood his ground, facing the evil entity taking shape. While Romari focused all her green magic on healing Ganfridic, Egan quickly ordered Mirian, "Find any possible opening for us to escape." Mirian acknowledged the order loud and clear, "Yes, Master." At that exact moment, a colossal monster with the skull of a bull appeared, radiating pure menace. Purple flames blazed around its body. Looking back at Ganfridic, who was still unconscious, Egan knew that retreat was not an option. His friend couldn't be moved yet. Determination flared in Egan's eyes. He gripped the hilt of his sword, deciding he had to neutralize that thing first. He then shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Clashing head-on with the colossal monster, the piercing sounds of impact echoed as Egan's blade met the brutal strength of his enemy. He unleashed blazing red sword slashes that tore through the air. Egan spun around, executing a powerful cut aimed directly at the monster's head. Despite the dark energy swirling around, he was fighting to win, and to win decisively. The battle raged on, with one devastating blow after another. There was no mercy to be found here. Egan poured all his strength into one mighty sword swing, but it was met with a deafening clang. As the steel blade hit the monster's rock-hard skin, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tch! He realized the ordinary sword in his hand was completely useless. The Minotaur gave him no time to rest. It opened its massive red maw, gathering a blazing charge of energy that glowed like molten lava. This was its ultimate attack, no doubt about it. A massive explosion of red energy erupted violently. Egan quickly swung a giant blade of sword aura to counter. The immense force of the impact launched Egan backwards. He flew through the air, surrounded by red sparks, as he fought against the monster's destructive power. His eyes flew open in shock as he felt the suffocating pressure bearing down. Egan gritted his teeth, the killing intent in his red eyes burning hotter than ever before. He became a deadly black shadow, moving at terrifying speed through the thick dust and smoke. He unleashed a slash filled with pure, unadulterated rage. Egan landed on a high rock ledge, coolly looking down at the roaring monster below. Gazing at the chipped sword in his hand, Egan knew what he had to do. A standard blade can barely leave a scratch. You get what you pay for, and winning requires a premium skin. He knew ordinary weapons would never breach the Dungeon Lord's defenses, so he made a decision. This was the only way. A stream of crimson magic began to flow from his arm, engulfing the blade and forging it into a massive, glowing blood sword. Egan eyed his new weapon, thinking this would have to do for now. Radiating pure killing intent, he shot down from above like a scarlet arrow, unleashing a final blow aimed right at the Minotaur's head. Egan let out a slight cough, the pressure of his own magic almost too much to handle. The monster stared in shock as the sword plunged deep into its body, letting out a deafening roar of agony. But its power suddenly exploded, blasting him back with a massive shockwave. Bam! His body was slammed right into the wall, while Ganfridic remained completely unconscious. Romari frantically tried to wake him. "Hey, Sir Ganfridic, wake up! Your friend is in serious danger." And Romari was not wrong. This high-level monster's power was on another level, far beyond their initial calculations. Facing this colossal beast, Egan could only grit his teeth and mutter in frustration. Utterly powerless. Egan's eyes blazed with pure fury. He swore under his breath in frustration. "Damn it!" Seeing the monster's smug look, he roared, "You bastard!" Then he poured every last drop of his magic into crimson slashes that tore through the dungeon. Romari screamed in terror, "Sir Egan!" As a devastating blow sent him flying. Egan collapsed, his breathing ragged and painful. It was this all-too-familiar feeling of helplessness, a ghost that had haunted him for 15 long years, now more real than ever before. This was it. Egan stared at the brutal reality before him, his face covered in blood, questioning everything in agony. But why? Why did the pain this time feel so much worse than it did back then? It was physical torment with a side of soul-crushing damage, a 2-for-1 deal from hell. A blazing red energy slash tore through Egan's body, leaving him on the very edge of death. He stood in a crimson void, looking up into nothingness with one final question. Why? Egan faded into unconsciousness, lying motionless on the cold stone floor next to his friend. In the terrifying silence, Ganfridic didn't stir. But deep within his subconscious, a nagging question echoed once more. Why? Plot twists, you see, often start with the most innocent-sounding questions. Suddenly, his blue eyes snapped open, pupils dilating in absolute horror at the shocking reality unfolding right in front of him. Romari stared forward in a panic, drenched in cold sweat. He realized with a sickening certainty this was exactly what he had warned Egan about. Because no matter how powerful a vampire Egan was, there was no way he could defeat the terrifying entity before them, a colossal shadow monster, with countless glowing red eyes staring them down. Amidst a vast sea of red, Romari trembled as he shielded the heavily wounded Ganfridic. He cried out in absolute despair, realizing they had nowhere left to run. Seeing the creature's massive maw gathering a deadly purple energy, Romari squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the end and silently apologizing to his master for being so weak. But then, a familiar silhouette appeared, making him gasp in disbelief. Sir Egan. At that very moment, Ganfridic finally awoke, struggling to sit up through the immense pain. Witnessing the scene, he cursed himself. My God, did I drag him into all of this? Romari urged Ganfridic to escape immediately, but he refused without hesitation. I can't do that. Ganfridic's mind flashed back to that bastard Lugas, using him as bait to trap Egan. He regretted ever calling himself Egan's best friend, only to become a liability, holding back the person he admired most. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Ganfridic gave a bitter, helpless smile. He remembered being drawn to Egan's overwhelming power and his brilliant aura. From the moment they met, Ganfridic had yearned to be strong enough to truly stand beside him, but now, he bitterly accepted that it was all over. With his remaining strength, he shoved Romari out of the danger zone, who only had time to scream. Wait! Ganfridic smiled, completely at peace, even with his face battered and broken. Please forgive me, Sir Egan, he thought. As the darkness and its demonic eyes completely swallowed his body whole, only one final wish remained. If I have a next life, I hope I'm reborn as a knight to serve you, my friend. That was Ganfridic's last wish as he smiled, facing the inevitable darkness. And in that same moment, a single, furious red eye opened in the gloom. Egan, his face smeared with blood, clenched his jaw to contain the inferno of rage building inside him. As red energy erupted, he whispered, My friend. His fist tightened, unleashing a terrifying dark power that tore apart everything in its path. Egan tilted his head to the sky, letting black and deathly red energy swirl around him like a hurricane. The shadow monster was suddenly crushed by an impossible pressure. Purple and red flames clashed violently, setting off a chain of explosions that rocked the very fabric of the dimension. The spectral image of a giant skull appeared on the chaotic battlefield, while a mysterious cloaked figure simply watched from the shadows, its eyes glowing intently. The dark energy reached its absolute peak, blanketing everything in a dreadful silence. Egan's form had completely changed, with blood-red eyes and demonic armor that pulsed with the overwhelming aura of a supreme being. Seeing this impossible sight, Romari collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. He could only stammer out, "What is this? Sir Egan's body. It's undergoing some kind of transformation." Egan roared, letting the dark power cleanse his body and revealing a set of sharp, menacing fangs. Romari then noticed in horror that the pools of blood around them were reacting violently to Egan's energy. He realized with a shudder that his master was completely different from any normal vampire. Overcome with a terrifying mix of awe and fear, Romari let out a dry laugh, thinking that he had just witnessed a truly historic moment. Floating high above, Egan looked down on all creation like a god of death with eyes of fire. He swung his arm, unleashing a massive wave of energy that ripped space itself apart, unleashed a world-shaking pressure that blanketed the entire battlefield. Instantly, a giant red eye belonging to the shadow entity stared wide open, its killing intent so cold it threatened to devour everything. Romari realized with horror that the pools of blood at his feet were suddenly vanishing. He watched the high-level monster, stunned by its incredible recovery speed, as if it were being healed by some powerful dark magic. A terrifying theory took root in Romari's mind the moment those eyes opened. The labyrinth itself began draining the blood to heal its monstrous guardian. This thing was clearly playing for keeps. Not giving his foe a second to breathe, a cold-faced Egan shot forward like a crimson flash, landing a devastating blow right on the giant eye. Romari cried out in shock as blood poured from one of the massive eyes itself. Egan unleashed a relentless storm of powerful slashes, trapping the massive entity in a deadly dance of crimson light, determined to crush his opponent now. Egan realized with a bitter taste that Minoto wasn't the true master of this labyrinth. The hundreds of missing people were simply fresh meat for the dungeon to consume, because this entire place was a living god, worshipped and fed sacrifices by legions of fanatics in a chorus of prayer. They begged for a savior to appear, to bring a reign of salvation to a land their god had already marked for total annihilation. An unseen figure with a twisted, malicious grin urged it on. "That's right, my lord. Get angrier. Unleash all of your fury." He declared that he had opened the god's eyes, and now it was time for it to hear his prayers. To his horror, Romari saw that every drop of blood had been absorbed from the floor. After just a few seconds, the magic sphere erupted with deadly violet energy, revealing countless demonic eyes within its sinister light. A colossal shadow entity with massive wings and a glowing red eye in its chest began to take form. Its power was so immense that space itself twisted around it. Seeing the monster begin to move, a terrified Romari shouted, "Wait, where are you going?" The high-level monster smashed through the dungeon ceiling, bursting toward the surface with unstoppable force. Witnessing this unprecedented event, Romari trembled, asking himself, a high-level monster is escaping a dungeon? He'd never even heard of such a thing happening. What could he possibly do now? He glanced toward the flickering lights of the nearby town, filled with a dreadful fear that its peace was about to be shattered. Just then, the spirit Mirian flew in, desperately calling out, "Sir Egan, I've found the exit." But then Mirian stared in shock at the massive hole in the ceiling and yelled, "What the hell? There's already an exit right here." She muttered, "Was all my searching for nothing?" Debris began to rain down and she panicked. "Hey, this place is collapsing." Mirian zipped over to Egan, urging, "Sir, we have to get out of here now." But then she suddenly froze, completely stunned when she saw his current state. Below them, Ganfredrik lay motionless, his face covered in fatal wounds, his breathing faint. Standing over his dying companion, Egan silently radiated an overwhelming dark aura. Witnessing the scene, Romari couldn't help but wonder in shock. Sir Egan, is he a vampire grieving for the death of a mere human? He realized he'd never seen a vampire hide its identity as a knight, let alone form such a deep connection with a human being. Not all monsters are the same, are they? Egan stared down at Ganfredrik's face with an unwavering, determined gaze. He leaned in slightly, revealing his sharp fangs. Romari trembled, realizing that a being of such noble blood was about to do the unthinkable to save a mortal. Without a moment's hesitation, Egan leaned down and bit firmly into Ganfredrik's neck, beginning the transfer of his life-giving blood. The colossal shadow monster with pitch-black wings broke free from the dungeon, creating a pillar of violet energy that tore through the night sky. It shot into the air, leaving nothing but ruin behind. As it landed, the townspeople looked up in absolute horror at the evil entity roaring in the sky, its red eye glowing with menace. It was a terrifying omen of death. In the suffocating silence, Romari finally spoke up. "Egan, have you ever heard of the origin vampires?" Romari explained that the origin were the highest and most noble bloodline among all vampires. He stated that the moment Egan awakened, he knew he was that legendary creature. Romari then revealed an incredible ability an origin can resurrect the recently deceased and turn them into a subordinate. Staring into Egan's shocked eyes, Romari asked, "Do you know how to create one?" Egan grimly confirmed that he knew the process, a bite to the neck, transferring blood through the fangs, but he was still full of doubt. Egan recalled a bitter memory of trying this method once before, but the subject's mind couldn't handle the pressure and completely shattered. After that failure, he never dared to try again. However, Romari insisted that with a man of iron like the knight Ganfredrik, the result might be different. According to his master, if someone with an exceptionally strong will receives origin blood, they retain not only their sanity, but also their human abilities. Romari argued it was a gamble worth taking, but he also warned of a serious problem. As a proud knight, Ganfredrik might consider being turned into a vampire the ultimate humiliation, and if that happened, he would immediately turn and attack them all. "So, what will you do, Egan?" Romari's question echoed in the dreadful silence. Egan fell deep into thought. He'd never revealed his true nature, so he had no idea what Ganfredrik truly thought of vampires. Memories of his companion's bright smile and trusting handshake flooded his mind, making Egan hesitate before this fateful choice. But looking at Ganfredrik's critical condition, he knew he was out of time. His expression hardened as he stated coldly, "There is no other way. I'll just have to ask him directly." Without another thought, Egan sank his fangs deep into his friend's neck. Romari realized with horror that the blood was transferring way too fast, so fast that Egan couldn't even pull his fangs out. The succession ritual had officially begun. This was it, the moment a subordinate's soul and power fully belonged to their master, completing the ultimate blood pact. A violent burst of crimson energy erupted, engulfing them both. Ganfredrik screams in agony, his body twisting as the Origin's blood corrupts him from within. Deep below, a colossal pillar of light shatters the night, its immense pressure shaking the mountains. In Loamtown, the labyrinth crumbles, unleashing total chaos. The townsfolk flee in a panic through a sea of flames, their screams echoing endlessly. Vicious monsters pour out from the dungeon, savagely attacking and leaving fatal wounds on anyone in their path. Amidst the ruins and suffocating smoke, a woman clutches her child, watching helplessly as a monster closes in. A shadow beast roars furiously, its massive wings sweeping the town, sending villagers running and screaming in utter despair. "Save me!" Watching the chaos from above, the mastermind smirks. The moment to collect his due from the labyrinth sacrifice had finally arrived. He glares down at the dying humans with pure contempt, smug about the secret game he and the labyrinth had orchestrated. His wicked plan was simple: when the Minotaur's attack pushes everyone to their breaking point, he will appear and strike it down. Even the Minotaur had no clue it was just a pawn. On his hand, a purple sigil glows proof of his dark sacrifice. He planned to exploit humanity's weakness. The more desperate they became, the more they'd yearn for a savior, and he'd be there to receive their worship. With wild, greedy eyes, he madly urges them on. So die more, despair more. The more they suffer, the more he'll be worshipped. Just then, monsters flood from the dungeon, mauling innocent people without mercy. A woman collapses in the rubble, her child screaming in terror beside her. "Mommy!" A giant demon wolf with razor-sharp teeth lunges forward, ready to devour them both whole. The mother can only hug her child tightly, bracing for the end. Now that's a mother's love. Facing death, she refuses to run alone. But in that final moment, a blazing red blur slams into the beast, knocking it back with incredible force. Egan appears in his powerful transformed state, his blood-red armor radiating a world-shaking pressure. Before the beast can react, he seizes its jaw and rips it apart. Before the shell-shocked mother and child, Egan stands tall, a war god bathed in blood, rain, and firelight. His burning red eyes radiate a bone-chilling, killing intent. Luis is completely frozen, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Seeing the familiar figure before him, he can't believe his eyes, shouting, "How is he here?" His twisted plan was flawless. The Minotaur was supposed to drain Egan's blood, and Egan was supposed to be dead. He was the final sacrifice. He frantically questions how someone who should be dead could return, and even stronger than before. A terrifying thought flashes through Luis's mind. Did Egan awaken some horrifying power on the brink of death? And what is his true identity, really? Standing amidst the destruction, Egan coldly addresses the mastermind with a taunt. "Still looking so cheerful, Luis. Does old Jebin know you're causing all this?" His eyes flash with a deadly red. None of that matters anymore, because all of Luis's pathetic schemes would be punished right here. As he finishes, An insane pressure suddenly crushes down upon them. Luis stumbles back in terror, whispering helplessly, "No, it can't be." From the thick dust and smoke, a figure with fiery red hair and haunting, glowing red eyes slowly emerges. It's Ganfredik, but he was no longer human. With a twisted grin revealing sharp fangs, Ganfredik sneers, "Hey, weren't you looking for me?" He announces it's time to settle the blood debt from the tournament. Ganfredik strides forward, his killing intent absolutely suffocating. "Are you ready to pay the price for messing with me?" The monster's razor-sharp claws tear through the air, sending the crowd below into total panic. "Run!" they scream. They trample one another, desperate to escape. But through the dust, a red streak launches forward with terrifying speed. It's Egan, his eyes burning with fury as he rushes his enemy, his slash intercepting the shadow entity's attack perfectly. The panicked citizens stop dead in their tracks, looking up at the sky in total disbelief. Wait, someone's fighting the monster! The figure of a knight in jet-black armor, with powerful blood-red eyes, inspires both terror and hope. Someone recognizes him. "Hey, isn't that Sir Jujin? Is he here to protect our village again?" Cheers erupt. "We're saved," echoes everywhere. But amid the celebration, a man with a twisted smile speaks with chilling fervor. "That knight is sacrificing himself for us. You're all wrong." He throws his arms wide, a fanatic with wild eyes, screaming, "He is the Messiah. He has descended from heaven to save us. The prophecy is true. Saving one person is noble, but a whole village? Yeah, you can't really blame the guy for getting a little fanatical about it." Ignoring the insane cheers from below, Egan focuses all his power into his dark hands. A colossal demonic hand, glowing red, grabs the monster's head and crushes it. Egan coldly lands the final blow. The creature's blood erupts, creating a massive red explosion that covers the entire battlefield. Amidst the sea of fire and rubble, Egan stands tall, his black hair whipping in the wind, looking like a war god judging his enemies. Egan stands defiantly in the town square, completely ignoring the villagers' roaring cheers. Just then, a purple magic sigil on his hand flares to life, unleashing a burning hot energy that makes Egan roar in absolute agony. On the other side of the field, Luis collapses to the ground in utter shock. He stammers, unable to form the words, the god has fallen." Seeing the being they worshipped utterly destroyed, his followers scatter like rats, fleeing in panic from the disaster they know is coming. But Luis's own madness isn't done with him yet. He struggles to his feet, eyes blazing with deranged ambition, and screams to the few who remain, "To me, my believers, I have inherited the power of the divine. I will become the god of this new age." But his insane dream is immediately crushed by a single, powerful hand. Ganfredik, now sporting a demonic look with blazing red hair and glowing eyes, lunges forward and seizes his wicked foe. Luis cries out in terror, "What the hell is this?" He's horrified to realize the incredible power he just had is completely gone. Staring into his opponent's murderous eyes, Luis trembles, wondering, was this man always this strong? Before he can even process it, the imposing figure of Egan approaches, leaving him speechless with fear. Ganfredik bows respectfully before Egan. His voice rings out with authority. "Master, your orders?" Egan's blazing red eyes burn with absolute ruthlessness. He coldly issues his final command. "Leave no one behind. Kill every last one of them." Witnessing Ganfredik's complete loyalty to his new master, Luis completely shatters. He screams in absolute despair. "Damn you! No, this can't be happening." He can't accept that the pinnacle of glory, once within his grasp, has suddenly vanished into thin air. Just as he looks for a way to escape, Ganfredik appears, blocking his only exit. "You're not getting away, son." With burning eyes and a predatory grin, he asks the sinner, "Where are you going? In such a hurry?" Ganfredik declares that it's time for Luis to pay the ultimate price for his sins and his filthy lies. In his final moments of madness, Luis lets out a hideous, booming laugh. He bitterly realizes that both Egan and Ganfredik are no longer human. He curses them, calling them monsters. In a town scorched by the flames of war, the night of terror finally comes to an end. News of Luis's heinous crimes spreads like wildfire throughout the Evergrow territory. The fiend's true face is exposed to everyone. Egan is suddenly hailed as a savior in the eyes of the public, welcomed with flowers wherever he goes. He's showered with absolute adoration. But Egan couldn't care less about all that empty glory. Standing under a brilliant sunset, he lets out a small smile as he sees his companion's familiar shape. He thinks to himself that Ganfredik surviving, coming back from the dead, is more precious and fulfilling than anything else in the entire world. But returning from a life-or-death battle, in this emotional moment, Ganfredik suddenly freezes when he notices a strange little creature clinging to his shoulder. Egan casually confirms that it's the thing that's always following him around. His master's dismissive introduction makes the spirit Mirian appear in a rage. The little girl wails, completely hurt by this cruel treatment. Mirian indignantly states she isn't a thing but the great water god. She declares she was the first one to sign a contract with Egan. Therefore, latecomers like Ganfredik and Romari must address her as their senior. What an adorable little tantrum. But her attempt at authority doesn't last long, as Ganfredik easily snatches her up in his palm, causing her to shriek in terror. Egan coldly remarks that while she can be a pain, Mirian does have her minor uses. He explains that normal people can't see spirits, but because Ganfredik and Romari have been so close to his energy source, they've gained that ability. Suddenly, Egan's gaze turns serious. He looks Ganfredik straight in the eye, reminding him of a simple fact: from this moment on, he is officially a loyal subordinate, under his command. Egan looks at him and warns sternly, "Ganfredik, from now on, you will only drink animal blood." He explains that he himself only needs monster blood, a few times a month, but he's not sure how Ganfredik's body will react to this change. Hearing this, Ganfredik falls silent, thinking about his new life as a vampire. Then, a horrifying realization hits him. So, do I have to avoid sunlight now? Mirian swoops in to gloat. Yes, of course you do. You're a vampire. You want to get burned to a crisp? But despite the tiny spirit's sharp warning, Ganfredik stubbornly walks toward the sunlight pouring in, declaring, "I want to try." This reckless move makes Mirian scream in a panic. "Ah, you complete idiot. Even Master Eugen has to work hard to avoid the sun." But when he steps completely outside, Ganfredik just stares at his perfectly fine hands. Huh? Nothing's happening. Even Egan is taken aback, wondering why this is happening against all the known laws of nature. That's when Romari speaks up, explaining that because Egan is a progenitor vampire, the most noble bloodline, walking in the sun is no problem at all. He confirms that since Ganfredik is a direct subordinate, he also gets to enjoy the same special privilege. Watching his blackened claws retract back to normal, Ganfredik grins like a happy kid. For real? This is normal? He throws an arm over Egan's shoulder and sighs. Then why did I have to suffer so much before? You told me you were an elf. Ganfredik now finally understands the real reason why Egan always wore a hood in the sun and constantly refused to spar with him. Egan just looks away slightly and replies, "It was the best I could do." With a radiant smile, Ganfredik says excitedly, "Well, no more excuses now, right? I'll be in your care from now on." Egan, he suddenly stops himself, realizing he almost used the noble's name so casually. While Egan is still confused about what's happening, Romari quickly corrects his friend with a serious face. "You can't just call him Eugen anymore. You have to call him Master." But Ganfredik still can't accept this new rule. He grumbles under his breath. "Is there really a rule like that? Before being his subordinate, we were best friends." Egan simply replies with a cold tone, "There's no point explaining it to you." The atmosphere suddenly becomes heavy as Egan. He stared straight into his friend's eyes, laying down a cruel, undeniable truth: Ganfredik was no longer human. He explained it was the only way to save his life, but the price was a life of servitude and danger, one where death might be a kinder fate. Egan pressed him with cold words, saying if he felt betrayed, he didn't have to follow. He was only saved on a whim. Looking at the still bleeding wounds on his neck, Ganfredik paused before quietly saying, "That's a sad thing to hear, my friend." He clenched his fist, looking at Egan's back, declaring that his admiration and deep gratitude for being saved were all that mattered now. Ganfredik beamed a brilliant smile, casting aside all hesitation. "You think I'm some ungrateful fool?" To him, being a subordinate was just a title. He boldly declared he would follow him for life. Faced with such stubbornness, Egan could only sigh in defeat. He muttered in annoyance, frustrated that his friend insisted on formality instead of just calling him by his name like before. Ganfredik's cheerful pestering was so loud that Egan even considered sewing the man's mouth shut just to stop the annoying chatter. Suddenly, Ganfredik remembered something and quickly asked, "Oh right, Master, where are Goldie and Paddock?" Egan just kept walking. He revealed they were on a secret mission, and even he didn't know if they had finished. Meanwhile, a thank you letter arrived for Egan from the St. Rockland Abbey. Thanks to Egan, the heretics within the abbey had been dragged into the light, exposing a dark conspiracy hidden behind a holy facade. A horrifying truth was revealed: the Templars had secretly used forbidden magic crystals to breach the maze and spread their twisted influence. As soon as Egan discovered the truth, a squad of mercenaries was dispatched to sweep the entire area. Staring at the evidence piles of confiscated crimson crystals, the head of the Everglow family couldn't help but doubt the church's true motives. He mused that the Templars acted on God's will, but their sudden urge to join the exorcism team raised suspicion amid rumors of an impending apocalypse. He wondered what kind of God's will would make them so unnaturally zealous. Was it God's will, or their own damn greed? The Everglow family sponsored St. Rockland Abbey, so if this blasphemy wasn't caught, the family's reputation would have been ruined. With a radiant face, the Lord expressed his sincere gratitude. On behalf of Everglow, I thank you, Sir Egan. The people's respect for you is sky high. He urged Egan to accept the people's praise and hospitality as a well-deserved reward for his incredible victory. But Egan remained as cold as ever. He simply replied, I'm just glad I could help a little. Now, we'll be taking our leave. As Egan and Ganfordic were about to depart, the Lord suddenly called out to congratulate Ganfordic on his safe return. He affirmed that it was truly wonderful to see them both unharmed. However, the moment the door closed, the atmosphere grew heavy. The Lord sat in silence, his eyes filled with a dark, calculating look. Another terrifying plot was brewing. In a lively tavern, the clinking of glasses mixed with loud cheers celebrating Ganfordic's return from the dead. Everyone surrounded him with excitement, one even blurting out that the rumors of his survival were insane. They never thought he'd make it back. Amid the party's cheerful roar, Ganfordic laughed heartily, raised his beer, and boomed, "Ha ha, it's thanks to all of you that I came back alive." Ganfordic proudly raised his mug, declaring to the entire crowd, "My return is mostly thanks to the efforts of my master." This sudden confession left everyone in the tavern stunned. They asked in shock, "Oh my God, you've accepted Sir Egan as your master?" Instantly, a wave of fanaticism swept over the crowd, all directed at Egan. The other mercenaries started begging, "Sir Egan, please let us serve you too." But all their passion was met with a single, cold, and decisive reply. "I refuse." The short answer shattered countless hearts. The blunt rejection left everyone wailing about how unbelievably cruel he was. Meanwhile, Ganfordic casually drained his beer. He clicked his tongue. "This beer is tasteless. I guess the sun has truly set for this vampire." Looking closely at Ganfordic's new appearance, a young man noticed something was off and curiously asked, "Hey Sir Ganfordic, your eye color is different, isn't it? What happened in the maze?" Ganfordic fell silent for a moment, a mysterious look in his eyes. To break the tension, he quickly changed the subject. Ganfordic suddenly grabbed a young soldier and started teasing him. "Ah, you blockhead! Heard you did pretty well with Paddock sweeping the abbey, huh? Or did Paddock just make you look good?" Laughter erupted through the tavern at his sharp wit. The young soldier blushed beet red, trying to defend himself amidst his comrades' jeers. "Sir, don't sell me short. I'm a real mercenary now." The tavern echoed with teasing laughter. Amid the fun, Patek approached Egan to express his admiration. "By the way, it was truly incredible how you exposed the abbey's true face." He added that even Duke Jimin was shocked when he received the report. Egan raised a hand to his chin, his eyes sharp. "Is that so? I wonder what exactly surprised Jimin." He stared at Patek, asking pointedly, "Do you really think the abbey sent that letter out of gratitude? What did he figure out now?" The question startled Patek, who hesitantly guessed. "Don't tell me. You mean about Luzuris being used as a sacrifice?" Egan coldly confirmed it. More like, "I deliberately let it happen. I only told you to handle the Templars, not to purge the entire abbey." Patek was completely frozen, floored by his master's terrifying level of calculation. Egan calmly explained his brilliant strategy. He knew that if he had destroyed the entire abbey himself and damaged Everglow's honor, they would have blamed him for acting rashly. But by leaving a single opening, Egan forced the family's hand, making them get rid of the sinner Luzuris themselves to protect their own reputation. This whole thing was a perfect trap by Egan, and we are about to see how it worked out. Patek realized everyone was moving exactly how Egan planned. He whispered, "What now?" Egan just smirked. Jibbin was the only one trapped. No more time to waste. Egan ordered Patek to prepare for departure. They had to leave Evergrow tonight while the town slept in silence. Egan knew they needed a silent exit. He mounted his horse and disappeared into the dark. Soon, the rushing carriages were suddenly surrounded by mysterious shadows. Panic broke out. "Seven blades! Glass! We are surrounded! What do we do?" It was pure chaos. A soldier tried to calm the others down. "Snap out of it." Leading the pursuit on a black horse was none other than Egan himself. Even if Luzaris was a criminal, he was still Duke Jabin's favorite knight. The Duke was furious that he could not punish the man Ganfordic killed with his own hands. The enemy leader roared. This was a stain on his honor. He used the Duke's name to threaten Egan. With a killer gaze, he threatened to scar Egan's young face. Egan just looked back with a cold, calm intensity. He was not intimidated at all. Suddenly, Egan moved like a red flash. He tore through the enemy line. One brutal swing sent them flying off their horses in an instant. Egan shouted for everyone to watch out. The enemies fell in shock. Groans of pain filled the battlefield as they collapsed everywhere. The defenders on the carriage were cornered. That is when Ganfredik appeared. With red hair and glowing eyes, he looked like a god of war. He swung his sword with a wild, arrogant laugh. "Let us see you try to escape this." Ganfredik declared that they were the ones truly surrounded now. The mercenaries stopped their screaming and just stood there frozen in a state of pure terror. The momentum shifted completely. The attackers were now the ones screaming that they were surrounded and doomed in this dark forest. Egan stood over the trembling survivors. His sword was dripping with blood. He coldly commanded them to stay put. Seeing this performance, Ganfredik was impressed. "Amazing tactics, master. And your swordsmanship is incredibly sharp." He noted that a saber is perfect for cavalry. Then he asked where Egan had learned such terrifying skills so quickly. Egan casually admitted he learned everything from Ganfredik himself. He remembered the ritual. When his blood entered Ganfredik, all the knight's skills and life experience flowed directly into Egan's mind. It was all there. A mysterious, heavy voice echoed in his ears. "Subjects are property of the king." Egan wondered if it was a hallucination from a world he did not know. What kind of property logic is that? While he was thinking, Jabin's knights blocked the road. Let us see what happens when these arrogant guys pick a fight. Their commander, Macaulay, mocked Ganfredik. He called him shameless for insulting the Duke after receiving so much help recently. He mocked Ganfredik for failing the maze. Then he blamed everything on Luzaris. The guy just would not stop talking. Egan whispered that they chirped like little chicks. Meanwhile, Ganfredik just calmly greeted Macaulay. "So polite. You have seen my incompetence. Now, just wait and see." Egan let out a terrifying killing intent. He asked if they were ready to die. He only needed one survivor to deliver the message. Ganfredik stopped him. He suggested taking them as prisoners instead. It was an old tradition to respect brave fighters. Plus, the ransom would be huge. This guy really knows his business, doesn't he? Egan stayed silent for a while before finally agreeing to the plan. He told them he would not break their joints if they cooperated. The knights immediately started begging, but things got weird. The prisoners were taken to a fancy room filled with bright chandeliers and luxury furniture. Macaulay was overjoyed. He could not believe a prisoner could get such five-star treatment. It was like a dream for him. Who would complain about this jail? It is basically a luxury hotel. I would stay here too. A girl smiled and told Egan the costs were covered. Egan nodded. That was all he needed to hear. Egan and Ganfredik planned their next move. They were going to squeeze a ransom out of Jabin. The blacksmith was shocked. Ransom from Duke Jabin? Egan just shrugged. For knights of the land, the price had to be extremely high. He handed over his armor and asked her to fix it up. Egan complained that his dragon-tooth armor was pierced by a simple stick. She promised to make it stronger. He also ordered new clothes for Ganfredik. Ganfredik cheered like a little kid getting a present. "Master, for me too?" He was so happy. Egan told him he was part of the team now and needed to look the part. Ganfredik was deeply touched by the gesture of trust. The blacksmith realized Egan had even recruited the famous Ganfredik. Every time they came back, they had valuable loot. A few suits of armor were nothing. She was determined not to let such a wealthy customer down with her current skills. She curiously asked where Egan was heading next. Did he have a plan for the future journey? Egan intended to keep pushing through the higher labyrinth levels. He needs a massive fortune, and we are about to see if this shortcut is the answer for him. How about a casino, Lord Egan? It's unclear if her offer was a successful seduction or if she simply struck a nerve. This unexpected proposal catches Egan off guard, his piercing red eyes widening slightly at such a novel and interesting path forward. Damn it all! A fist smashes down on the desk, scattering papers everywhere. The Lord grits his teeth, roaring with pure fury, completely useless. His famed Evergrow knights were so incompetent they were taken alive, captured like common prisoners. The image of Egan haunts his mind, a terrifying obsession. The Lord knew Egan was stronger than Rugis, but he never imagined his power was on this kind of unbelievable scale. His eyes burn with murderous intent at the thought of a complete stranger daring to kill knights within his own domain. Killed them? Not exactly. He actually checked the Lord's soldiers into a hotel. So you just focus on getting that money ready, all right? The Lord seriously questions if he can just let Egan continue to run wild like this. Suddenly, an idea flashes. He frantically digs through the maps and files on his desk. Wait, I remember now. He came recommended by the Merchants Guild. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he uncovers the crucial clue. So, his next destination must be Daniel, the one who partners with that guild. The Lord's gaze sharpens as he scans a list of possibilities. He says with certainty, among the Daniels still under contract, it can only be one place, the Philia ruins on the Casper Green Peninsula. This time, he's sure he finally has Egan right where he wants him. At that very moment, on a ship slicing through the vast ocean, Ganfredi approaches Egan to report his freshly gathered intel. Master, have you heard the news? The Casper Green Peninsula lies outside the influence of the Kaler Central Church. He explains the place was once ruled by a fanatic, Marquis Archibald, who was overthrown in a bloody coup. Now, Ganfredi says, the entire region is in chaos. To make matters worse, the local bishop fled as soon as the Marquis fell, causing the church to lose every last shred of its credibility. Hearing this, a small smirk plays on Egan's lips. Good news indeed. But the serious atmosphere is suddenly shattered. A piercing scream comes from the spirit, Mirian. Hey, master, master! She panics, pointing wildly behind them and yelling. The mage is about to die over here. Sure enough, off the side of the ship, Romari is violently seasick. Ganfredi can only groan in disgust. Oh, good grief. This is way worse than any hangover. Ganfredi looks at Romari's pale face and scoffs that if he's this weak, he should have just stayed on land. Why come along just to suffer? Romari struggles to his feet, using his last bit of strength to defend himself. Sir, original vampire, the magic of my pure green school will be incredibly useful. But under Ganfredi's intense glare, demanding his true purpose, Romari's confidence crumbles. He's forced to confess he needs mid-level monster parts to create a chimera, passionately explaining it's his school's ultimate mission to create their own. But he quickly tries to save face. But my desire to help Lord Egan is genuine. I swear it on my school and my magic. Ganfredi just gives Egan a look, muttering about how this sly fox is begging not to be abandoned. Hearing this, Egan coldly remarks that, in truth, everyone here has their own motives for tagging along, even the spirit Mirian. And when asked why a spirit would contract with a vampire, Mirian immediately reveals her true pragmatic nature. She dreams of treasure, declaring, I get to travel the world and get paid in gold. Why would any idiot say no to that? Her blatant greed leaves Romari and Ganfredi speechless, as Mirian starts demanding they return her gold. She won't even let them scold her until they pay up. Ganfredi then looks over at the mercenaries, who are busy arm wrestling and cheering. The deck is alive with noise, and he realizes everyone here was drawn in by the sheer charisma of their great master. Put some muscle into it, you brats, they shout. Their booming laughter mixes with the cheers, men eager to prove their strength, creating a chaotic and lively scene out on the open ocean. Seizing the moment, Ganfredi curiously asks about Egan's true goal, a subject his master had never once discussed with any seriousness. Egan stares thoughtfully toward the horizon, two words echoing in his mind with haunting clarity: memory and revenge. His red eyes shine with determination. He has to reclaim his past to know who he truly was, while simultaneously vowing to become stronger than ever. Egan's greatest goal is to avoid suffering the same pathetic death he did in his previous life. He pays special attention to the Holy Knight and the Kaler Central Church. They are the ones who relentlessly hunt vampires, a threat he can never afford to underestimate. Seeing his master's grim expression, Ganfredi quickly speaks up to reassure him. He says that Egan doesn't have to talk about it if he doesn't want to. He smiles brightly, insisting that whatever Egan's purpose may be, it doesn't matter anymore. Thanks to him, Ganfredi has been given a new life. He stretches enthusiastically, his face full of hope and excitement. There are so many interesting things ahead of us. I can't wait. Seeing his companion so optimistic, Egan gives him a sidelong glance and asks a simple question. But you don't want to advance? Ganfredi's answer is immediate and firm. This is the path of advancement. A knight must find his glory on the battlefield. He's right. No matter the field, hard work brings glory. Standing on the deck, Ganfredi reflects on the privilege of simply being able to travel like this. Under this incredible sun, he knows that if he had died, he'd be drifting down some gloomy river right now, not living a brilliant adventure. Ganfredi turns to Egan, his eyes full of respect. Thank you again, master. He declares that Egan's purpose is now his own. He swears, wherever you go, whatever you do, I will always be by your side. Just give the order. Egan remains silent, taking in this oath of loyalty. Just then, Mirian flits over to Egan's side. Egan, Lord Egan, I like gold, but I like being with you more. However, she definitely doesn't forget. I'm still saving up to build my own castle made of pure gold. If you ever get stuck with a gold-hungry spirit like this, you'd better hide your property deeds. Romari steps up too, promising to give it his all. Even the mercenaries behind him shout in unison they are in this for honor and glory, not just the cold, hard cash. But Romari can't help his mage instincts, whispering to Egan that he's really hoping to score some high-grade monster materials from this little trip. Once a mage, always a mage. Egan shuts him down. Coldly rewards depend on contribution. That fair but firm answer leaves Romari smiling awkwardly as he promises his best. Egan just leans against the ship's railing. Looking at his eager companions, he thinks, now I have even more people to protect. What a pain. But then, a tiny, rare smile actually flits across Egan's lips. He's starting to realize that maybe this pain isn't so bad after all. Deep down, these people are becoming as important to him as his own life. The ship finally docks at Mopthorn, a port city on the Kaspergen Peninsula. As soon as they hit land, a stern-looking man is already there waiting to greet the group. Backing him is a squad of armed soldiers. He bows respectfully, welcoming Lord Egan. He was sent by the Phelan branch manager in Mopthorn, specifically to escort the young master. This man introduces himself as Veron, captain of the mercenary group hired to guide Egan's party safely to the lands of Baron Biogaran. A simple escort job, right? Egan doesn't want to waste a second. He asks if they can leave immediately. Veron quickly agrees, no point in stalling. Let's move. The group sets off right away. Their carriages race down narrow forest paths as night begins to swallow the world around them. The journey has officially begun. The Biogaran territory used to be one of the few stable magic zones in Kaspergen, but things have taken a dark turn over the last few months. They're struggling against a mid-tier monster they just can't seem to kill. Egan studies the terrain and asks if a wyvern is behind the chaos. Veron nods. Exactly. The beast is incredibly cunning, constantly harassing the purification teams and using its magic to weaken anyone who tries to fight back. It's a total nightmare. Then it strikes directly. Listening to the intel, Egan realizes this isn't some mid-tier beast, it's high-tier. And that means a chance to harvest some rare rubies. While he's planning, Veron warns that if they run into bandits, it's better to just pay the road tax and move on. No need to start a fight, right? Egan glances at the captain, wondering if there's a connection between these wyverns and the local thugs. Something about this whole situation just feels a little bit off. Actually, Veron is just incredibly nervous. He got strict orders from Vice Manager Frizella to protect this knight with his life. He can't afford a single mistake. Looking at Egan's handsome, refined face, Veron thinks he looks like some soft, pampered noble who's never seen a real fight. He's worried the kid won't survive the night. He's terrified Egan will get killed by bandits before they even reach the dungeon. Poor Captain Veron, he's about to learn why you should never judge a book by its cover. Even though the knight Ganfredrik looks powerful, Veron assumes Egan is just using him as a bodyguard to chase fame. Classic, arrogant, noble move, or so he thinks. Veron tells himself they're here to hunt monsters, not bandits. But Egan's eyes suddenly sharpen, locking onto some rustling bushes nearby. He's already sensed what the others haven't. In the eerie silence of the forest, falling leaves signal a deadly threat closing in. Egan's eyes start to glow with a terrifying blood-red light. It's go time. He coldly demands a spear from Ganfredrik, who immediately hands over the weapon with a bow. Veron is just standing there, completely lost and confused about what's happening. Egan grabs the spear and unleashes a strike like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air. This is definitely not what Veron expected from a soft noble. The spear flies with insane speed, piercing through the thick brush and impaling a hidden target. A scream of pure agony rings out as the bandit curses his luck. Realizing they've been spotted, the bandit leader snarls in order to attack immediately. Suddenly, dark figures armed to the teeth swarm out from the trees to surround the party. Veron can't believe his eyes. This sudden ambush should have caught them off guard, but somehow Egan knew. He stares in shock, wondering how the kid pulled it off. How did Egan sense the enemy when there wasn't even a hint of killing intent in the air? It's like he has eyes everywhere. Without wasting a heartbeat, Egan orders Veron's men to stay back and guard the carriages. Veron, however, is convinced they're all about to die. He frantically begs Egan to just pay the toll. Fighting these guys will only lead to a bloodbath they can't win. He's practically shaking in his boots. But Egan just gives him a confident, half smirk. You're worrying too much, he says. He kicks his horse into a gallop and charges straight toward the enemy lines. Let's go, Ganfredrik! His loyal knight shouts back in excitement, following his master right into the fray. The two of them look absolutely unstoppable. Veron can only grit his teeth and draw his sword, cursing these irresponsible, prideful nobles. He's sure this is going to be a total disaster for everyone. But then Egan stands alone against the charging wave of bandits like a wall of steel. He's calmly observing a high-quality red sword he's just picked up. The quality of the blade is insane. He wonders how a bunch of low-level thugs managed to get their hands on such a high-tier piece of equipment. The bandit leader, now kneeling and trembling at Egan's feet, explains they stole it from a thief who bragged about snatching it from Phelan. He's shaking like a leaf. The man weeps, begging Egan to take everything if he'll just spare their lives. The whole group is even offering to become his slaves just to survive. Egan looks at the massive group of bandits and sighs. Feeding this many people is going to be a total drain on his food supplies. Tough call. The bandit quickly promises they can go without food, they just need a little water to keep serving him. Varan is standing there, absolutely floored by this sight. He's in total shock. The reality in front of him is the exact opposite of everything he believed about Egan. This isn't a pampered noble, it's a monster. This notorious bandit gang, the one that terrified the region for so long, was completely wiped out in just 2 short days. It's actually unbelievable. Varan finally realizes why Vice Guildmaster Phelan sent this man. Egan is a legend. Watching these former killers beg for mercy is a sight he won't forget. Egan coldly ends the interrogation. They've already lost too much time and need to get back on schedule. He orders the group to move out immediately. Suddenly, a villager runs up to stop them, asking what becomes of the remaining bandits. Egan just asks, "What do you mean by that?" The man thought he was their hero. As Egan stood there baffled, Ganfrederick roared with laughter. "So, you all want to make my master the lord of this village, do you?" But Ganfrederick's teasing actually hit the mark. The crowd immediately fell to their knees, desperately pleading with Egan to agree to stay. Their village desperately needed a righteous hero like him to lead them. Watching from the side, Varan suddenly had a bold idea. He told himself this was a rare chance to become a subordinate of this incredibly skilled knight. Another opportunist, it seems. Varan stepped forward, respectfully asking for a moment to speak with Egan. He explained that the bandits Egan just crushed were a huge power in the region, and now, most of them were either dead or enslaved. Faced with this new information from Varan, Egan's expression remained calm and cold as he shot back. And so, Varan glanced at the devastated villages nearby, saying they were now nothing more than empty caves or mountains without their tigers. He pleaded, "If you wish, sir, you can become the lord here immediately." The sudden offer stunned Egan, while the spirit Miriam was buzzing with excitement. She flew around her master, urging him on. "Be the lord! Do it, do it!" That little one was way too eager, but you gotta love the enthusiasm. Egan sank into deep thought. He realized that having power and status wasn't a bad idea, it could help him challenge the central church. However, his ultimate goal, the one thing he truly craved, was still finding the red blood jade. Egan questioned if being a lord was really worth dividing his precious time and resources. As he was lost in thought, a voice shattered the silence. A soldier burst into the room in a panic, yelling, "Sir Egan, we have a huge problem." The enslaved bandits had hidden metal shards in their mouths to cut their ropes. They then stole horses and escaped, brutally injuring Laban, who was bringing them food. Laban knelt on the ground, clutching his wound in agony and begging, "Please, avenge me." Hearing the call to pursue them, Egan noticed the blood on Patek's hand and asked, "Patek, are you injured too?" Patek insisted he was fine. He said it was just a small scratch, and that most of the blood on his hand belonged to Laban. Egan's rage hit its limit, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "Those grunts dared to harm my subordinate. I won't let a single one of them live." Egan's cold declaration sent a chill through the air. Ganfrederick grabbed his spear, ready for action. "Master, I am ready to go as well." But Egan stopped him immediately, ordering him to stay behind and protect the village. He instructed Ganfrederick, "Tell the village chief I accept his offer to become lord, so take care of the injured." Ganfrederick replied excitedly, "Oh, I understand, master. Or should I be calling you lord now?" Egan strode into the darkness, radiating the aura of a monarch about to collect a blood debt. Time to pull these weeds out by the root. Screams echoed through a sea of flames that was consuming the village. The people cried out in panic, "Fire! Fire! Get water! Hurry!" Meanwhile, the devious bandits discussed how they'd overheard that Egan's party was heading to the Philia ruins to hunt a wyvern. They were convinced that since Egan was from Marin, he'd either leave after handling the chaos or get killed by monsters. Their leader smirked, planning to retake Paranan as soon as the Black Knight was gone. The bandits brazenly marched into the village, confronting the enraged residents. "Who are you? Did you burn down the church?" He sneered that thanks to Egan wiping out the old bandits, the villagers could finally breathe. And now, they were the new masters here. From now on, anyone who defied them would lose their head. The bandits' threat sent the villagers screaming in terror. But just as he was dreaming of taking over the silver mine, an iron grip suddenly clamped down on his face. Egan appeared out of nowhere, his voice ice cold. "A silver mine? He noted that the chaos in Cambigan was because of vermin like this swarming everywhere. Egan looked down at the trembling man in his grasp with pure contempt. You ran all this way, reeking of blood, and this is as far as you got? Is this the best you can do? Pathetic. The remaining bandits scattered in terror. Ah, the Black Knight, how is he here? One of them fell to his knees, begging desperately, please, forgive me one more time. I'll truly surrender this time. But there was no mercy. Egan swung his sword, ending him in a single flash. The survivors frantically spurred their horses, trying to escape the monster in black armor. But Egan moved like a phantom, his brutal strikes tearing through the night. A final, fatal thrust made the leader choke out one last pained gasp before collapsing to the ground. Amid the darkness, Egan stood tall, his sword dripping with blood. His cold eyes stared at the village being consumed by fire. Seeing the villagers frantically trying to put it out, Egan's powerful voice cut through the chaos. Do not be afraid. I am the knight, Egan, he declared loud and clear. The trash that tried to occupy Mintan has been completely wiped out, so you can all rest easy, because from this day forward, I will protect this village. The second his promise was made, an arrow tore through the air at terrifying speed. But Egan caught it mid-flight with his armored hand, his gaze fixed on the forest where the attack came from. Egan focused his senses. The spirit Mirian suddenly appeared on his shoulder, her voice filled with panic. Egan, something feels very strange. Over there I sense an energy as strong as a high-tier monster. Be careful. Egan just clicked his tongue. This was, after all, the hunting ground he'd been targeting from the start. From the bushes, a stranger with silver-white hair emerged, a crossbow in his hands. He insulted Egan, calling him a fool with no morals and just some Roma of unknown origin, before firing another shot. Egan was shocked to see the attacker's glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. A blast of energy erupted as he swatted the attack away with his sword. The silver-haired man just sneered with contempt. He mocked Egan, saying there was no reason to be so surprised since Egan was also a vampire. He then continued his insults, claiming that was the very reason. Model. Egan looks pretty pathetic as a lowly Loma, wandering around like that. But then, this arrogant silver-haired guy starts unleashing some massive pressure. His bloodline speaks for him. With cold blue blood and the Nobelos family name, Delmano gives the order. His eyes turn a haunting, blood red. He glares at Egan and roars with authority, demanding the Loma mongrel kneel. He begs for forgiveness, claiming he did not recognize him and deserves the worst punishment. Suddenly, the stranger with silver hair collapses to his knees, covered in blood and shaking with regret. He realizes too late that he just made a fatal mistake. He actually dared to attack a terrifying monster like Egan. His mind is screaming in panic because he has never heard of a wanderer carrying a silver sword. Even worse, Egan did not even flinch despite knowing what that blade could do. One look at his eyes, and the stranger is absolutely paralyzed with terror. He is convinced Egan is a primordial, and he needs to stop a clan massacre before it starts. Meanwhile, Egan just looks down at him with cold, dead eyes. He speaks in a low voice, saying he knows this guy isn't the Nobelos' lord. But did his father really teach him to just attack his own kind on sight? That question cuts deep, and the silver-haired vampire panics, admitting he acted on his own like a total idiot. Acting without orders, that is a one-way ticket to disaster. He starts crying hysterically, begging Egan for mercy and offering his own life just to settle the debt. Watching this guy flip from aggressive to a total mess in seconds, even the spirit Mirian cannot help but be totally shocked by it. Good grief, talk about fragile. He went down way too easy, did he not? Egan stands there in silence, thinking back to what Romari said about vampire society. Parents are the ones who turn them into shadows, and hierarchy is everything to these people. Egan's red eyes narrow as he wonders if he should keep scaring this guy. With a terrifying aura, he finally speaks up with a gravelly voice. Why should I listen to someone who started this whole mess? Egan's anger is so intense that the silver-haired guy literally starts slamming his head against the ground. The sound of his head hitting the floor echoes in the silence. In total despair, he screams that he will swear on his Nobelos blood and his father's name. Mentioning Duke by Orans, he promises to do anything for forgiveness. As soon as Egan hears the word anything, a sharp, calculating light flickers in his eyes. Exactly what he was waiting for. The prey walked right into the trap. After that, Egan and the group move on, crossing small streams as they continue. Mirian flies around him, curious if he is planning to use that vampire to spread rumors about his arrival. You know, build up his legend. Egan just shrugs, saying it is fine if people know about the new master of Ganfredik. But Mirian is still worried about whether that guy will stay loyal. She knows the shadow race is famous for being sneaky and totally untrustworthy. Egan just smirks, looking ahead and dropping a cold truth bomb. After all, he is technically one of them too. Miriam has to admit he is right, but she still lets out an uneasy sigh. She just cannot shake that feeling of being on edge. Meanwhile, Egan watches his companions and has a weird thought. Should he just punch that vampire one more time to make sure he is actually awake? I guess the little spirit was right, vampires are incredibly devious. Better play it straight if you do not want to die. Egan's cold warning is so intense, it gives Miriam the chills. This future Demon King is definitely brutal. After a long trek, Veron breaks the silence, telling Egan they have finally reached their destination. He points toward a massive building rising out of the forest. That right there? That is the castle belonging to Baron Belgalon. It has been a long trip. Now, facing the lord who is buried in paperwork, Egan holds up a letter and asks a very direct question. Did you really just say you are not sending more troops for the third expedition? Baron Belgalon. I need an answer. The old Baron just leans on his hand, casually admitting that he is in a pretty complicated spot himself right now. He explains that getting a rush notice the same day is just too sudden. Then he gets a bit cocky, saying the mind of a lord has to be on a higher level. Whether it is money or soldiers, it is a lot. The Baron looks at Egan with calculating eyes, asking if a capable knight understands. Egan sees right through the game. He calmly concludes that the Baron wants him to handle the expedition alone. Fine. He gets the message loud and clear. But Egan is not about to get played. He looks the Baron dead in the eye and demands a much bigger reward for the job. As the Lord looks on in shock, Egan points out that he knows about the Baron's 2 previous failures in the ruins. He lays it out. Either send more troops for round 3, or pay up. If you are not giving men, increase the reward. It is only fair, right? Baron Belgalon is stunned for a second, then suddenly bursts out laughing. Huh. Turns out the rumors about this bold knight were true. He accepts the deal immediately, and calls his head butler to handle the paperwork. The Baron gives a loud command to make it official. Give him half of all the items and mana stones from the monsters he kills. Sound good? Egan looks at the contract with a satisfied smirk. Perfect. Just like the rumor said, the Baron is truly generous. The Baron smiles back, asking if they can start tomorrow. Egan confirms they are ready. Happy with that, the Baron promises a guide in the morning and prepares the annex for Egan's crew to get some solid rest. Egan gives a slight nod and leaves while the Lord watches him with calculating eyes. As soon as he is outside, it is time to get moving. Egan hops on his horse and orders the group. Let's go, our destination is the Philia Ruins. It is time to move out. The group leaves the castle as local workers watch them go. They are whispering that the third team is heading out, but they do not look confident. One soldier watches closely, figuring that black-armored knight must be from Marin. He is impressed, but still worries since Egan is an outsider to these lands. He clearly knew nothing about wyverns. This force was no bigger than the second expedition that got wiped out, making him wonder if more troops would have even mattered. So why would a powerful knight like Egan take such a massive known risk? As his party passed through the city gates, a sharp voice rang out from behind, forcing Egan to halt his horse. Sir Knight, wait a moment. The spirit Miriam urged him. Egan, someone is calling for you. A young man rushed to his side, breathless but desperate. I have something urgent to report. It will only take a moment. Can you spare the time? Meanwhile, in Baron Belgalen's castle, a dark conspiracy was forming under the blood-red sunset. A knight named Oler casually tossed a blood-soaked sack onto the floor, prompting the Baron to ask with curiosity, "And what is this?" Oler replied with reverence, "These are byproducts from a vagrant we caught near the castle. I brought back the parts I knew you'd enjoy." Baron Belgalon simply nodded. He wondered if any other knight was as loyal, or understood his master's tastes quite like Oler did. Oler beamed with pride, boasting about being a warrior who could even hunt trolls. But Baron Belgalon cut him off instantly. "We'll talk about that later, Sir Oler. I did not call you here to discuss the scraps of some wanderer." The Baron's face twisted with cunning and malice as he spoke of the one who opposed him. "The one who insulted me must be punished. That black-armored knight, Ian Egan, dared to humiliate me. He's the leader of the expedition that just left." The Baron then laid out his cruel plan. He may die in the Demon's Gorge, but if he somehow survives, wait for him at the ruins and kill him. Hearing his master had been insulted, Oler's face contorted with rage, his hands clenching into threatening fists. "How dare he insult my master? I will never forgive him. I, Oler, will be the hammer that delivers your justice." Seeing this display of loyalty, Baron Belgalon let out a wicked smile. He stared at a gleaming chest of gold, calculating. They say I'll get another 100 gold coins if Ian Egan dies. An opportunity like this cannot be missed. Even the politely worded letter from Jebin Evergrow couldn't hide the thick malice hidden within its pages. But for a greedy man like him, the life of a knight from a foreign land meant nothing compared to the profit right in front of him. As these assassination plots were being laid, Egan and his party rode on toward the ruins, completely unaware. They were preparing for enemies ahead and dangers in the dark. But the true lord of the Philia ruins was the Wyvern, a powerful beast that ruled the skies. With the wide-open sky as its domain, any flying creature held an absolute advantage. Not only was the monster powerful, it was cunning, using swarms of harpies to exhaust expeditions before it moved in for the kill. Egan knew a reckless attack was just a waste of lives. However, he had seen through its adaptive nature. He knew there was a way to lure this monster from its nest. Counting on the creature's territorial instincts, Egan began to put his meticulously prepared plan into action. Amid the rubble, soldiers and prisoners hauled huge logs to build up defenses. Gunfordike ran to Egan to report, "Master, we're all set. We have about 40 men ready to fight, including the prisoners who swore their loyalty. The stronger men were organized as soldiers, while the weaker ones were forced to serve as porters, carrying all the luggage." Meanwhile, Patek and Baron's mercenaries formed a tight defensive line to protect Romari and the supplies. Ganfridic pointed excitedly. "Ah, and the palisade is complete. Not bad for a rush job, is it?" Egan gave a slight nod, satisfied with his team's speed. He coldly gave the order for the entire army to make camp for the night. Standing in the twilight, Egan looked toward the ruins and declared, "At dawn, we enter the Philia ruins." After such a long and grueling journey, the entire company could finally get some rest. As the first rays of sunlight broke the horizon, the entire group of men and horses began their thunderous march towards the abyss. But behind the facade of obedience, whispers of discontent began to spread through the prisoners at the rear. One prisoner cursed the sharp thorns catching on his clothes, while another complained that building and abandoning the fence was a total waste of time. One of them sneered to himself he'd only pretended to swear loyalty to avoid being sold into slavery. He would never truly serve a foreign knight like Egan. Ganfridic suddenly froze. His crimson eyes showed alarm as he sensed something approaching. He turned and called out quietly, "Master." Egan's expression remained ice-cold. He calmly ordered the entire army, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Immediately, the soldiers formed up, their giant shields creating a solid defensive wall along the gloomy forest path. A sweaty archer trembled as he scanned the path ahead, but he couldn't see a single enemy. He started to think Egan was just a paranoid coward, making a fuss over nothing. But just as he muttered his complaint, a strange sound made him freeze. He looked up at the sky and saw an entire section of it suddenly go dark with countless descending black shadows. It was a massive swarm of ferocious harpies, appearing all at once to devour them. So much for being paranoid. As the monsters shrieked, Egan calmly gave the command, "Ready to fire." The archers drew their bowstrings in unison, concentrating as they waited for the perfect moment. "Fire!" The command was barely spoken before a volley of arrows ripped through the air, flying straight into the enemy's formation. The hideous harpies were struck, screaming in agony as they were shot from the sky, revealing demonic faces with long horns and rows of sharp, threatening teeth. The battle descended into chaos as one harpy swooped down to attack Egan's horse, causing it to rear up in pure panic. Facing a sudden ambush, Egan remains completely unfazed even as the enemy closes in right before his eyes. With high-level vampire reflexes, he catches the monster leg with a glowing red armored hand. Egan's eyes flash with chilling intent as his superhuman strength tears the enemy apart mid-air. Standing tall from a high vantage point, Egan roars out a command, "Get ready, Romari." Responding to his master, Romari grips his staff with determination and shouts back, "Yes, just leave it to me." Knowing his time has come, he channels all his magic into the ground, creating a glowing magic circle. Ancient runes begin swirling around Romari as he focuses intensely to cast a grand spell. While fierce harpies charge in to disrupt the ritual, a mercenary known as One Sword steps in to protect the chanting mage. He slashes down a monster right in front of Romari and urges him, "I will cover you, just keep focusing." Romari gives a quick thanks before maintaining the surging energy. The harpies are blown back, but they act like hungry ghosts, screaming and searching for any opening to strike again. Ganfridic stands in the thick of it, unsheathing his sword and roaring to boost morale, "Everyone, draw your blades and fight." Realizing the enemy is too close, he tells himself it is time for melee. Curses echo through the chaotic battlefield about those damn birds. Seeing his comrades' bravery, Ganfridic laughs and cheers them on, saying they fight better than expected. "Man, Who jokes around in a life-or-death situation? But the mood turns heavy when a soldier cries out in terror. The harpies have stopped attacking alone and are now circling in a strange, ominous vortex. Someone notices the weird behavior and screams that the harpy movements are bizarre. From below, Egan looks up with cold red eyes. He quietly watches as the monsters form a pitch-black cyclone that blots out the sky. They spiral down like a massive arrow aimed at the leader. An explosion rocks the earth, and Ganfridic screams for his master. Amidst the smoke and falling feathers, Egan emerges like a god of death. His sword swings in basic but lethal arcs, easily shredding these stubborn harpies into tiny pieces. Before they can recover, Romari rushes forward with a glowing blood jade in hand. He gathers every bit of mana and shouts, "Seal release!" A burst of pink energy fans out like ribbons, tightly wrapping around every single harpy flying in the air. The monsters shriek in despair as the magic binds them, dropping them to the ground like falling leaves. Romari proudly reports that he has sealed all the monsters nearby. Egan looks at the helpless creatures waiting for death and coldly replies, "Good work, Romari. Now we just kill them." He turns to his troops and barks an order. "Everyone, the real conquest starts now. Wipe out the harpies and only keep what is necessary." Witnessing this overwhelming power, a scarred soldier wonders if they really are just cleaning up after all that madness. He realizes the battle he feared has suddenly become easy. It is as if Egan has already set the table for a carefully prepared feast. Seeing his buddy dazed, another soldier speaks up, asking if he has finally opened his eyes after all that complaining. He reminds him that once you swear loyalty, you do not question the commander. That is the only way to stay alive on a battlefield like this. Taking the advice to heart, the scarred man reflects. He realizes his comrade is also from Canbegin, and decides to put his full trust in the black-armored commander. He smiles, thinking fighting under Egan is much better than a life of crime. Maybe this is the start of a legendary career. He excitedly swings his sword, shouting that even wyverns are nothing. But just as morale peaks, Egan drops a cold command to retreat after cleaning up. You would think they would keep pushing, right? Let us see why this command leaves the soldiers stunned and confused. Egan then gives a chilling instruction that gives everyone goosebumps. Those heads we collected? Stake them on the fence and bring them along. That is absolutely brutal. A confused soldier runs up to ask why they are suddenly retreating when they have the momentum. The troops are fired up and ready to fight. Egan glances back with a blood-stained face and says they will understand if they follow. The sudden retreat order has the ranks buzzing. One soldier cannot hide his frustration, grumbling about why they are pulling back. He complains that life is about moving forward, and when you are winning, you should keep charging to stay true to the path of victory. However, the comrade standing next to him has a completely different take after those initial moments of doubt. The scarred soldier admits he does not fully get it either, but he is starting to think they should trust the guy. Surprised by this change of heart, the other soldier asks if his feelings shifted. The scarred man explains that the incredible results are what truly shocked him. Not a single person died. Come to think of it, they killed over 100 enemies without taking a single injury. Egan did not even use them as bait. Looking at Egan's majestic figure standing in the middle of the base, the scarred soldier realizes he is nothing like their old boss. That old leader only cared about himself and never gave a damn about whether they lived or died. He notes that while strong and brave knights are common, finding someone with true strategic vision is incredibly rare in this world. In his eyes now, that black-armored knight is a man who possesses every single quality of a truly great leader. Watching figures approach from above, Egan asks if they are reinforcements. Ganfridic shades his eyes from the sun and shakes his head in doubt. No way. Baron Belgalan has never been that generous with his troops. Looking closer, Ganfridic notes they look like mercenaries, but their background seems shady. They do not look friendly at all, he warns. The air crackles with tension as forces move into the ruins, ready to face enemies from within and without. Meanwhile, among the new mercenaries, one man recognizes the imposing figure of Egan. He whispers to his comrades in shock he'd seen this man before, facing his own master at Baron Belgalan's castle. Ganfridic turns to Egan and asks, "Is that right, master?" Egan's crimson eyes narrow. He silently observes the new players on the board with extreme caution, while fresh conspiracies begin to brew in the shadows. In a quiet corner of the forest, a mysterious figure pores over the pages of an ancient book. It details a legend that any man who walks the path of a knight would instantly recognize. The book tells of a great hero, the first to unite the island nation of Brantia, a man known to history as the Night King. Eden, an image of the king in radiant armor appears, a premonition of the monumental events about to unfold. Could history be repeating itself, just as the book says? Even though the man was an illegitimate child, he was still born into a family of knights. For one young slave, that king was his only idol. Knowing he could never be the same, he still dreamed of becoming a true knight himself, like a small bird yearning for the vast, open sky. But all those beautiful dreams were shattered 1 year ago, after a bitter defeat in battle sent his life spiraling into a bottomless abyss. The moment he was turned into a slave in a foreign land, his life shattered like a pane of glass falling from a great height. He had to force himself through days of unimaginable pain and despair just to survive. But the worst part wasn't being a slave, it was serving a foolish and reckless knight. Standing before a dark cave, his master gave a cold order. Have the men wait at the entrance, and kill the Dark Knight the moment he steps out. Witnessing such a despicable plot, the young slave could only suffer in silence. He bitterly realized that the Night King he so admired would never stoop to such cowardly tactics. Maybe he joined the wrong side from the start. As the entire group emerged from the exit, they all froze, stunned by an unexpected sight. A fortified camp, a palisade, stood just outside the demon territory, leaving everyone speechless. A panicked soldier cried out, "What is that?" He wondered why a military base would be set up here. It seemed the third suppression force had already built it. Ulr's face paled. He couldn't understand why the enemy would camp in such an exposed position. Worse, Egan's forces must have detected their presence long ago. Seeing Egan and Ganfridic standing calmly behind the barrier, waiting for them, the soldiers began to tremble with fear. Trapped and realizing he'd walked right into their plan, Ulr grit his teeth, drew his sword, and screamed, "Damn it!" At this point, everyone, charge! His subordinate warned him it was a reckless, suicidal move, but he just glared back, threatening, "I'll cut down anyone who doesn't move forward." Watching from the rear, the slave knew that as foolish and insane as this man was, his skill in a fight was undeniable. Now, slaves to the front line, move it. The sudden attack hit one slave who could only cry out in pain before stumbling to the ground. Ulr didn't stop there, continuing to swing his sword menacingly. "Get out there if you don't want to get hit." Facing his brutality, the poor slaves could only tremble and obey. "Yes, sir," before scrambling away. To rally his troops, Ulr yelled, "I'll pay for every enemy you kill. Forward!" Under his command, both soldiers and slaves let out a furious roar and charged straight toward the palisade base, radiating pure. A brutal commander who sees his soldiers as disposable is doomed to fail, isn't he? The cries to kill them all echoed through the air. As Ulr's forces poured down like a flood, the brown-haired slave was lost in the chaotic storm of clashing swords, watching the battle unfold in a daze. While the enemy screamed, "Die!" his eyes locked onto the dignified figure of Egan, standing silently behind the wooden barrier. Looking at the black-armored knight's calm and commanding presence, the slave lowered his head, a bitter feeling swelling in his chest. He thought, the Night King would never use such cowardly tactics. He painfully recognized the vast difference between a true leader and a man like Ulrar, who used slaves as human shields. Meanwhile, Egan remained incredibly calm against the enemy's onslaught, his commanding aura unshaken. He gave a cold order to his men. "Attack on my signal. Form up inside the camp and wait." Ganfridic and the soldiers replied in unison. "Understood." They quickly deployed into a solid defensive formation. One soldier, hiding behind his shield, cursed the black-armored commander's cunning. Without hesitation, Ulr led the charge, screaming, "Kill them all!" But just as his bloodlust peaked, a world-shaking roar suddenly ripped through the sky. Ulr froze, his face twisting in horror. That sound, could it be? A terrifying sound he never expected to face. From above, a massive, crimson entity appeared, its wings blotting out the sun. It was a wyvern, the true ruler of these ruins. It tilted its head back and let out a deafening roar that shook the very ground, crushing everyone present under an immense pressure. Behind it, countless grotesque harpies followed. They shrieked wildly, swarming like a dark tornado. A terrified soldier screamed, "The wyvern is flying through the gate!" The high-level monster shot past the ancient stone archway. Its fiery eyes stared down at the prey below, ready to crush anyone who dared trespass on its territory. With sharp, lightning-wreathed fangs, the monster unleashed a piercing shriek. Its body shaking with fury, it dove, spewing a terrifying stream of fire that scorched the earth. The soldiers below screamed, "The wyvern's out of the demon realm!" A knight braced against the heat. He grit his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! Why now of all times? Am I about to be roasted alive?" From high above, the wyvern gazed down at the battlefield now engulfed in flames. Watching it all from a high cliff, Egan let the wind blow through his long, dark hair. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile revealing sharp fangs appeared on his face. "So, you finally decided to show yourself." Egan knew all too well that an arrogant beast like that would never overlook a force trespassing in its territory. He adjusted his cloak, glaring at the sky. "I have been waiting for you, Wyvern." The monster felt the pressure instantly. Its massive eye glared down at Egan. Opening a maw of razor-sharp fangs, glowing energy began gathering deep in its throat. It roared, preparing to unleash a devastating blast. The sky over Phileas ruins trembled under the wyvern's massive red wings. Countless hideous harpies swarmed, blotting out the sun. Facing such a powerful force, Ulr's soldiers began to spiral into pure panic. One trembling soldier begged Ulr to retreat. This wyvern was too dangerous, far beyond their pay grade as mere monster hunters. But that cowardice only fueled Ulr's rage. He leveled the soldier with a punch and let out a furious roar. "Shut up and give me that bow." Terrified, the man complied. Ulr snatched it, drawing the string back with zero hesitation. He fired an arrow that ripped through the air toward the beast. "Take this, you filthy monster," he screamed in delusion. The wyvern roared at the provocation, while the harpies dove in a frenzy. Amidst the chaos, a silver-armored knight broke a sweat. Feeling the pressure, he muttered a hopeless damn it as monsters flooded down. A hideous harpy snatched a victim, echoing screams of pain. Fighting back with his sword, a brown-haired youth cried out in terror. "Harpies!" Despite the danger, he struggled to stand his ground. He urged his comrades to grab their weapons and fight. But instead of courage, his partner offered a bizarre confession. "I have a phobia of birds." Stunned by the absurdity during a life-or-death moment, he froze. "What? How do we fight now? Tigers or snakes would make sense. But birds?" While Ulr's men struggled, Egan and Gun Frederick watched calmly from the barricade. They observed the scene with detachment. Egan noted the situation was taking a strange turn. Gun Frederick just let out a smirk. He admitted those soldiers were actually perfect bait to lure the harpies away. Egan's eyes, however, stayed locked on the sky. He noticed the wyvern still wasn't descending. Gun Frederick drew his bow with multiple arrows, confident regardless of the beast's intelligence. It was just a wyvern, after all time to show it some real power. He took careful aim for maximum precision. A rain of arrows struck the target head-on. Hit by the surprise attack, the high-tier monster roared in absolute, fiery rage. It dived with terrifying speed, wings flapping wildly to evade. From above, its massive eye looked down at the brutal battlefield. With murderous intent, it watched the harpies tear into the sobbing soldiers. Their lives were on the line, completely defenseless now. The sky over Phileas ruins darkened as hideous harpies covered the sun. Under relentless assault, the soldiers frantically pulled their bows. "Damn it! That wyvern baited them here! Do not stop firing!" One soldier yelled to the commander in a total panic. "Lord Egan, there are too many. We cannot hold on. Order the counterattack." Egan, however, remained chillingly calm amidst the carnage. His red eyes narrowed with killing intent as he coldly called out to Gun Frederick. "Ready for action." Gun gripped his weapon. His eyes burned with determination, claiming one shot was enough. Gun Frederick then launched a massive spear that ripped through space. The spear hit home, dragging the screaming monster down to the ground. With a cocky grin, Gun Frederick declared, "Got him!" Witnessing the perfect teamwork, Egan gripped his spear and gave a nod of approval. "Nice baiting, Gun Frederick. No time to waste." Egan put everything into a thunderous throw, aimed right at the giant beast. The spear flew with earth-shattering force. The wyvern's eyes widened in horror. The direct hit shattered its defenses, triggering a massive energy explosion that engulfed the beast. Under the relentless assault, it shrieked in agony among the debris. Dust and smoke choked the battlefield as a heavy silence fell. "Wait, is it down?" people whispered, but Egan felt the murderous aura had not faded. "No, not yet. Everyone, get back." The wyvern suddenly rose from the rubble, its eyes burning with fury. It seemed even stronger now. Egan hissed through gritted teeth. Seeing his troops fleeing in terror, the beast opened its mouth to unleash a massive torrent of fire, incinerating everything. It roared amidst the flames. Sensing the crisis, Gun Frederick shouted to Romari, "Can you bind it like you did the harpies? Can you tie it down like before?" Romari nodded with firm determination. "I will try my best." But the monster sensed the threat. Its burning eyes locked onto her. Before Romari could cast her magic, she gasped in shock. "Huh?" The beast lunged, its giant maw full of fangs ready to swallow her whole. In a panic, Romari could only scream, "Wait!" I said wait. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the attack. Romari realized Egan had used his own body to shield her. He was badly wounded. "Lord Egan, your shoulder," she cried. Despite the pain, Egan roared out an order to Gun Frederick. He pushed Romari toward his friend to keep her safe. She looked back in despair. Wait, Lord Egan, you have to move. The wyvern did not miss the opening, launching another devastating strike. The attack carried enough power to destroy everything in its path. Romari screamed through tears. No, Lord Egan. Horror filled the air as the commander stood his ground to take the hit. Everyone held their breath, watching this agonizing, life-or-death struggle. No, Lord Egan. Ganfredi quickly grabbed Romari, dragging him from the danger zone even as the boy screamed. Shouldn't you be dodging too? Ganfredi was firm. You will come with me and go back. Utterly useless to his master on the brink of death. He could only scream helplessly. But then Romari froze, pointing ahead. Wait, look! The wyvern's mouth gaped wide open. It revealed hideous teeth, ready to crush its prey. Yet Egan stood his ground, his crimson eyes glowing with absolute calm and cruelty. As the monster roared, Egan channeled all his dark power into his arm, unleashing a thunderous strike right inside its steel jaw, creating a brilliant explosion of energy. Witnessing the horrific scene, Ganfredi screamed in a panic, Master, damn it! But Egan didn't back down, unleashing his dark power through a sea of fire. He met the death breath of the high-level monster head-on, a true clash of titans. A single, crimson slash tore right through the wyvern's throat. The monster let out a final, agonizing roar before crashing to the ground, sending a shockwave of dust and debris everywhere. Seeing their leader fall, the harpies were lost. They shrieked in terror and began to scatter, retreating from the battlefield. Below, the soldiers erupted in pure joy, their cheers echoing to the heavens. The sky above the ruins was finally clearing up. Standing before the massive corpse, the soldiers were still in shock, wondering if it was truly dead. While everyone was still in doubt, Egan emerged from the rubble, causing them all to cheer in astonishment. Lord Egan is alive. Ganfredi rushed to his side, anxiously asking if his master was all right. Egan calmly explained that he finished it by throwing his sword into its throat. The wyvern's own blood had protected him from taking too much damage. Egan stood silently, staring at the blood-stained sword in his hand. He revealed that when facing the fire, he protected himself with black cloth, then used the sword he'd taken from bandits to deliver the final blow. What amazed Egan was that this weapon remained intact, even after being thrown into the heart of the black flame. He realized this was an extraordinary weapon that had made his victory that much easier. And if he could collect more gear like this, his power would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Witnessing his legendary feat, the soldiers all dropped to their knees. They worshipped Egan as a god, their cheers of "Long live Lord Egan" echoing throughout the ruined lands. Ganfredi watched the ecstatic crowd and smiled faintly, realizing that now, even the scoundrels had been completely won over by his master's prestige. While Egan stood tall amidst the absolute adoration, a knight of Baron Belgalin seethed in the shadows, his assassination plan an utter failure. He tried to retreat quietly to find another opportunity, but an iron hand immediately clamped down on his shoulder. "Where are you off to in such a hurry? Let's have a little chat." The threatening question hung in the air. It made the would-be killer tremble, too afraid to move. Egan's soldiers surrounded him with mocking smiles, ready to punish the man who dared to harm their master. Amid the thunderous victory cheers of the entire army, the traitor's fate was sealed. After interrogation, the man named Ulrr revealed everything. The one who truly ordered the attack was none other than Baron Belgalan. Facing the trembling lord, Egan coldly declared that if he continued to deny the truth, he would expose the entire affair, not just to the Palin merchant group, but to the entire nobility. But if the Baron was smart and admitted his fault, and was willing to negotiate, he would let the matter go. Finally, under immense pressure, Baron Belgalan broke. He confessed that he was incited by a noble named Jabin, and that his own greed had led him to make this fatal mistake. Now, they would both pay the price. Normally, the Baron would use force to solve his problems, but against a knight who had just slain a wyvern, he had no choice but to bow his head. The first condition Egan laid out was a certificate and a joint petition. Since Egan had, in fact, already taken control of several villages outside Belgalan's territory, the Baron was forced to recognize Egan as their lord and send a petition to neighboring nobles. This would legitimize his power, but it didn't stop there. The second condition was a heavy compensation. Egan would take 80% of the magic stones and their byproducts. On top of that, he demanded a ransom for Ulrr and reparations for the unprovoked attack. Egan also recruited several mercenaries from the Baron's own castle. For the Baron, it was over. He lost absolutely everything. Not even his belt was left. Watching Egan ride ahead, Luke was in awe. The byproducts from the wyvern and the magic stones alone were worth an absolute fortune, He believed that with both martial skill and strategic genius, Lord Egan was destined for even greater things. Lost in thought, he was startled when Egan spoke. "Your name is Luke, isn't it?" Luke jumped and hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord." Egan then asked about his time as an apprentice, and Luke answered honestly. He said it had been a little over 3 years. Immediately, Egan made a decision that stunned him. "Then you will be in charge of maintaining armor and weapons." He declared he would pay Luke half a silver coin per week, which was 2 coins a month. Hearing the generous salary, Luke was deeply moved and bowed his head in thanks. However, he still had a question nagging at him. He hesitated before asking if a humble person like himself could ask something. With Egan's permission, Luke summoned all his courage to ask why the Lord had brought him along in the first place. Egan calmly explained that because Luke had told him about the wyvern's habits back at the Baron's castle, he was able to prepare such an effective strategy. Egan also admitted frankly that when he saw Luke charge in with the Baron's knights, he suspected it was a trap. Hearing this, Luke could only bow his head in shame. "I'm sorry, a late apology, but better than none." Egan looked deep into the young man's eyes and noticed an interesting fact. "You didn't draw your sword against me, you only targeted the harpies." Seeing this silent loyalty, he gave a cold command. "From now on, follow me." Egan knew the path ahead would be filled with many more battles, fierce ones, so he promised to provide Luke with proper armor and weapons. Faced with a life-changing opportunity, Luke was overwhelmed with emotion. He swore an oath with all his reverence. "Yes, I will serve Master Egan until the day I die." With a boss who offers perks like that, who wouldn't work until retirement? Egan's act of handing out high-quality gear to those from such low-born backgrounds immediately became the hottest topic among his 500 soldiers. One soldier gasped in pure disbelief, saying, "Wait, knights actually give armor to slaves? I thought those stories were just myths and legends." Hope began to spark through the rest of the ranks. They told themselves if they fought hard, they would surely be rewarded by their master. With morale at an all-time high, a scout galloped back to report, "Lord Egan, I have finished checking the village of REBORN. Some group has occupied the area. Could it be more bandits?" Looking ahead, smoke and fire were already starting to swallow the entire village. Facing these brutal raiders, Egan's eyes narrowed with a cold, killing intent. He sternly ordered the entire army to prepare for a total sweep. Ganfredic and the soldiers roared back in unison, "Yes, sir." Everyone was burning with excitement, ready for a bloody and decisive battle. Thundering hooves and battle cries echoed through the forest. "We are going in first to wipe them all out. Let's move now." Seeing his men so fired up, Ganfredic flashed a wicked grin. "Look at them go. They are full of spirit," he teased Egan. "How does it feel to be treated like a true lord, master? Don't be so serious." He laughed, but Egan remained deeply pensive. He was still worried about that kid Delmondo. He had trusted him to watch the village, yet the boy had dared to leave on his own. Noticing his master's dark mood, Ganfredic asked with concern, "You don't look so good. Is something wrong?" Egan simply stayed silent. Not wanting small distractions to slow them down, Egan gave the command to move and spurred his horse toward the port city of Mahforn. Upon reaching the city gates, a guide was waiting. "Welcome, Lord Egan," he said, before offering a very subtle and polite warning. Staying at a public inn might cause trouble. It is rare for a force of 40 armed men to march so boldly into the city. He suggested Egan rest at a private estate to avoid any trouble with the authorities. Egan agreed to skip the common inns. Sitting in a grand hall with a glass of red wine, Egan calmly stated that he had no intention of causing fear among the citizens. He knew hurting relations with Mahforn would bring no profit. Sitting across from him was Gardier, the wealthy and stout head of the merchant guild. The old man admitted the title of Wyvern Slayer was respected, but it also brought a lot of fear. Gardier mocked the ragged soldiers. He suggested that recruiting former bandits would only lead to more useless bloodshed. The mercenaries nearby began to whisper to each other angrily. Feeling the insult, one man started to get aggressive, but his comrade stopped him, urging him to just finish his beer and cool down. Gardier continued his arrogant speech, promising he would treat Egan better at his own mansion than any inn in the city ever could. He emphasized that he would ensure Egan's soldiers didn't cause any mess. These condescending words made the men grit their teeth in silent fury. They were forced to stay quiet to avoid embarrassing their master. Egan coldly asked, "Did Arnold reveal my situation to you?" Gardier confirmed it, claiming he needed to know his guests. Before he could celebrate, Egan dropped a piece of news that shocked the room. He revealed he had been given management over the entire region, including Paranan, Ronald, and Minton. This hit Gardier like a lightning strike. Gardier was stunned into silence. He realized Egan was about to become a true lord with authority over a massive and growing population. The merchant bitterly realized why Arnold had left the party so quickly. The Palin Company had already smelled a massive source of profit. This juicy opportunity made the old man's head spin. Gardier immediately did a 180-degree flip, bowing low and apologizing for his rudeness. Egan just gave a slight smirk, replying that it was understandable for people to be shocked, since even he had not planned for this. Watching Egan's calm expression, the old fox of a guild leader began to hatch new, calculated, and devious plans in his head. He told himself that now his identity was out, Egan would surely be hungry for the kind of treatment a king would receive. Gardier flashed a sly smile, suggesting that Egan would need truly capable people to help manage his new villages and their resources. He promised the Mawthorn Merchant Guild would provide full support and work their hardest under the new lord's command to gain his favor. Standing before the lavish feast, Egan gave a small nod of acceptance. Gardier excitedly urged him to feel free and order anything he wanted. The old man is sharp, I'll give him that. Everything he says makes sense. At the table, Ganfredic ate while making his own observations. This sudden kindness from the merchants was suspicious, especially with the Palin Company already sending their own people to help manage things. Ganfredic raised his drink high, loudly calling for everyone to join in a toast within the grand hall. He made a proud announcement. He spoke about the incredible bravery of the entire group when they faced that terrifying wyvern. Cheers began to echo through the entire room. Ganfredic reminded them of how they killed hundreds of harpies without losing a single man. He credited it all to trusting their master. By following the orders of such a brilliant lord, they had achieved this legendary victory. Ganfredic stood up, full of fire and passion. He urged all the soldiers to hold their heads high with pride, vowing they would continue to serve and win even greater battles. Inspired by his words, the soldiers grew wild with excitement. The mercenaries shouted out in unison, "Yes, sir, we believe in you. We will follow you to the end." The sound of clinking glasses and shouts of "Long live Egan" thundered throughout the massive mansion. This was the absolute loyalty of warriors who had finally been won over. Amidst the deafening cheers, Egan simply remained silent. Meanwhile, the spirit Mirian was buzzing with excitement, flying circles above his head and shouting proudly for everyone to honor the man who would soon be Demon King. But when night fell and the noise of the party faded away, the atmosphere inside the private room grew much quieter. A regretful voice spoke up. They still hadn't found any trace of the red magic stone. Egan, standing by the window, coldly asked Mirian if she had searched the ruins thoroughly. Mirian instantly materialized with a hurt expression, snapping back at her master for daring to doubt her. She insisted that the stone simply wasn't there, even after the mercenaries had torn every single corner apart looking for it. Egan let out a soft sigh, admitting Mirian had a point. Seeing her master look tired, Mirian announced she was going to bed early and advised him to get some rest too. Just as Egan was about to fall asleep, a sudden knock echoed from the door. A voice from outside reported that someone was here to see him, and Egan was visibly annoyed. He snapped that he had already declared he wasn't receiving any visitors at this hour. But the servant hesitated, explaining the guest insisted Egan would definitely change his mind after hearing this message. And then, a mysterious code phrase was spoken, "The cold and crimson blood of Noferos." The moment the words were said, something clicked in Egan's mind. Instantly, Egan's eyes widened in utter shock as the name Del Mondo flashed through his mind. A burst of fury made his killing intent colder than ever before. He gritted his teeth in rage, thinking of the fool who couldn't even manage a single small village, yet now dared to show his face in this port city. Suppressing his fury, Egan coldly ordered the man to come in. The large door slowly creaked open to reveal a figure trembling as he stepped into the darkness. Del Mondo, his face pale with fear, stammered out, "My lord." This was the man who had failed his mission. Egan stared down the newcomer with a gaze sharp enough to pierce his soul, a smirk playing on his lips as he offered a sarcastic welcome to his distant relative. Egan remarked that he must have endured a very long journey to get here. Del Mondo trembled under the terrifying pressure radiating from the lord, completely frozen to the spot in absolute terror. As Egan loomed closer, he ordered the servant to leave. "He'll only be here for a moment, and then he'll be gone, remember that." As the door closed, Del Mondo dropped to his knees, his trembling voice offering a reverent greeting to the great progenitor of our clan, the lowly and foolish Del Mondo of the Noferos bloodline. But Egan coldly cut him off. "You!" The aura he released made Del Mondo gasp in terror. Egan growled, questioning why the villages he was assigned to watch were now nearly all occupied by filth. Del Mondo stammered an excuse, claiming his wounds needed time to heal, which was why he couldn't complete the mission. He argued that waiting for Egan at Mophone to report directly was the best option, and sincerely begged for punishment for his failure. Looking at the man prostrating at his feet, Egan thought to himself that daring to come here, knowing he'd be reprimanded, meant he still had some use. The man knew enough to show up and take the blame instead of passing the buck. Seeing this, he gave him one chance, asking coldly, "What are you good at?" Delmondo eagerly listed his talents, from combat to literacy, even claiming he could handle a few mercenaries without using his family's power. He confidently declared he knew mathematics and was fluent in 4 languages, much to Egan's surprise. Delmondo then revealed a shocking truth. "When I was human, I was a mid-level administrator in the Roman Empire, specializing in finance and human resources." Recognizing this hidden talent, Egan extended a hand and declared, "Then work for me, and if you do well, I will forgive all of your past failures." Delmondo was so overjoyed his eyes lit up. Given a chance to redeem himself, he excitedly asked what he needed to do. Soon after, Egan introduced a newly dapper Delmondo to Guildmaster Gardier, stating this was his distant cousin who would manage the territory on his behalf. Gardier was incredibly impressed. The old man exclaimed that he could sense Delmondo's wisdom and elegance just from the way he spoke, praising him endlessly as truly worthy of being Sir Egan's relative. Overwhelmed by the compliments, Delmondo frantically waved his hands in humility, insisting that Sir Egan was like the moon in the sky, while he was as weak as a single firefly. Delmondo's humble attitude made Gardier respect Egan's eye for talent even more. The old man thought to himself that this knight wasn't just a powerful warrior, but also a masterful judge of character, and the territory would surely flourish under this new management. Gardier stroked his chin, scheming. He regretted not meeting Egan sooner. The Palin Company then suddenly proposed another, more suggestive option. The old man wouldn't back down. If one plan fails, try another. Gardier eagerly asked, "Sir Egan, do you have any plans to expand your territory further on the peninsula?" He specifically suggested Nadia Mountain, right on the border. But Egan coldly replied that he had no need to go that far, and was planning to head straight for Marin. However, Egan's attitude changed instantly when Gardier revealed an incredibly valuable piece of information. "There's actually a silver mine in that mountain." "Oh, hearing that, even I'm wide awake now. How about all of you?" At the mention of a silver mine, Egan's eyes narrowed with calculation, which even surprised the spirit Mirian into letting out a strange noise. Egan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes burning with interest as he demanded, "Tell me everything." In the luxurious room, Romari excitedly unrolled a large design on the table and asked, "What do you think, my lord?" It was the image of a shield with a fiercely majestic dragon emblem, which left even Mirian in awe. Egan admired the drawing and praised it generously. "You draw as beautifully as an artist." Romari just smiled proudly. He explained that people usually associate bats with the Dark Clan, but for an origin like Egan, only the image of a dragon was truly fitting. Egan nodded in satisfaction. "Your craftsmanship is at a master level. Well done." The unexpected praise made Romari blush with pure delight. He cheered like a child receiving a gift. "You're too kind. Heh. He thought to himself that this cold lord actually knew how to say some nice things, and maybe being a mage under Egan wouldn't be so bad. But Romari quickly shook his head, clearing the thought, reminding himself not to be swayed by such small things. For more than a month, he'd suffered without being able to do any research. Now was the time to quickly pack up the byproducts and get out. Romari worked up the courage to ask if he was considered part of the mission, and if he would receive what Egan had promised him. Egan answered generously, "Take whatever is suitable." With that approval, Romari excitedly grabbed the staff and shouted, "Thank you so much, my lord," finally getting a scrap from the master. Just then, Egan remembered something and asked, "Romari, do you know anything about alchemy?" He proudly declared it was a foundational subject for mages, since processing minerals is basic to creating chimeras. Egan then hinted that Romari must know how to refine silver. He also revealed that he might own a silver mine soon, and would need someone to refine it. Hearing this, Romari's excitement exploded. He slammed his hand on the table, startling Mirian. He roared with determination, "I will build a laboratory as soon as I return to Marin." He insisted that a good mage could separate silver from ore more skillfully than even a dwarf, a pretty bold claim to make. He pleaded desperately, "Please, Lord Egan, entrust the silver refining to me." Witnessing this enthusiasm, Mirian flew over to tease him. "Ha, so you've finally tasted the allure of money, have you? You're pretty quick on the uptake." Romari blushed and snapped back that it was only for research materials, not for material greed like that little spirit. He insisted he was completely different and promised Egan wouldn't regret it. After all, silver, sulfur, and mercury were a mage's most vital minerals. Money was just a means to an end. Romari took immense pride in his peerless silver handling skills, especially with the school's goal of creating chimeras. He dropped to his knees, swearing to dedicate his entire being if allowed to refine silver for his master. Egan casually replied, "There's no need to dedicate everything. Even so, I understand." This approval sent Romari over the moon, and he stammered out his thanks in a fit of pure joy. Egan then ordered Romari back to Marin. He was to go alone with a few soldiers to properly manage the byproducts on the ship. After Romari accepted, Egan turned to Mirian with a cold declaration. "Mirian, we're taking the silver mine. A perfect topic for her." The Nadia Mountain was originally the property of Duke Bimos, youngest son of the Marquis Archiban. The Duke had also been the original owner of Paranan village, which Egan had just conquered. But he passed away a few years back. Looking over the old records, Egan wondered why the Archiban family would just abandon such a valuable mine. The guildmaster, Guardian, explained they likely couldn't afford to pay it any mind, not when the direct descendants were too busy fighting among themselves over who the rightful heir would be. Meanwhile, shameless bandits seized the mine and began acting like they were the new lords, plunging the Canbigan Peninsula into absolute chaos. Merchants and residents in the area suffered violence and heavy losses, but Egan's sudden appearance changed everything, and the villagers were overcome with joy. They cheered, "Long live Lord Egan," celebrating that they could finally return to their normal daily lives. These innocent people, they only wanted to live in peace, and they trusted Egan to bring that peace to them. With certificates and petitions from the peninsula's nobles in hand, Egan's reputation had reached its peak. Amid the thanks and brilliant flowers from the people, Egan knew. Announcing his ownership of the Nadia mine now wouldn't cause any problems whatsoever. If he won the mine, he would not only get the support to develop and maintain it, but the Merchants Guild would also dispatch another agent for his expeditions. In return, Guildmaster Guardian only asked that Egan continue to do business with him. That is, whenever he was operating on the Canbigan Peninsula. Seeing the vibrant dragon flags flying everywhere, Egan noted that Del Mondo was handling things quite well. He even knew how to burnish his master's reputation by hanging flags all over town. Seeing the change in the villagers' attitude, a soldier couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the day we're actually welcomed by the villagers is finally here. This is a whole different vibe from when we stormed in." Ganfredik smirked and playfully scolded the soldier. "Shut it, you tactless oaf." At first they were despised, but now they were being hailed as heroes. The soldier was still baffled. He thought Lord Egan was going to Marin, so seeing him here exploring a silver mine was a massive surprise. Ganfredik began his lecture. "A lord without mines and territory is nothing compared to one who possesses them. That's the difference." He stated that if they secured the silver mine, Lord Egan would truly become a lord in both name and reality. When the soldier was about to carelessly mention the mine and Ronin village, Ganfredik cut him off. "You fool. You think you can become a lord just by taking a few villages and a mine?" Under Ganfredik's pressure, the soldier quickly clarified that he no longer had any such ambitions, and would only fight loyally for Lord Egan. Ganfredik's smile suddenly turned calculating as he warned that even if they took the mine, they would soon lose it, because the direct heirs of House Archiban would never let a bunch of bandits run wild for no reason. He declared that an unworthy person calling himself a lord is meaningless. Power, fame, influence, and bloodline, those were the things that truly forged a lord. He looked at the imposing back of Egan leading the troops. Ganfredik knew his master was the one who embodied all of those elements. Filled with admiration and curiosity, he moved closer and asked quietly, "My lord, you must have been an incredibly powerful person in the past, right?" Ganfredik was certain even greater surprises awaited once Egan recovered his memories. Meanwhile, Egan remained silent, lost in fleeting memories of mysterious people who bore him no ill will. He wondered, who could they be? Were they from his clan, or other ancestors? However, Egan understood that the most important thing now was to prepare for a confrontation with the church. With Central Kalar and its holy knights as the looming threat, Egan stood before Nadia Mountain. He was determined to build not just military strength, but political power and wealth. Egan's command was cold and sharp. "Send out the scouts." He gazed toward the mountain, his eyes blazing, declaring he would personally wipe out the bandits and seize the mine. Egan knew this wasn't just a war for resources, but for his very existence. He understood that if he were killed again, his memories would vanish for good. Under the pouring rain of a black night, the atmosphere at the military camp was thick with tension. The sound of rain on canvas couldn't drown out the worried whispers. Among the mercenaries, one tired soldier ordered a beer to wash away his worries, while another fretted over the sudden order to march in this awful weather. They all had their own thoughts, but they shared one ideal and one master. They reminded each other to stay ready and keep their strength up. The sky wept fiercely, as if signaling a terrible omen. Moving an army in a storm like this was a monumental challenge, but Lord Egan's orders were absolute, and no one dared to act without his permission. Amidst the tension, worries about Anton began to surface. The scout who'd been sent out was now missing. Some suspected he'd turned traitor and fled, while others grimly believed he'd been captured. Or worse, had died in some forgotten corner. Inside the brightly lit command tent, Egan and Gunfordick listened intently to Baron's report on the coming enemy. The bandits occupying the silver mine were the Van Mong gang, and their hounds a force of about 50 men. Their leader, Van Mong, was a veteran mercenary captain who had brutally murdered the very noble who hired him to form his own gang. A true backstabber. Dealing with him was asking for a knife in the back. Baron warned that Van Mong was a master of laying traps. The area around the mine was a death maze. Despite the terrible intel, Egan's expression remained ice cold. He declared they'd waited long enough. It was time to find him, even as Baron tried to protest. The heavy rain would make navigating the traps 10 times harder, but Egan was unmovable. He then suddenly asked Baron about Anton's true nature. He wanted to know what his comrades truly thought of the missing scout. Baron confirmed that while Anton came from a background of thieves, he wasn't deceitful. Since swearing loyalty, he had worked tirelessly for Lord Egan's approval. Hearing this, it seemed more likely that Anton was in danger, not a traitor. Egan made a bold decision. He and Gunfordick would go alone. The rest of the soldiers were to stay put and advance only on his signal. Despite his men's concerns, Egan was firm in his plan. He ordered those staying behind to dig drainage trenches and tighten security around the perimeter. He needed to ensure the base was safe. Standing before his loyal soldiers, Egan delivered a statement that was both cold and incredibly powerful. The weak are forgotten when they die. But behind that harsh exterior was a solemn promise. He declared that if they were his mercenaries, he would remember them. No matter how weak they were, he would make their killers pay a fitting price. That ironclad declaration was like a shot of pure adrenaline to his men. The soldiers erupted in a unified roar, pledging absolute loyalty to their great master. They knew, without a doubt, they had chosen the right man to follow. In the white sheet of rain, a figure was held in Gunfordick's iron grip, trembling and crying, absolutely terrified. The knight's steel hand was crushing his throat. Seeing the captive couldn't speak, Egan calmly told Gunfordick to loosen his grip. After all, a gagged man can't give you any intel. Staring into the man's terrified eyes, Egan coolly ordered him not to speak. He just needed to nod for yes or no. "Is your boss Van Mong?" He received a terrified nod in response. Egan continued, asking about Anton's whereabouts. "Did you see a black-haired man with a scar on his face?" But the soldier just stammered in despair. Gunfordick gritted his teeth and asked the final, chilling question. "Did you kill him?" Meanwhile, deep inside the silver mine, Van Mong's underlings were talking big. One of them cluelessly asked, "What was his name again? Gonramandra, was it?" The man next to him snapped, "You idiot, it's so Andre." They started sneering, convinced that some fancy knight title was worthless compared to the piles of glittering silver right in front of them. Another lackey chimed in, "Boss, I agree, silver is what matters. Forget the knighthood, let's just take the mine." But Van Mong instantly shut them down. "Shut up, you have to think bigger. When he makes us knights." Van Mong believed that true political power was the key to long-term survival. But just as their dreams of nobility were taking shape, an earth-shattering noise echoed through the mine, followed by a scream, "Ambush!" A panicked soldier yelled. What was that sound? "Light a torch." Ah! The man was torn apart by a flash of green energy, and darkness fell. The true nightmare had just begun. The bandits screamed in absolute terror. "A monster! It's a monster!" Cries of "Open the door!" echoed as they were hopelessly cornered. A desperate soldier pounded on a door, yelling, "Boss, I'm still here!" But his pleas were cut short by a final, horrifying scream. Amid the rubble, the survivors trembled. An ogre? But someone immediately shot that down in fear. "Don't say that. There are no ogres on this mountain." The situation was completely hopeless. A soldier ran up frantically. "Boss Van Mong, we have to run." Van Mong gritted his teeth, staring at the rain. "Run where in this weather?" Just then, an immense pressure descended. The solid wooden door was blasted into splinters. The soldiers behind it were thrown back, their screams of agony filling the air. Before the dust cleared, Egan appeared. He stepped through the wreckage like a god of war in his imposing red and black armor. His eyes glowed in the dark as he spoke. "So, you're all gathered here." Gunfordick followed him in, casually commenting on how cramped the mine was, as if he were just taking a stroll. The bandits stared in shock at the two figures. They trembled, unable to believe their eyes. That's no monster, is it? One muttered. That guy defeated monsters. He's on another level. Van Mong was the first to snap out of it. He roared at his frozen men. What are you all doing? Get them! Kill them! The mercenaries let out a crazed battle cry, swarming towards Egan. Instantly, the spirit Miriam materialized, glowing brightly on her master's shoulder as she prepared to attack. Brilliant blue waves of energy surged, engulfing the entire room. The spirit's raw power left the crowd completely disoriented. They screamed in total panic. What is this? Damn it, I can't see a thing. Caught in the blinding surge, the thieves could only swing their swords in vain. With their vision gone, they lost all direction and started killing each other. Ganfridic surveyed the carnage and asked Egan, should we keep any alive for interrogation? It seemed the scouts had already told them everything they needed to know. With a cold, unchanging face, Egan delivered his final verdict. No. They were the ones who killed my mercenaries. Seeing that cold resolve, Ganfridic understood why just the two of them were enough for this mission. He wouldn't let any more of his men die for nothing. His eyes glowed with an eerie pink light as he bowed his head. I will do as you command, master. Ganfridic shot forward like a phantom in the dark cavern. He recalled his time as a human, when he couldn't have even imagined this. The simple act of fighting in absolute pitch-black darkness. But now, Ganfridic was starting to understand. Once you have vampire blood, the darkness isn't a problem anymore. In fact, freely unleashing his energy gave him a completely different kind of vitality. His vampiric senses, normally hidden, now fed him countless streams of information he could never have felt when he was just a human. Through his unique thermal vision, Ganfridic saw every heartbeat, every drop of blood flowing through the bandits. Then he moved, tearing through them amidst their screams of pain. Being a monster had its ups and downs, just like being human. The slaughter unfolded with terrifying speed. Ganfridic bared his fangs in a threatening grin, taunting them. Oh, I can see everything, you know? Their desperate pleas for mercy echoed in vain. Nothing could sway the knight's killing intent. A lone soldier trembled on a ledge, watching in horror as his comrades were annihilated in a single instant. A nightmare had descended on the mines. Cries of, "Save me! Ah!" echoed through the tunnels in absolute, final despair. The bandits screamed curses at the one who led them here. Andre, you bastard! You never said there was a monster like this near the silver mine. Another roared in rage. Knight my ass! I'm getting out of here before sunrise. But before he could finish, Egan descended like death itself, landing a fatal blow that crushed him. The man was gone without a goodbye. Ganfridic watched in surprise as Egan grabbed the last surviving bandit. He questioned, Huh? Weren't you going to kill him too? Egan replied coldly, I still have a few questions about his boss, because he said something very interesting. He realized that behind this bandit crew was a much deeper political conspiracy. Soon after, the shocking news reached the mansion of the Merchant Guild's president. Gadai was stunned. Is that true? Van Mong was incited by Sir Andre? Egan sat across from him, calmly confirming it. I brought him back, so you can interrogate him whenever you want. To the guildmaster's amazement, Egan expressed a hint of caution. I'm just wondering how to handle him, since he's the pawn of a noble. Gadai immediately spotted a golden opportunity to win Egan's favor. His eyes lit up as he pitched his idea. Sir, if you play this right, you could take not just the silver mine, but control of the entire peninsula. Egan raised an eyebrow. Control? The old guildmaster began his detailed analysis of Sir Andre, who was Marquis Achiban's nephew-in-law and the first to betray him. Gadai explained that while Andre was to blame, the other nobles who helped overthrow the Marquis had no right to condemn him. Right now, the direct descendants of the Achiban family were busy fighting each other, backed by other lords. But the most important figure standing behind Sir Andre is none other than Lord Gabriel, the eldest son of Marquis Achiban. Egan grasped the situation instantly, a knowing smirk on his lips. Oh ho, so there's no way Sir Andre acted on his own. Gadai nodded in admiration. As expected, you are truly brilliant, Sir Egan. However, Egan still had his doubts. But can't they just deny everything? That it wasn't them? Seeing Egan's hesitation, the old man pressed on, determined to solidify his trust. Gadai declared loudly, If you take the lead, the city of Mountain and I, Gadai, will follow you. Seeing Egan's surprise, the old man explained that thanks to him, the route to the Belgalan domain had been stabilized, making the mayor and other guildmasters turn all their attention towards him. He urged, You have a chance to solidify your position here. What do you think, Sir Egan? You just need to make the call. Egan fell into deep thought. He quietly assessed the situation, considering the stability of the entire peninsula. Gadai kept piling on tempting offers, ready to call the mercenary guild president, to assemble a massive force for him, He stated with conviction, "We cannot afford to lose a knight with the qualities of a conqueror. What is your decision, Sir Egan?" Looking into the guildmaster's ambitious, gleaming eyes, Egan narrowed his own and asked, "When can you start preparing?" Gadai roared with determination, "We can begin right now. Mountain will support you with our full strength." Egan finally made his choice. "Understood. In that case, I'll leave the recruitment to you." He had finally convinced Egan, paving a brilliant path for himself. Standing by the window, looking down at the bustling port city of Mountain, Gadai smiled with satisfaction. "An excellent choice. Let's plant the seeds of a new power in this land." Over 100 soldiers and a massive merchant caravan marched through the city gates, marking the huge scale of the Merchant Guild's investment in Egan. Standing before the black-armored knight, the mercenaries and proud knights of the Cambigan Peninsula showed no hesitation. In fact, they were fired up. They gathered under Egan's banner not just for his strength or the rich silver mine, but because they believed an outsider like him would be fully committed to bringing peace to this land. Cheers echoed through the streets for the peace and stability of the Cambigan Peninsula, to fight alongside the one who killed. "The wyvern is the greatest honor of my life. It's true what they say. Better to serve a wise man than to rule fools." Watching the army from above, Guildmaster Gadai and his associate calmly discussed their political moves. He revealed that half the volunteer knights joined without asking for pay. They were hoping to be granted their own lands, without fear of it being taken away later. To Gadai, this was a very profitable business deal. He was willing to spend a few thousand silver coins in exchange for immense commercial benefits. He arrogantly thought that even if Egan was the wyvern slayer, he was just a pawn, clueless about territory, management, and politics, a mere tool for moping to make a profit. "Careful, old man, one wrong move and it's all over for you." The moment someone reported that Egan's manager was waiting, a confident and cunning smile spread across Gadier's face. He assumed a young manager, barely in his 20s like Delmondo, would be incredibly easy to control and crush with his own veteran experience. Gadier strolled into the room with an air of superiority, but his smile instantly froze when he heard the very first request from his guest. Delmondo casually proposed the construction of a castle, making the guildmaster stammer out, "What? A castle? What do you mean?" Maintaining a terrifyingly calm composure, Delmondo asserted that as the lord of 6 towns and 4 villages, having a castle was only natural. He presented a detailed list that made Gadier tremble as he read, covering everything from watchtowers to a garrison for 50 soldiers. It even specified hiring dwarven builders from Pomeron and using Duke Vermus's old estate to cut down on costs. Everything was calculated with meticulous precision. Gadier was completely and utterly overwhelmed. He realized he wasn't up against some rookie, but a manager with the piercing foresight of a 35-year veteran. Dripping with sweat, he stared helplessly at the sky-high cost breakdown, totally unable to find a single reason to object. "There's always a bigger mountain, old man. I tried to warn you." Delmondo coolly announced that if Gadier didn't like it, he could just refuse. Because moping wasn't the only place to spend silver, he casually turned to leave, adding with a smirk that Marin was also a pretty good option. This sent the guildmaster into a panic, grabbing his arm to stop him. "Wait!" Gadier's voice immediately changed, forcing a laugh to smooth things over. "Ha ha ha ha. Why the rush? Am I not also providing military aid? Sit down. Let's talk for a moment." Inwardly, Delmondo's lips curled into a calculating smirk. He mused to himself that he still had a special ability he'd never revealed to his master. It was a skill he believed made him unrivaled since he became part of the Black Tribe, with their superior racial traits. That ability was pure cunning, honed over 15 years of deep research into the human world's personnel and management systems, paired with masterful social skills and acting, backed by 25 years of experience facing down every scheme imaginable on the road. Delmondo knew that no matter how Gadier tried to hide it, he could see right through his plot. He leaned in closer and asked a challenging question. Guildmaster Gadier, do you really think Sir Egan is going to stop at being just an ordinary lord?" Before the guildmaster's stunned face, Delmondo mocked him, saying that the head of a merchant guild should be able to see the bigger picture. He painted a future where Egan wouldn't just be a marquis but could rise to become one of the Empire's great archlords. Delmondo revealed his own father was once a lord in the Empire, but he was certain Egan would go much further to achieve ultimate power. With his eyes glowing and a dangerously charming smile showing his fangs, he declared, "He will undoubtedly reach the highest position like a king, for instance." "Shocked yet, old man?" To Delmondo, age is nothing, vision is everything. The scene cuts to the territory, where a soldier excitedly shouts as Egan appears. "Ha ha ha, look, Lord Egan, this is for you." The soldier proudly reported that they had quickly captured the bandit hideout. Because the bandits were so stunned by the squad's bravery, they surrendered immediately. Egan coldly asked why he had suddenly broken formation and entered the forest. The soldier proudly boasted that they had subdued the bandits without even needing to draw their swords, all to prove their trust in their master. But Egan could only fall silent as he saw the bandits kneeling on the ground, sobbing pathetically. "Please, forgive us," they pleaded, trembling as they begged to be made slaves in a state of absolute desperation. "Have mercy and take us as your slaves, just please don't eat us." The bandits were a complete wreck, honestly almost pitiful. Faced with their desperate pleas, Egan looked clearly annoyed and demanded, "Why on earth would you think I am going to eat you?" A trembling bandit explained that they had heard the story at a tavern in a nearby village. The rumor was that if any thief was caught by the Black Knight, they would be torn apart and eaten alive right on the spot. Man, what a crazy rumor. It was because of this absolute terror after hearing those stories that they didn't dare leave the forest, and now all they could do was beg for their lives. "Please spare us. We will repent. We promise." Witnessing this ridiculous scene, the soldiers with Egan were completely baffled. They broke into a cold sweat as they realized the bandits surrendered, not because of their combat prowess, but simply because they were terrified of Sir Egan's name alone. A bitter truth settled in the minds of the soldiers. The glorious achievement they had just celebrated wasn't actually their own accomplishment. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the spirit Miriam flew to Egan's shoulder and whispered some advice. "My lord, you should praise them. You have to know how to handle knights who haven't been paid yet." He understood what she meant. Their egos were completely shattered. Egan let out a soft sigh. "All right." He turned to look at the waiting soldiers and announced in a clear voice, "Regardless, it was because you brave knights charged forward that they surrendered. Well done, knights." The unexpected praise made the soldiers' faces light up. Their eyes shone with pride. Wasn't this the result of their lord's fearsome reputation combined with their own courage? They chuckled, secretly admiring their master's sharp judgment. They marched forward in an unnerving silence. Behind Egan, a few soldiers couldn't stomach the injustice, whispering that their heroic deeds had yet to earn them a single coin. But their leader insisted they trust Egan's plan. After all, this was the man who had slain a wyvern. Their faith in him needed to be absolute. "Patience," he told them. "Everyone would get their share." Deeper into the new lands, a guide pointed towards a magnificent castle on the horizon. He announced, "From this point on, this is the territory of Marquess Achiban, Sir Egan." Egan observed in silence, then asked if this one family truly owned half of Cambigan. The guide explained that while their direct holdings weren't massive, the Achiban clan was so ancient and respected that they controlled countless vassal lords under their banner. Then he dropped a critical piece of intel: the family was tearing itself apart from the inside, with every member looking out only for their own selfish interests. A slight smirk crossed Egan's face. The guide was incredibly sharp, proving that the old guildmaster Gadai's recommendation had been completely on the money. Facing the praise, the guide simply offered a respectful smile. "You're too kind. Our final destination, Duke Gabriel's estate, is still 3 days' journey from here, and we must pass through 2 other territories first," the guide informed them as the company pressed onward. One of those territories belonged to Lady Asandra, the eldest daughter and the one true, legitimate heir to the entire Achiban family. But there was a catch. Despite her birthright, Duke Gabriel was the one who currently held all the real power. The Marquess's unexpected decline had ripped the family's loyalties to shreds. Lady Asandra herself had been pushed aside, left with no authority. Egan observed grimly. This was a world where bloodline and status were absolute. He saw the brutal unfairness of it all. Captured soldiers were forced into slavery, while knights and nobles could simply pay a ransom to walk free. Egan's gaze hardened with determination. "We're going to meet Lady Asandra directly. Send a messenger." At that moment, inside the grand castle, Lady Asandra, Antigo Archiban, was casually being attended to by her slaves when she received the report about Egan, the knight who had just taken the Nadia silver mine, and 2 villages that belonged to the late Duke Vermos. She merely smirked, unimpressed by tales of the man who supposedly conquered the ruins of Lord Belgalan. She dismissed it all as worthless gossip. No one had ever seen a wyvern's body or any proof of its defeat. She refused to believe a commoner could pull off such miracles. Ignoring a dire warning from Sir Gecko that Egan might be a pawn of Duke Gabriel, Asandra gave the order, "Show him in." When told that Egan's envoy consisted of 100 soldiers and at least 10 knights waiting on the hill, she didn't even flinch. She just laughed. "Then tell him to enter alone." Asandra rose from her bath, her eyes sharp and defiant, mocking Gecko for his excessive paranoia. She was confident a direct heir like herself could handle some stranger. I am, by nature, a very suspicious person. I can't just believe what others tell me. Asandra mused to herself as the huge city gates began to open. She wanted to see with her own 2 eyes just how great this man causing all the rumors truly was. Within the castle's majestic walls, Egan rode in on his horse, meeting the unyielding gaze of the lady of House Achiban. Asandra watched him approach from afar. He seemed much younger than she had imagined. Now seated opposite each other in the grand hall, she was the first to speak. Are you aware of the countless rumors surrounding you? Seeing Egan's unfazed expression, Asandra smirked, adding that seeing him in person made them even harder to believe. She listed them off from tales of him being a cannibal to the incredible feat of taking down a flying dragon. Egan coolly replied that the cannibal story was a disgusting joke, but the part about him killing the wyvern was 100% true. Surely this audience isn't just to satisfy your curiosity, Egan stated plainly. The second the words left his mouth, a guard beside Asandra roared. He accused Egan of speaking rudely to Her Highness. But Asandra just laughed, admitting out loud that she was actually starting to enjoy his personality. Egan coldly ignored the compliment and suggested they cut to the chase. He announced he was here with a formal request, and a very decisive proposal. Asandra immediately guessed Egan wanted official recognition of his ownership over the villages he had just conquered. When Egan fired back, "And is that possible?" Asandra's expression instantly turned to ice. "Are you seriously trying to pick a fight with me?" she growled. Seeing her hardened stance, Egan sighed softly and decided to jump straight to his proposal. If that was her attitude, then politeness was officially off the table. Egan revealed that he had captured Van Mong, the infamous bandit leader from the Mount Nadia silver mine. He emphasized that Van Mong was the one who murdered the noble who hired him and, more importantly, confessed that the mastermind behind it all was Knight Andre. According to the confession, Andre had promised Van Mong a full pardon and a title if he successfully seized the mine. Then Egan delivered the final blow. Andre is one of Duke Gabriel's men. The news left Asandra utterly shocked. He claimed he had proof from the Mopen Guild, and then played his trump card, offering to hand Van Mong over to her. This will be an enormous asset in your bid to officially become the Marquess. In return, grant me your full recognition as a lord. That is my proposal. Egan laid out his terms, leaving Asandra completely floored. His offer was simply too good, like a perfectly prepared gift. She burst into laughter, admitting she had been too harsh before. She even promised to throw in extra silver and land deeds as an apology. Asandra confessed that him demanding land during a succession crisis made her think he was deliberately trying to provoke her. She was impressed by the Black Knight's cunning. By acknowledging the decision was hers to make, Egan earned her trust. Asandra began to open up about the dark, complicated politics of her family. She revealed she could become Marquess anytime she chose, but the royal family's meddling in the Canbigan Peninsula had complicated everything. The royals were always looking for a weakness to expand their power, and Gabriel was the piece they were trying to win over, even offering to grant him a title. Asandra knew, with bitter certainty, that if that happened, her own power would be cut in half. It would be no different than holding a blade to her own throat. She declared that the problems of Canbigan must be solved by the people and families of Canbigan. Achiban had a heavy responsibility, which is why Asandra always tried her best to keep her younger brothers close by. Carrying the weight of her family and clan wasn't easy for a young woman, but the greedy Gabriel was stirring up trouble. He wanted to seize the family's prison, and when Egan questioned the existence of the demon world, Asandra confirmed she needed to conquer it soon. But there was a huge problem. The only path to get there was blocked by the domain of Eric, the fourth brother in the family. Eric was playing a cunning game of neutrality, demanding a fee from anyone wanting to pass. He was charging for every single member of the expedition. It seemed Eric was waiting to see who would inherit the title, afraid that picking one side would make an enemy of the other. So he used this fee as a way to maintain his stance, and so far, he hadn't sided with Lady Asandra. Egan coldly asked what the price was, and the answer made even him pause. 10 silver coins per person. Asandra just gave a bitter laugh, confirming it. After paying the daily wages for knights and mercenaries, there was nothing left. She then turned to Egan, asking if he thought that was even remotely reasonable. Asandra gently touched Egan's hand, her gaze distant and filled with regret as she spoke of Eric. That spoiled brat, thinking back. I spoiled him so much when he was little, and this is how he repays me. Egan cut through her, reminiscing with a bold proposal. The atmosphere immediately tensed up. My lady, please allow me to be the one to conquer that place. But Asandra instantly shut him down. She reminded him that with their current forces of over 100 men, the passage fee through Eric's land would be a colossal sum that no one could afford. Yet Egan calmly met her gaze and made a completely insane decision. I'll go alone. A heavy silence fell over the grand room after his shocking declaration. Cassandra stared at the knight in disbelief, asking if people often called him crazy. But Egan just shrugged. He nonchalantly replied that he'd never heard that said about him, not even once. He wasn't crazy, but he was a gambler, a big one. Under the brilliant glow of the sunset, Egan's troops gathered at an ancient stone bridge, a vital border point between the direct bloodlines of the Achiban house. Ganfridic stood before the soldiers. He warned them loudly not to cross the bridge into Gabriel and Eric's territory, to avoid giving their enemies an excuse to attack. He then roared that he would personally crush the skull of anyone who disobeyed, and the entire army could only answer in terrified agreement. Egan turned to Ganfridic with instructions. Stay here with the soldiers and wait patiently for his return. As soon as Gecko arrived with the permit, Egan would officially head into the demon world all by himself. Seeing his master's imposing figure on horseback, Ganfridic knew Egan was about to pull off another legendary feat, all alone. Behind them, the mercenaries started murmuring about their lord daring to walk into the lion's den by himself. Baron let out a small sigh. He was worried that the newcomers who hadn't seen Egan's true power firsthand would start to doubt him and disrespect his authority. So he urged his comrades to go explain things to them to strengthen their faith. It was only natural for them to whisper, having never witnessed their master's strength. Egan glanced back at the troops, reminding his men to keep the situation calm so no one would grow resentful while he was gone. Though he had the mercenary captains on his side, he knew the loyalty of the remaining soldiers was still a tough problem. The spirit Mirian flew anxiously to his side. She pointed towards a group of knights radiating killing intent, urging Egan to calm them down before things got out of hand. Egan looked at the volunteers. These men had joined without pay, and his eyes flashed with cold ruthlessness. He thought to himself that he'd rather use absolute power to beat them all into submission, but the current situation forced him to suppress that brutal instinct. Egan looked at Camera Tywin and thought to himself, even a minor lord knew how to hide his true feelings, so he absolutely couldn't afford to appear any less capable. He turned to the waiting army, trying to compose himself. Egan spoke up, "You must all be anxious, but thank you for your patience and obedience." A knight in silver armor breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, if you requested it, then of course we must obey." However, he couldn't help but ask, "But it's a shame that you're going on this campaign alone. Is it because you don't think we're capable enough?" Egan calmly explained, "Not at all. It is every lord's dream to work with such exceptional individuals, like all of you. Even Lady Cassandra has high expectations for you." At the mention of Cassandra's name, the soldiers murmured in surprise and asked him to confirm. Egan stated firmly, "That's right. She praised all of you, saying you followed me out of a pure and noble knightly spirit." He immediately ordered that something be distributed to the soldiers. A subordinate respectfully obeyed, handing each man a heavy pouch. "Silver. 50 silver coins for each man." Egan announced loudly, "This is just a small token, but it comes from the sincere hearts of Lady Cassandra and myself." Inwardly, though, he was cold and calculating, knowing he was only keeping these volunteers around because they would be useful later on. Egan asked if they could watch over the situation here for the next few days, which made the spirit Mirian chuckle with delight. "Ha ha, our demon lord's acting is getting better every day. That little devil was always teasing her master." Egan continued to rally the crowd. "I believe this is a great opportunity for all of you to show your knightly spirit to Lady Cassandra." These words seemed to empower the knights, who roared in unison, "We will do our best. Please, leave it to us." One soldier was so moved he exclaimed, "I never knew you had such high expectations for us." Mirian hid behind his shoulder. Egan's spirit wondered silently if that tough woman Cassandra even knew who these men were. Egan simply closed his eyes, unconcerned. "You're worrying about something that doesn't matter. These knights will never meet Cassandra personally, so whether she knows them or not is completely irrelevant." Just then, a knight approached to report that everything had been cleared. Egan gave a curt nod of thanks, declaring, "Then I will be on my way." He was clearly planning to go alone. A guard knight quickly tried to stop him. "Sir Egan, please reconsider. Your decision isn't brave, it's just reckless." He insisted that even if he let Egan go by himself, the situation was still far too dangerous. Egan cut him off coldly. "Do you realize you've said the same thing 4 times already?" He posed a practical question. Who would kill the monsters and who would carry the loot? He then revealed his intention to negotiate that part of the deal as well. The knight was still uneasy, warning Egan not to be gone for more than 3 days because it wasn't too late to change his mind. Egan simply said, "I'm leaving," and spurred his horse forward. Mirian flew all around him. complaining that the knight was way too talkative, always nagging like an old man. She urged Egan to hurry up and wipe out those pesky bugs. Egan shot a look at the noisy spirit. You're being just as loud. Now get inside. Ignoring the rebuke, Miriam just shouted excitedly, Super Warrior, deploy. End of part 1. To be continued.